This audio belongs to list-read.com. Visit list-read.com to read full book and many other books. Thank. The road of friendship never did run smooth, is what I'm saying, Marcus tells me, fidgeting with his seat belt. This is my first experience of a heartfelt apology from Marcus, and so far it has involved 6 clichés, 2 butchered literary references and no eye contact. The word sorry did feature, but it was preceded by I'm not very good at saying, which somewhat undermined its sincerity. I shift up a gear. Isn't it the course of true love that never runs smooth? A Midsummer Night's Dream, I believe. We're by the 24-hour Tesco. It's 4:30 in the morning, the air thick with duvet darkness, but the bland yellow light from the shop illuminates the 3 people in the car in front as if they've just moved into a spotlight. We're close behind them, both following the slow, rattling path of a lorry ahead. For a flash of a second I see the driver's face in the rearview mirror. She reminds me of Addie. If you think about someone enough, you start to see them everywhere. Marcus huffs. I'm talking about my feelings, Dylan. This is agony. Please get your head out of your arse so that you can actually listen. I smile at that. All right. I'm listening. I drive on, past the bakery. The eyes of the driver in front are lit again in the mirror, her eyebrows slightly raised behind squarish glasses. I'm just saying, we hit some bumps, I get that, and I didn't handle things well, and that's really unfortunate that happened. Astonishing, really, the linguistic knots in which he will tie himself to avoid a simple I'm sorry. I stay silent. Marcus coughs and fidgets some more, and I almost take pity and tell him it's all right. He doesn't have to say it if he's not ready, but as we idle past the bookies another flash of light hits the car in front and Marcus is forgotten. The driver has wound the window down, and she's stretched an arm out, gripping the roof of the car. Her wrist is looped with bracelets, glimmering silver red in the car light's glare. The gesture is so achingly familiar, the arm, slender and pale, the assertion of it, and those bracelets, the round, childish beads stacked up her wrist. I'd know them anywhere. My heart jolts like I've missed a step because it is her, it's Addie, her eyes meeting mine in the rearview mirror. And then Marcus screams. Earlier, Marcus gave a similarly horrified scream when we passed a Greg's advertising vegan sausage rolls, so I don't react as fast as I perhaps otherwise would. As the car in front stops sharply, and I fail to hit the brakes on the £70,000 Mercedes that belongs to Marcus's father, I have just enough time to regret this. Addie. Bang. My head whips up so fast my glasses go flying backwards off my ears and over the headrest. Someone screams. Oh, fuck, a pain shoots up my neck, and all I'm thinking is God, what did I do? Did I hit something? Shit the bed, Deb says beside me. Are you all right? I fumble for my glasses. They're not there, obviously. What the hell just happened? I manage. My shaking hands go to the steering wheel, then the handbrake, then the rearview mirror. Getting my bearings. I see him in the mirror. A little blurred without my glasses. A little unreal. It's him, though, no question. He's so familiar that for a moment I feel as if I'm looking at my own reflection. Suddenly my heart's beating like it's shoving for space. Deb's getting out of the car. Ahead, the bin lorry moves off and its headlights catch the tail of the Fox they braked for. It's moving onto the pavement at a saunter. Slowly, the scene pieces itself together. Lorry stops for Fox, I stop for lorry, and behind me Dylan doesn't stop at all. Then, bang. I look back at Dylan in the mirror, he's still looking at me. Everything seems to slow or quieten or fade, like someone's dialed the world down. I haven't seen Dylan for 20 months. He should have changed somehow. Everything else has. But even from here, even in half darkness, I know the exact line of his nose, his long eyelashes, his snakeskin yellow-green eyes. I know those eyes will be as wide and shocked as they were when he left me. Well, my sister says. The Mini's done us proud. The Mini. The car. Everything comes rushing back in and I unclick my seat belt. It takes 3 goes. My hands are shaking. When I next glance at the rearview mirror, my eyes focus on the foreground instead of the background, and there's Rodney, crouched forward on our back seat with his hands over his head and his nose touching his knees. Shit. I forgot all about Rodney. Are you all right? I ask him, just as Deb says. Addie? Are you okay? She pokes her head back in the car, then grimaces. Your neck hurting too? Yeah, I say, because as soon as she asks I realize it does, loads. Gosh, Rodney says, tentatively shifting out of the brace position. What happened? Rodney posted on the Cherry and Krish Are Getting Hitched Facebook group yesterday evening asking for a lift to the wedding from the Chichester area. Nobody else replied, so Deb and I took pity. All I know about Rodney is that he has a Weetabix on the go for breakfast, he's always hunching, and his t-shirt says, I keep pressing escape but I'm still here, but I think I've pretty much got the gist. Some asshole in a Mercedes went into the back of us, Deb tells him, straightening up to look at the car behind again. Deb. I say. Yeah? I think that's Dylan. In that car. She scrunches up her nose, ducking down to see me again. Dylan Abbott. I swallow. Yeah. I risk a glance over my shoulder. My neck protests. It's then that I notice the man stepping out of the Mercedes passenger seat. Slim-built and ghostly pale in the dark street, his curly hair just catching the light of the shop fronts behind him. There goes my heart again, beating way too fast. He's with Marcus, I say. Marcus? Deb says, eyes going wide. Yeah. Oh, God. This is awful. What am I meant to do now? Something about insurance. Is the car okay? I ask. I climb out just as Dylan gets out of the Mercedes. He's dressed in a white tee and chino shorts with battered boat shoes on his feet. There's a carabiner on his belt loop, disappearing into his pocket. It was my idea, that, to stop him always losing his keys. He steps forward into the path of the Mercedes headlights. He looks so handsome it aches in my chest. Seeing him is even harder than I expected it to be. I want to do everything at once, run to him, run away, curl up, cry. And beneath all that I have this totally ridiculous feeling that someone's messed up, like something didn't get filed when it should have up there in the universe, because I was supposed to see Dylan this weekend, for the first time in almost 2 years, but it should have been at the wedding. Addie, he says. Dylan, I manage. Did a Mini really just total my dad's Mercedes, says Marcus. My hand goes self-consciously to my fringe. No makeup, scruffy dungarees, no mousse in my hair. I've spent bloody months planning the outfit I was supposed to be wearing when I saw Dylan again, and this was not it. But he doesn't scare me up and down, doesn't even seem to clock my new hair color. He meets my gaze and holds it. I feel like the whole world just stumbled and had to catch its breath. Fuck me, says Marcus. A Mini. The indignity of it. What the hell? Deb says. What were you doing? You just drove into the back of us. Dylan looks around in bewilderment. I pull myself together. Is anyone hurt? I ask, rubbing my aching neck. Rodney? Who? Says Marcus. I'm okay, calls Rodney, who's still in the back seat of the car. Deb helps him climb out. I should have done that. My brain feels kind of scrambled. Shit, says Dylan, finally registering the crumpled bumper of the Mercedes. Sorry, Marcus. Oh, mate, honestly, don't worry about it, Marcus says. Do you know how many times I've totaled one of my dad's cars? He won't even notice. I step forward and check out the back of Deb's battered Mini. It's actually not looking too bad. That bang was so loud I would have assumed something serious had fallen off. Like a wheel. Before I've registered what she's doing, Deb's in the driving seat, starting the engine again. She's all good, she says. What a car. Best money I ever spent. She drives forward a little, up onto the curb, and hits the hazard lights. Dylan's back in the Mercedes, rifling through the glove box. He and Marcus talk about roadside accident assist. Marcus forwards him an email off his phone, and I think to myself, that's it, Dylan's hair's shorter. That's what it is. I know I should be thinking about this whole car crash thing, but all I'm doing is playing a game of spot the difference, looking at Dylan and going, what's missing? What's new? His eyes flick to mine again. I go hot. There's something about Dylan's eyes, they kind of catch you up, like cobweb. I force myself to look away. So, you're on your way to Cherry's wedding, I'm guessing? I say to Marcus. My voice shakes. I can't look at him. I'm suddenly thankful for the dented rear bumper to examine on the Mini. Well, we were, Marcus drawls, eyeing the Mercedes. Maybe he can't bring himself to look at me either. But there's no way we're driving this baby 400 miles now. It needs to get to a garage. Yours should, too. Deb makes a dismissive noise, already out of the car again and rubbing a scratch with the sleeve of her ratty old hoodie. Ah, she's fine, she says, opening and closing the boot experimentally. Dented, that's all. Marcus, it's going ballistic, Dylan calls. I can see the Mercedes screen flashing warning lights even from here. The hazards are too bright. I turn my face away. Isn't it typical that when Marcus's car breaks, Dylan's the one sorting it? The tow will be here in 30 minutes to take it to the garage, Dylan says. 30 minutes. Deb says, disbelieving. All part of the service, Marcus tells her, pointing to the car. Mercedes, darling. It's Deb. Not darling. We've met several times before. Sure. I remember, Marcus says lightly. Not very convincing. I can feel Dylan's eyes pulling at me as we all try to get the insurance stuff sorted. I'm fumbling around with my phone, Deb's digging in the glove box for paperwork, and all the while I'm so aware of Dylan, like he's taking up 10 times more space than everyone else. And how are we getting to the wedding? Marcus asks once we're done. We'll just get public transport, Dylan says. Public transport? Marcus says, as though someone's just suggested he get to Cherry's wedding by toboggan. Still a bit of a wanker, then, Marcus. No surprises there. Rodney clears his throat. He's leaning against the side of the Mini, eyes fixed on his phone. I feel bad, I keep forgetting him. Right now my brain doesn't have room for Rodney. If you set off now, he says, then according to Google you would arrive at 13 minutes past 2. Marcus checks his watch. All right, says Dylan. That's fine. On Tuesday, Rodney finishes. What? Chorus Dylan and Marcus. Rodney pulls an apologetic face. It's 4:30 in the morning on a Sunday on a bank holiday weekend and you're trying to get from Chichester to rural Scotland. Marcus throws his hands in the air. This country is a shambles. Deb and I look at each other. No. Let's go, I say, moving for the Mini. Will you drive? Addy. Deb begins as I climb into the passenger seat. Where do you think you're going? Calls Marcus. I slam the car door. Hey! Marcus says as Deb gets into the driver's seat. You have to take us to the wedding. No, I say to Deb, ignore him. Rodney. Get in. Rodney obliges. Which is kind. I really don't know the man well enough to yell at him. What the fuck? Addie. Come on. If you don't drive us, we won't get there in time, Marcus says. He's by my window now. He knocks on the glass with the back of his knuckles. I don't roll it down. Addie, come on. Christ, surely you owe Dylan a favor. Dylan says something to Marcus. I don't catch it. God, he's an ass, Deb says with a frown. I close my eyes. Do you think you can do it? Deb asks me. Give them a lift. No. Not both of them. Then ignore him. Let's just go. Marcus taps on the window again. I clench my teeth, neck still aching, and keep my eyes straight ahead. Our road trip was meant to be fun, I say. This is Deb's first weekend away from her baby boy, Riley. It's all we've talked about for months. She's planned every stop off, every snack. It would still be fun, Deb says. We don't have room, I try. I can squeeze up. Rodney says. I'm really going off, Rodney. It's such a long journey, Deb, I say, pressing my fists to my eyes. Hours and hours stuck in the same car with Dylan. I've spent almost 2 years tiptoeing around Chichester trying not to bump into this man for even a second, let alone 8 hours. I'm not saying do it, Deb points out. I'm saying let's go. Dylan has moved the Mercedes to somewhere safer to wait for the tow. I turn in my seat just as he's getting out of the car again, all lean, scruffy, almost 6 feet of him. I know as soon as our eyes meet that I'm not going to leave him here. He knows it too. I'm sorry, he mouths at me. If I had £1 for every time Dylan Abbott's told me he's sorry, I'd be rich enough to buy that Mercedes. Dylan. Sometimes a poem arrives almost whole, as if someone's dropped it at my feet like a dog playing fetch. As I climb into the back of Deb's car and catch the achingly familiar edge of Addie's perfume, 2.5 lines come to me in a split second. Unchanged and changed eyes trained on mine and I'm what? What am I? I'm a mess. Every time I look at Addie something leaps inside me, dolphin-like, and you'd think after 20 months it wouldn't hurt quite like this, but it does. It hurts, the kind of hurt that makes you want to fucking wail. Shove up, would you? Marcus says, pushing me into Rodney's shoulder. I throw a hand out and just about avoid landing it right in Rodney's lap. Sorry, me and Rodney say simultaneously. My palms are clammy, I keep swallowing, as if that'll help keep all the feelings down. Addie looks so different, her hair is cut almost as short as mine and dyed silver grey, and her glasses, miraculously recovered from the boot of the Mini after the crash, are chunky and hipsterish, unapologetic. She is quite possibly more beautiful than ever. It's as if I'm looking at Addie's identical twin, the same but different. Unchanged and changed. I should be saying something, clearly, but I can't think quite what. I used to be good at this sort of thing, I used to be smooth. I cram myself into the narrow middle seat and watch Marcus's father's car being driven away down the dark street, clinging forlornly to the tow truck's back, and I wish I could reclaim some of the cockiness I had when I first met Addie and didn't have the foggiest idea of how completely and utterly she would change my life. What were you doing heading off so early, anyway? Addie says, as Deb pulls away from the side of the road. You hate driving early. She's putting on makeup, using the mirror in the sun visor above the passenger seat. I watch her blend a paste from the back of her hand into the cream of her skin. You're a little out of date, Marcus says, trying to get comfortable in his seat, and elbowing me in the ribs in the process. These days Dylan has very strong opinions about why road trips absolutely must start at 4 a.m. I look down at my knees, embarrassed. It was Addie who taught me how much better a road trip is when you leave in the thick quiet before dawn, the day still heavy with hope, though she's right. When we were together, I always complained about how early she made us set off for a long drive. Well, it's a good job we started early. Rodney chirps, checking his phone with his elbows tucked as tightly to his sides as possible. Marcus is making no such sacrifices to my comfort. He is spread-eagled with his knee carelessly thrown against mine and an elbow half in my lap. I sigh. We'll be tight getting to the family barbecue as it is, now, Rodney goes on. Over 8 hours of driving and it's already 5:30. You're coming to the pre-wedding barbecue? I ask. He nods. The question is a blatant attempt to work out what Rodney is doing here, but I'm hoping it passes for friendliness. For one awful, lead-weight moment when they first got out of the car, I thought he was coming to the wedding as Addie's +1. Cherry had said a few months ago that she might be bringing somebody. But there's no obvious sense of connection between them. Addie seems to be largely ignoring him. She's largely ignoring everybody, actually. After those first few heart-jolting, gut-wrenching moments of eye contact, she's been studiously avoiding my gaze every time I try to snag her attention. Meanwhile, Marcus is tapping a loud, inane rhythm on the car window. Deb flashes him an irritated look as she tries to concentrate on joining the Chichester bypass. Can we get some music playing or something? Marcus asks. I know what's coming before Addie's hit play. As soon as I hear the opening notes I have to swallow back a smile. I don't know the song, but American country music is undeniably distinctive. You only need a few chords to know you'll be hearing tales of late-night kisses on porches, trips to the honky-tonk, long drives with pretty girls in passenger seats. Addie and Deb have loved country music since they were teenagers. I used to tease Addie about it, which was particularly hypocritical of me, as a man whose long-run playlist is almost exclusively populated by the works of Taylor Swift. Now I can't hear the twang of a banjo without thinking of Addie dancing to Florida Georgia Line in one of my old shirts, Addie singing along to Rodney Atkins Watching You with the car windows down, Addie undressing slowly to the tune of Body Like a Back Road. Maybe not this one, Addie says, hand hovering over the phone. I like it. Leave it, Deb says, turning it up. What the hell is this? Marcus says. I watch Addie's shoulders square up at his tone. It's Ryan Griffin, Addie says. It's called Woulda Left Me Too. I wince. Marcus snorts with laughter. Oh, is it now, he says. It's on the Country Gold playlist, Addie says, a pale pink blush blossoms on the skin of her neck, uneven, its patches like petals. And that's what we're going to be listening to for the next 8 hours. So you better get used to it. Marcus opens the car door. What the? Marcus, what the fuck? There's a scrabble in the back seat. Marcus elbows me off. The door is only open a few inches but the wind rips through the car, and Rodney is leaning over me now, trying to reach the handle and pull it closed, until there's 4 or 5 hands clawing at the car door, and we're scratching one another, Rodney's greasy brown hair in my face, my leg somehow tangled over Marcus's. I'll hitchhike. Marcus is yelling, and I can hear the adrenaline in his voice, the buzz he gets from doing something stupid. Let me out. I can't do 8 hours of this. Turn it off. He's laughing even as I slap at his hand so hard it stings the skin of my palm. You're insane, says Rodney. We're going at 60 miles an hour. The car swerves. I catch sight of Deb's eyes in the rearview mirror. They're narrowed in grim concentration as she tries to hold her lane position. On our right, cars flash by in a stream of overbright headlights, leaving yellow-white streaks across my vision. Addie pauses the song. Marcus closes the door. Now the music is off and the wind isn't roaring through the door. You can hear every noise in the car, Rodney's labored breathing, the sound of Deb relaxing back into the driving seat. With the rush of physical adrenaline from the scuffle comes a startling desire to punch Marcus on the nose. What the hell is wrong with you? I hiss. I feel Addie turn to look at me then, surprised, maybe, but she's back to the road before I can meet her eyes. Marcus swallows, side-glancing me, and I can tell he already wishes he'd been better behaved, but I'm too irritated to acknowledge it. After a moment he forces a laugh. We want road trip music, he says. Put on some Springsteen, will you? For a long moment Addie says nothing. Deb, she says eventually, take the next services, please. Do you need a wee? Deb asks. No, Addie says. We need to drop Marcus off. So he can hitchhike. As requested. She hits play on the country song again. Addie. It turns out there are no services for ages. When we eventually reach a petrol station, I really do need a wee. And some air. This is suddenly feeling like the smallest car in the whole bloody world. Are we actually dropping Marcus off here? Asks a worried voice from behind me. I'm power walking across the petrol station forecourt to the building. The aim is to move fast enough that Dylan can't catch me up for a chat. So far I have managed to avoid direct eye contact with him since we all got in the Mini. I reckon this is a sustainable plan for the next 400-odd miles. Rodney can move very fast for such an ungainly man. I glance over my shoulder at him. Probably not, no, I say. Marcus is prone to dramatics. Best to nip them in the bud or he'll act out all day. How do you know him? Rodney dashes forward to hold the door open for me as we reach the services. I blink. He's so gawky. There's something adolescent about him, but he's got to be at least 30. Dylan and I used to date. Oh. Oh my God, how incredibly awkward. Rodney says, pressing both hands to his mouth. I laugh, surprising myself. Yeah, something like that. I grab a handful of chocolate bars from the end of the aisle. Me and Deb packed enough road trip snacks for two, but Dylan eats like a horse. We'll run out of food by Fairham if he sniffs out the treats. Sorry you've got stuck in the middle of things a bit, I tell Rodney. It'll be fine, though. Dylan and I can be civil for a few hours, don't worry. Oh, so it all ended, amicably? Rodney asks, holding out a basket for me. I drop in the chocolate bars, plus 5 packets of biscuits and a bunch of grab bags full of sweets. Amicably. The night that Dylan left me, I'd screamed at him. Not in the way people usually mean it, like yelling, but actually screaming, mouth open wide, the sound clawing at my throat. I'd pounded his chest with my fists, sobbed until my whole body was racked with it. I didn't eat for 3 days afterwards. Ish, I say. Amicable-ish. When we walk back to the car, Dylan's leaning against the side, arms folded, staring off to the left. The sun is rising behind him. He looks like he belongs on a poster for something. An indie band or an expensive cologne. He's still scruffy and dreamy-eyed, but he's more grown up now, his edges seem cleaner cut. I keep my eyes on him a little too long, and he catches my gaze for just an instant before I look back down at my feet. Addie, he says, as we approach. He steps forward to help me with the bags. I twist aside, moving past him to the boot of the car. Addie, please, he says, more quietly now. We should talk. We're going to be stuck in a car together for the best part of a day. Don't you want to, just make it less awkward? I slam the boot closed. I've just about fitted the extra snacks in, but there's not much visibility out the back window now. Dylan and Marcus have packed like Mariah Carey, by the looks of things, and then there's all Deb's breastfeeding paraphernalia, 2 pumps, the cooling bag, bottles. I'm going to go for a wander, stretch out the legs, says Rodney. See you both in 5 minutes. I shouldn't have said amicable-ish. He wouldn't have left me alone with Dylan if I'd told him he ruined my life. Addie, can you not even look at me? I'm honestly not sure I can. Trying to look at Dylan hurts. It feels like we're two magnets with the same force skidding away from one another. Instead, I look out towards the green where a few people are exercising their dogs. A little poodle going around in circles, a sausage dog in a ridiculous pink harness. The sun is inching up behind them, drawing long shadows on the grass. I spot Marcus, crouched low to say hello to an Alsatian. I hope it's an unfriendly one. I don't want Marcus to get bitten or anything, but maybe he could get growled at a bit. Where's Deb? I ask. She got a call from your mum about Riley. I glance at him. She told you about Riley? His gaze is soft. Just now. I thought you would have told me, you know. Things like Deb having a baby. We said no contact. You said. Not we. I raise my eyebrows. Sorry, he says. Sorry. I fiddle with my bracelets. My nails are newly painted for the wedding, but they're so short they look a bit ridiculous. Little stubs of red. I'm really happy for Deb, anyway, Dylan says, when I don't respond. And a little surprised. He smiles, and I start smiling too, before I catch myself. Aren't you going to ask who the father is? I say. I assume she didn't require one, Dylan says. Like Gia, you know, when she gave birth to Uranus. The smile grows despite my best efforts. You know I don't, I say dryly. Right, he says hastily. He brushes his hair back, like it's still long enough to fall in his eyes, an old tic. Greek mythology, very pompous, RC reference, forgive me. I just meant Deb's never needed a man, has she? Not that anyone needs a man, but, Christ. Let's get this show on the road, comes a voice from behind us. Marcus barges past and opens the door to the back seats. You might want to start up the engine. Rodney's coming at quite a pace. I turn just as Deb appears, sliding her phone into her hoodie pocket. She climbs in after Marcus as I move to the driving seat. I panic. Does that mean Dylan is going to sit up front with me? What's Rodney doing? Deb says. I look over my shoulder, back towards the green. Rodney is running towards us in a great flail of long arms and legs, hair flying. Behind him is the Alsatian, dragging its owner by the lead. Oh, brilliant, I mutter, clambering into the car and fumbling to turn the key in the ignition. Marcus whoops as Rodney scrambles into the back, breathing hard. Sorry, he calls. Sorry. Sorry. Deb makes a squished sort of OOF sound. Watch those hands, please, she says. That one strayed very close to my vagina. Oh my God, I'm so sorry, says a mortified, breathless Rodney. Dylan climbs into the front seat. He's trying to catch my gaze again. No harm done, Deb says. I pushed a baby out of that thing, it's sturdy. Oh, no, Rodney says. Oh, I didn't, I'm so sorry. I forgot how much I like you, Deb, Marcus declares. Really? Deb says, sounding interested. Because I don't like you at all. I pull out of the service station. I can't resist, for a second my gaze flickers towards Dylan in the passenger seat. Only 358 miles to go, he says, quietly enough that only I can hear him. Marcus is explaining to Deb that he is often misunderstood, and is actually in the process of reforming, much like a rake from a poorly written 19th century novel. 358 miles, I say. I'm sure it'll fly by. Dylan. We speed along the A34. Already the heat is as thick as honey, viscous and sweet. It's turning into a glorious summer morning. The sky is a deep lapis lazuli blue, and the fields are sun-kissed and yellow bright on either side of the road. It's the sort of day that tastes of crushed ice and suntan lotion, ripe strawberries, the sweet head rush of too many gin and tonics. "Chocolate's going to melt at this rate," says Addie, turning the air conditioning as cold as it'll go. I perk up. "Chocolate? Not for you," she says, without looking away from the road. I sag back in my seat. "I thought we'd made a little progress." Earlier she turned to me and offered half a smile, like the smallest bite of something delicious, and my heart soared. A real smile from Addie is a true prize, hard to win and utterly heart-stopping when it comes. Disturbingly, this seems to be no less true now than it was 2 years ago. But she's gone cold again. It's been 30 minutes since we left the services and she's not spoken to me directly until now. I have no right to object, and it shouldn't make me angry, but it does. It feels like pettiness, and I like to think we're better than that. I shift in my seat and she glances across at me, then reaches to turn the radio up. It's rattling out some pop song, something bouncy and repetitive, a compromise between Addie's tastes and Marcus's. At this volume I can't quite catch the inane chatter in the back seat. Last I heard, Rodney was explaining the rules of real-life Quidditch to Deb, with the occasional amused interlude from Marcus. "Go on," Addie says. "Whatever you want to say, just say it." Am I that transparent? I say, as lightly as I can manage. "Yes." Her voice is frank. "You are." I swallow. "You're still punishing me." The moment I've said it, I instantly wish I hadn't. "I'm punishing you." The aircon is a slow, warm breath frittering away on my face. I'd rather crack the windows, but earlier Marcus complained about what it did to his hair, and I don't have the patience to go through that conversation again. I shift so the lukewarm stream of air hits my cheek side on. This way I can watch Addie driving. The tips of her ears have gone red, just visible through the ends of her hair. She's wearing sunglasses now, and her other glasses are propped up on her head, pushing her sweeping fringe back from her face. I can just see the brush strokes of her old hair color at the roots. "You still won't speak to me." Not speaking was never about punishing you, Dylan. It actually wasn't about you at all. I needed the space. I looked down at my hands. "I just thought you'd stop needing space eventually, I suppose." She glances at me, her eyes are unreadable through the sunglasses filter. "You are waiting?" she asks. Not waiting, per se, but. I trail off, and the silence rolls ahead of us, ribbon-like, too long. I catch sight of the expression of the passenger in the car across from us on the motorway, a middle-aged woman in a cap, staring wide-eyed at our car. I glance back at the others and imagine what she's seeing. A motley collection of 20-somethings cheerfully crammed into a bright red Mini at 7:30 in the morning on a bank holiday Sunday. She has no idea. If one could harness secrets for energy, we wouldn't need petrol. We'd have enough grudges in this car to take us all the way to Scotland. Then. Addie. I stare at the ceiling. The caretaker's flat in Cherry's villa is underneath the house, same size as the first floor, just at basement level. Beautiful, if you don't mind not having any windows. When it means living in the south of France all summer for free board and a few €100 a month, I don't mind not having windows at all. A family arrived this morning, friends of Cherry's parents. They got a cab from the airport, which is lucky because last night me and Deb drank 3 bottles of wine on the balcony of the master suite and stargazed until the sky got light. I'm probably still not legal to drive and it's basically midday already. I'm pretty sure this is the summer of my life. It's like there's an epic backing track playing, or the saturation's turned up. This summer I'm not little Addie, trailing behind. I'm not the person you forget when you're telling your mates who's at the pub. I'm not the girl you ghost because you've met someone better. I can be whoever I want to be. This is my summer, basically. Not that you'd know it right now, because I'm too hungover to move much. I frown up at the ceiling. Something's up with this new family. The caretaker's flat isn't soundproofed. We always have a pretty good idea of exactly what's going on up there. More than we'd like, generally. But now I can hardly hear anything. They're definitely here. The cab woke me when it pulled up earlier. And there's movement. Just quiet movement. Like, one person's worth of movement. One set of steps making its way across the kitchen to the wine cooler and back again. One shower running. One window left open so that a bedroom door slams when the mistral blows through. I wake Deb at 1:45 in the afternoon. She shuffles into the kitchen in sagging knickers and a French band t-shirt she picked up on a one-night stand in Avignon, then pauses, listening. "Where are they all?" she asks. "No idea. I'm pretty sure there's just one guy here." She yawns and takes the mug of coffee I hold out for her. Huh. Weird. Maybe this guy killed all his family on the journey over. We can always tell if it's a man or a woman from their footfall. Men are stompier. That's your first thought, I say. Deb shrugs and begins sawing at yesterday's bread. A spattering of crust fragments go flying like chippings in a wood shop. "What else have you got?" "Maybe they're all coming later," I say. "Maybe they stopped off in Nice to see some pals, yeah." This is one of those summer things that won't be funny next year, but cracks me and Deb up right now. Ever since we got here we've collected the phrases we hear through the ceiling or drifting over from the terrace: pals, decor, blotto, divine. I've never met people like the Villa Cerise guests before. They don't ask the price of stuff before they buy it. They drink champagne like it isn't even a thing. They own multiple houses and animals and have opinions about literally everything. It's almost too easy to mock them. Cherry's mum would have texted if they were coming late, Deb points out. I pull a face, like, oh yeah, true. Deb spreads butter onto her bread, laying it on as thick as a slice of cheese. I don't think he's old, you know, I say. He walks too fast. Deb's eyebrows go up. Maybe his staff. This is another new phrase we've learned. Staff as a job title. Our mysterious solo guest moves into the kitchen, directly above our heads. We pause, me with a glass of orange juice halfway to my mouth, Deb with butter on her nose. The fridge upstairs opens. Something clinks. The fridge closes. A day drinker, Deb says. She pauses in thought. If there's only one guy here all week, do we really both need to be here? Are you ditching me again? Deb looks at me, frowning, trying to guess if I really mind. I'm not sure, to be honest. It was always the plan that while we were here, we'd each go off to explore France when we could. As it's happened, though, Deb's gone adventuring more than me. I do get it, she's more easily bored than I am. And I love this villa, the infinity pool, the vineyards, the way the air smells first thing in the morning. Deb's not sentimental like that. It's just a house to her, albeit a big one. Sometimes I like the extra space when she's gone. But I also kind of hate being the one who's left behind. There's a guy outside Nims with an empty house. Kind of a commune thing, Deb says. But like, a party commune. Not the nun kind. Do you not want me to go? She's never really got the concept of half feelings, Deb. I turn away, irritated, and shoot of course you should go over my shoulder as I stare vaguely at the contents of the fridge. If you need me here, you know I'll stay, she says. I glance back at her. Her expression is totally open. It's impossible to stay irritated with Deb. She's just got someplace else she wants to be, and in her head, Why would that affect me unless I needed her here? No, you go, I say, closing the fridge. Find yourself a sexy French hippie. We pause again. Upstairs, our solo guest has walked out of the kitchen and onto the terrace. He's speaking. Muttering. I can't quite catch the words. Is he talking to himself? Deb asks, tilting her head. Maybe a madman's found his way in. Maybe we've got a squatter. I move closer to the door to our flat and crack it open. The villa's built on a hill. Our door is tucked away to the right of the building, hidden from view under the walkway that leads from the kitchen to the raised terrace with its infinity pool. Through the gap in the door, I can see the guest's lower half passing the balustrades around the terrace. He's wearing stone-colored shorts and no shoes. A half-drunk bottle of beer taps against his thigh as he paces. His legs are tanned pale brown. He doesn't look like a squatter. What? I shush Deb and try to listen. He's reciting something. Upon a great adventure he was bound, that greatest Gloriana to him gave. Is he reading out some Shakespeare or something? Deb asks in my ear. She shoves me aside and opens the door wider. Deb, careful, I hiss. Caretakers aren't meant to spy on guests. This job is the best summer gig I could have imagined. Every so often I'm hit with a pang of fear that one of us will screw up so badly someone notice and call Cherry's parents. To win him worship, and her grace to have, which of all earthly things he most did crave, and ever as he, even as he. Fuck. The man stops and lifts his beer. Fucking shitting fuckety shit. He's posh, he sounds like Hugh Grant. Deb covers her mouth to stifle her laugh. The man stills. I breathe in sharply and pull her back from the doorway. Come on. I drag her back through to the living room. Let's not piss him off on day one, whoever he is. I think he's fit, Deb decides, flopping down on the sofa. Like most of the furniture in the flat, it lived in the main house once, then got downgraded when Cherry's mum fancied giving the place a new look. It's dark pink velvet and has a massive red wine stain on the right arm, nothing to do with us, thank God. You got that from his feet? Deb nods. You can tell a lot from feet. This is the sort of Deb comment I've learned to just skim over, because you get into a whole world of weird if you start asking questions. You going to stick around then? Now you've seen his sexy ankles. Deb pauses in thought, then shakes her head. I can get posh boys in chino shorts back home, she says. I fancy myself a long-haired French hippie. You think you'll ever get bored of it? I ask her, hugging a cushion to my chest. Bored of what? You know, only ever having flings. Deb stretches her legs out on the sofa. Her toenail varnish is chipped and there's a bruise on each of her long brown shins. Deb inherited her dad's skin tone. Her grandfather on that side was Ghanaian, while I got the pasty white skin of mine. I find it irritating when people say we're half-sisters. Deb's my soul sister, my other half, the only person who understands me. I'm her anchor, the one she always comes back to. There's nothing half about us. When we were growing up, I always hated it when Deb's father visited. He'd take her off somewhere, just the two of them, a trip to the park or the bus into town. Dad would look pinched and sad until Deb came home and wanted to build model trains with him and he'd light up again. As awful as it sounds, I was glad when Deb's father argued with Mum and, eventually, when I was about 8, he stopped coming altogether. In classic Deb style, she's written her biological dad out now. Deb doesn't really do second chances. Why would I get bored, she says. I have endless variety. But don't you want to settle down one day? Settle what down? What is there that needs settling? I know who I am and what I want. I don't need some guy to make me complete, or whatever it is they're meant to do. But what about kids? Don't you want them? Nope. She scratches her stomach and lifts her head to stare at the ceiling. That's one thing I know for sure. No babies. Not ever. I wave Deb off as she heads to Nim's in her dodgy banged-up rental car. I only know she's going because I hear the car engine starting. Deb doesn't really do goodbyes. She hates hugs, which has put her off the whole goodbye thing, since people always seem to expect them. Ever since we were kids, she and I have said goodbye on text, after the fact. I kind of like it. We hardly ever text the rest of the time, especially now everyone uses WhatsApp, so our text conversation is always a string of nice notes. Bye, love you, call me if you need me, my message to her reads. Ditto, kiddo, says hers. You need me, I'm there. Usually me and Deb introduce ourselves to a guest as soon as they arrive, but this time I decide to wait until the evening, once she's gone. No need to confuse matters by giving the impression of two caretakers when one of them doesn't plan on sticking around. I make my way up the servants' entrance to the villa. There's a cramped spiral staircase that leads from our flat to a small hallway just outside the villa's kitchen. The door between kitchen and stairway is locked from our side, but I knock loudly anyway. I've been burned before. Just walking in, I caught a beer-bellied Scottish guest helping himself to some crackers in the nude. Hello? I call through the door. Mr. Abbott? No answer. I unlock the door and step through gingerly. Nobody here. The kitchen's a tip, baguette ends, empty bottles, rinds of cheese, a whole slab of butter sweating in the evening sun. I tut, then stop myself, because tutting is exactly what my mother would do. I gnaw at one of the baguette ends as I tidy. Whoever this guy is, he's used to someone else clearing up after him. And he's drunk, judging by the number of bottles. I swallow the last of the bread and pause in the middle of the floor. It's quiet except for the constant static of the crickets outside. I'm not used to quiet up here in the house. Sometimes a family go out for the day, but they're usually around in the evenings, and most of the time I have Deb with me anyway. I'm a little spooked. Just me and a strange drunk man in the house. I count bottles. 5 beers, a half-drunk bottle of wine. I check the kitchen once more, poke my head out to see the terrace, then wander through into the villa's grand entrance hall. Hello? I call, more quietly this time. It's cooler here, with the big double doors closed tight, blocking out the sun's heat. There's a jacket pulled at the bottom of the stairs. I hang it back on the banister. It's soft denim lined with fleece. It must have been cold wherever he flew in from. You'd roast wearing it here. As I hang it up I catch its scent, orangish, woody, manly. Mr. Abbott. Through to the reception room, the dining hall, the ballroom, the living room. They're exactly as we left them when we prepared the villa for new guests. He's upstairs, then. We never go upstairs when guests are here, unless they ask us up to sort a block drain or whatever. Bedrooms are their private space. I'm kind of relieved. I retreat back to the servants' staircase and lock the door behind me. The flat's just as it always is, cozy, cluttered, zero natural light. I sink into the pink velvet sofa and flick on the telly. Some French drama, too fast-paced for me to follow, but really I just want the noise. Maybe I should have asked Deb to stay. I hate this lost feeling I get when I'm left on my own. I turn the TV up. I'll try meeting Mr. Abbott again tomorrow. Not too early, though. He'll need to sleep off that hangover. He wakes me the next day with the slam of his shutters. He can't get the hang of fixing them back, apparently. I snort, pulling the covers over my head. The Mistral's strong, he'll smash a pane if he keeps letting everything slam in the wind like that. He's talking to himself in the kitchen. I can't quite catch the words through the ceiling, but I can tell from the up and down of his voice that he's reciting something. I check my phone. It's 8 in the morning, too early for me to go up and introduce myself. The strange lost feeling that gripped me last night has gone, and I'm glad of the extra space in the double bed. Deb's such an irritating person to share a bed with. The other night she started sleep talking about Tory politicians. I lie back and listen to our solo guest rattling about the house. I wonder what he looks like. I've not got much to go on, the waist down, basically, and the voice. I'm guessing dark curls and brown eyes, stubble, maybe, a loose-collared shirt. An heirloom on a chain around his neck. He sings a few lines of something, a pop song I half remember. I grin up at the ceiling. He's totally tuneless. By the time I get out of bed it's 9:30 and he's on the terrace with his coffee. I heard the machine whirring away and his footfall on the walkway outside before I mustered the energy to roll out from under the covers. I overthink my outfit, shorts, skirt, dress. In the end, irritated with myself, I grab a tank top and yesterday's shorts off the floor and yank them on, pulling my hair up into a bun and tying it there with one of my bracelets. Mr. Abbott's nowhere to be seen when I get to the terrace. No coffee mug, so wherever he's wandered off to, he's taken it with him. I scan the dry, dusty lawns and flower beds that Victor the gardener sweats over every Thursday, but there's nobody in sight in the villa grounds. Maybe I misheard. I head to the kitchen, tugging my hair out of the bun again. It's tidier today. There's a note. Hello, Phantom Caretaker. Ever so sorry about the mess last night, I got rather carried away. Off out to explore now, but perhaps you could look at the shutters in my bedroom while I'm out. I can't fathom how you're supposed to stop them slamming shut incessantly. The noise is driving me mad. Dylan Abbott. The noise is driving him mad, is it? I roll my eyes and screw up the note, shoving it in my back pocket. There's no trick to the bloody shutters. If he looked at them for 10 seconds he'd figure out where they latch to the wall to stay open. All the same, I head up to his bedroom to check. I know which one he's in. I'm pretty good at telling which doors are opening and closing, now. Bathrooms 3 and 4 are tricky, and I sometimes get the 8th and 6th bedrooms muddled up, but the rest I've nailed. He's chosen the best room in the house, the suite where Deb and I stargazed on the balcony the day before yesterday. It has a 4-poster bed lined with heavy blue damask and enormous windows that look out over the vines. The bed's unmade and his clothes are tangled at the door to the bathroom, as if he stepped out of them before heading for the shower. The room smells the same as the jacket did, orangey, musky, male. I open a window. The shutters are fine, obviously, no surprise there. I pin them back for him and consider writing a reply to his note, but what am I meant to say? Look at the shutters, and do that, next time. I imagine myself doing it, signing it off the Phantom Caretaker, but no. Summer Addy isn't Phantom anything. Instead, on a whim, I breathe a cloud on the window and sign my name there in the fog. Adeline. No kiss. He doesn't come back for so long I risk a swim in the meantime. Cherry's mum says we can if the guests aren't around. I'm back in the flat and wringing out my hair in the sink when there's a knock on the door. I look down at myself. Eep. Wet bikini, that's it. I rush through to the bedroom and scrabble around in the wardrobe, which is pointless, because all the good clothes are on the floor or in the wash. Another knock. Shit. I grab a crumpled ball of orange fabric, a swing dress, no obvious stains, it'll do, and pull it on as I dash back to the door. I open it, and there he is. The man upstairs. I'd imagined him all wrong. His eyes are the first thing I notice. They're pale green, almost yellow, kind of sleeper-looking. His lashes are way longer than you'd usually see on a guy, and his hair is floppy and sun-kissed brown. The only thing I got right was the shirt. It's pale cheesecloth, crumpled and unbuttoned way too far down. No heirloom around the neck, but a gold signet ring on his little finger. Behind him I can see the trail of my wet footprints, leading from the pool to the front door of the flat. Oh, he says, double-taking with a flick of his hair. Hello. Hi. I swallow the Mr. Abbott at the end of the sentence. It feels weird to call a guy my own age Mr. My wet hair drips down my back, and I'm grateful for it cooling me down. I'm flustered. All that dashing around. He gives a slow, small smile. I had you down as a wrinkled old man, phantom caretaker. I laugh. Why? He shrugs. The flustered feeling isn't easing. I think it's him, maybe, the green eyes, the unbuttoned shirt. Caretaker. It just sounds wrinkly. Well, you're not what I expected either. I stand a little straighter. The Abbott family. It just sounds, oh, I don't know, like more than one person. He pulls a face. Yes. That. The rest of them bailed, I'm afraid, so you've just got me. Thank you for fixing my shutters, by the way. You're a miracle worker. They just. I trail off. You're welcome. We look at one another. I'm very aware of myself, how I'm holding my shoulders, the wet bikini soaking through my dress. He's watching me steadily. A slow, confident stare, the sort that snares you across a bar as you wait for a drink. It's a little bit too practiced, a little too deliberate. Like he's seen someone else do it but never actually given it a go himself. What can I help you with? I adjust my dress. It clings to my bikini. Well. For starters, I lost my key. That slow stare shifts for a moment, turning boyish. Much better. He's cute, in a scruffy, hapless kind of way. Like a Yorkshire Terrier puppy. Or a member of an X Factor boy band before they've made it big. I can't be trusted with keys, he says. I can sort that, sure. Thank you. You're very kind. And. He pauses, looking at me, as if making his mind up. I'm looking for someone, he says. What do you mean? I'm trying to find somebody, and I think you might be able to help. I tilt my head, curious. My pulse flutters a bit faster. Maybe he's very cute, actually. His eyes flicker to the wet patches on my dress, and then up to my face again. All very quick, like he didn't mean to look and he's worried I've noticed. I press my lips together to hide a smile. I wonder if he's smoother when he's sober or if he's always like this. Do you have a car? He says. I nod. Do you think you could drive me somewhere? Dylan. She's like a water sprite, with her dark, wet hair and her river blue eyes. Finding her here in this little flat, buried underneath the house. It's as if I've unearthed her, as if she's been waiting for me and at last I've come to free her from her windowless existence. It's possible I've drunk a little too much. I hope she can't tell. I'm trying to do the good kind of staring, not the leering kind, but I've had 3/4 of a bottle of wine while reading Philip Sidney's Astrophil and Stella in the hills above the villa with lunch, and I have to confess I don't entirely trust my judgment. As I climb into the passenger seat of the blue-eyed caretaker's rental car, I try to sober up and listen to what she's saying, something about the shutters, but my mind is busy stuttering over a new idea, something about quick little hands with bitten-down nails. As we pull out of the villa's gates, I cast another look at her profile, a delicate, turned-up nose, a hint of freckles on her cheekbones like fine droplets of water on sand. There's a quickening in my stomach, half fear, half excitement, or maybe just desire. I knew this summer was going to be magnificent, and here, now, with the wind tearing in my ears and the sun's heat pressed to my cheek, with a dark-haired beauty beside me, her pale thighs bare against the leather seat, You're going to break the fridge door, by the way, she says. I startle. The fridge door. You keep yanking it from the bottom of the handle. Try pulling from the top, would you? Otherwise Deb and I will have to sort someone to fix it, and all the tradesmen around here think we're morons. We'll end up having to try and do it ourselves. I deflate a bit. How can you tell? I ask, rallying. Have you been watching me, little phantom caretaker? She looks at me, her blue eyes sharp. She has a mole on the top of her lip, just left of where her Cupid's bow mouth rises in soft peaks. Don't call me little. It's patronizing. I waver. The feeling of grandeur, of magnificence, it slips. Am I playing this all wrong? She is little, in my defense, fine-boned and fragile, her collarbone pressing against her skin like a root, her wrists so narrow I could circle them both with one hand. She turns back to the road, smiling slightly. I think she saw me waver. And I wasn't watching you, she continues. Just listening. All the pots on the top of the fridge rattle when you yank it that way. Listening. I have spent much of the last 2 days loudly reciting lines from the Fairy Queen, my primary inspiration for the poetry collection I'm working on, a sort of Homogito Spencer. And yesterday I sang the whole of Taylor Swift's 22 to myself on the terrace with a bottle of wine as a microphone. You have a lovely singing voice, she says, biting her bottom lip. I watch her white teeth pull at the soft pink skin, and for a hot, bold second I imagine those teeth digging into my bare shoulder. Really? She glances at me incredulously. No. Of course not. You're rubbish. You can't possibly not know that. I swallow again. Rallying is getting somewhat harder. You're a little rude. Did anyone ever tell you that, phantom caretaker? My name is Addie, she said. And I'm not rude. I'm a blunt. It's charming. She says it as if she's just figuring it out herself, then flashes me a smile that zips right through me. The line of poetry I'd been playing with is lost as my mind sharpens in on the curve of her lip, the way that dress clings to her breasts. The unsettling way she keeps setting me back. I'm reassessing. She's like a water sprite, yes, but a fierce little one with teeth and claws, half sweetness, half wild. Marcus would love her. It's odd being here without Marcus. He and I have been traveling together all summer. I'd intended to take 3 weeks out from our trip for a family holiday here at Cherry's Villa, but my relatives all cancelled after a classic rerun of an Abbott family favorite, the perennial Everyone is a Disappointment dispute. This old gem invariably ends with my father screaming spittle and invectives at us all, and my brother and I promptly spending reckless amounts of cash to spite him. This year I have gone easy on him. I've merely robbed him of the opportunity to get his money back by attending this holiday solo. Mum is still leaving me voicemails 3 times a day. They're all the same. Dylan, my darling, your father is very sorry. Please do call us back. Funny how my father never phones me himself, given how terribly sorry he is. My long summer in Europe was his idea. Like the classic English gentleman, I should go and sow my wild oats on the continent before returning to the duties of real life. I have resolutely rejected this idea all summer. Of course, I'm here looking for Grace. But Grace is proving very hard to find. And here's Addie, tiny and beautiful, living fairy-like beneath my feet. So who was it who saw your friend in La Rocauric? Addie asks, as we wind our way through the vineyards. There's nobody on the road but the two of us, and even through the wind you can hear the crickets rattling out their strange song from the dry undergrowth bordering the tarmac. Just a friend of a friend. I wave an arm vaguely. The truth is, the lead came from Instagram stalking people who had liked Grace's last post. I'd rather not share this with Addie. I'm sobering up a little, perhaps it's the fresh mountain air, and without the edge of the wine, I'm beginning to feel somewhat out of my league here. Addie is sharp and self-possessed and has really quite phenomenal legs, and I don't think I put any product in my hair this morning. I surreptitiously check, No, nothing, damn. Is she missing, or what? Addie asks. I think for a moment. She's whimsical, I say eventually. She likes to keep people guessing. Addie raises her eyebrows. She sounds tedious. I frown. She's wonderful. If you say so. Grace was with Marcus for most of third year, though neither of them ever gave their relationship any sort of label. She'd flirted with me outrageously after a tutor's dinner in Trinity term, and Marcus had laughed. Why not? He'd said, when Grace had climbed into my lap and I'd looked at him, drunk, a little lost. We share everything else. So Grace and I became whatever we were just before the summer, and then she disappeared. Off to travel, boys, her note had read. Come catch me. Gee. It was exciting for a while, and it's given a shape to mine and Marcus's aimless wanderings around Europe, but we still haven't found her, and the clues she's been leaving us, odd texts, late-night voicemails, messages passed on by youth hostel owners, are becoming briefer and fewer. I've been getting rather worried about her losing interest in the both of us and the trail running cold. Once that happens, I'll have no choice but to answer the question of what the hell I'm doing with my life, a question I am at great pains to avoid. Ahead of us, the road winds its way up the hillside into dark woodland, then opens out again to reveal parched, chalky fields scored with vines. I don't mean to be critical, but Addie is driving far too slowly. These tailback roads are meant for speeding on, but she's crawling up the hill and braking for every corner like an old lady in a coda. You strike me as a man who gets driven more than he drives, Addie says. But I can feel you backseat driving. My father gets driven, I say. I drive. Well, look at you. Addie laughs. Aren't you just a regular guy? I frown, irritated, with her, for a second, and then with myself, but before I can think of a suitable response we round a bend and above us is a village cut into the rock face, so beautiful it distracts me altogether. The rough stone of the cliff is dotted with houses in the same shade of pale, sandy yellow, their higgledy roofs slanting this way and that between cypress and olive trees. A castle sits atop the hill, the slitted windows of its turret turned our way like narrowed eyes. I whistle between my teeth. This place belongs in a fairy tale. It's my sister's least favorite place around here, Addie says. She hates heights. You have a rather negative outlook on the world, I tell her, as we wind our way up towards the village. Fields of olive trees give way to dense hedges and stone walls cut into the side of the hill, with scrubby bleached grass clinging doggedly to the crevices. Addie looks surprised. Me? The fairytale castle is too high up, my whimsical friend is tedious, my singing voice is not to your liking. She pauses and purses her lips in thought. That mole shifts. Suddenly looking at her lips is too much for me. I'm gone, thinking about kissing her, thinking about her mouth against my skin. She catches my eye and her gaze seems somehow molten. I swallow. She turns back to the road, shifting into a passing place as a rattling open-backed truck comes barreling down the hill. I don't think of myself as negative. Practical, maybe. I make a face accidentally, still tipsy, then, and she catches it and laughs. What? Just, practical. It's the sort of thing you say about someone matronly and stout. An aunt with a knack for darning socks. Oh, thanks, Addie says dryly, pulling her sunglasses down from the top of her head as the road twists again, bringing us head-on with the low, fierce sun. It was you who said practical, I point out. I'd call you feisty. Not if you didn't want booting out of the car, you wouldn't. No? I admit, I knew that would get a rise out of her. How about bullshit? Sassy? She cottons on and a smile tugs at the corner of her lips. You're trying to wind me up, aren't you? She likes to be teased, then. I file that away. I'm showing you how enlightened I am. After making the mistake with little. And the judging of my driving. And that. I'm getting somewhere, her tone has warmed. We're in the village now, and between the houses the view is breathtaking, distant, hazy blue hills behind tumbling fields of olive trees and grapevines. There's something mythic about it all. It feels like a setting, rather than a place, as if stories are meant to be made here, and the sense of grandeur resettles on my shoulders as I breathe in the husky scent of olive trees on the air. Addie parallel parks outside a little cafe. It has plastic tables underneath a bamboo awning. A group of Frenchmen sitting by the door watch us with mild interest as we make our way inside. I ask the woman behind the till whether she's seen a tall, hippyish young woman with pink hair down to her waist, gold piercings in her nose and a tattoo of an English rose on her shoulder. No, the woman says, so I try purple hair, or blue. Grace goes through hair dye the way Marcus goes through pretty first-year girls who've yet to be informed of his terrible reputation. Oh, yes, the one with blue hair. She was here a week or so ago with a man, the woman at the till tells me. An older man with a big belly and a pocket watch. She sat in his lap and fed him cubes of Gruyere. No, she didn't leave a message. I narrow my eyes. As much as I'd like to say this doesn't sound like Grace, there's really nothing that sounds unlike Grace. She is wholly unpredictable. That's what Marcus likes about her, I think. Your French is good, Addie says as we make our way to one of the outside tables with an orangina each. It gets me through. How's yours? I'm suddenly wondering how much of that exchange she followed. Oh, pretty crap, really. But I understand enough to know she said there was a bloke with your friend, Addie says, looking sidelong at me. She stretches her legs out, I can feel the Frenchman glancing her way, their eyes following her movement. Does that bother you? Not especially, no. I run a hand through my horribly unstyled hair and try not to stare at Addie's legs. She quirks her eyebrow at me, that teasing smile returning. Seems like you're making an awful lot of effort for a woman who can't even be asked to send you a postcard. It's not like that with Grace, I say, because I don't want her seeing me that way, like a man chasing after a woman who doesn't want to be found. Addie takes that in with a tilt of her head. How come your family aren't here, then? She asks. I wonder if she's nervous. If she is, she hides it very well. Her delicate, elfin features are hard to read, smoothed out like a fresh page in a notebook. Familial dispute. Nothing special. Where are the rest of them? At home? They've just skipped out on 3 weeks at Villa Cerise. She pauses as I shrug yes, and her eyes widen. Who does that? The place is amazing. It is. I feel rather proud of myself for coming, now, and I say something vague about appreciating the privilege which makes Addie's eyes soften. Her gaze holds mine for a moment too long, my pulse beats hot under my skin. How have you been entertaining yourself, then, while you've been here? I ask. She gives me a shrewd look that says she knows what the question really means. Sex with guests, she deadpans. Non-stop, really. Shagging all over the place. I watch her sip her orangina through a straw. Just hearing her say shagging is embarrassingly titillating. I want her. I haven't had sex for 2 months, and suddenly I can't fathom doing anything else. I feel almost faint with the desire to lean forward and kiss her. Really? No, obviously not. That would be disgustingly unprofessional. Oh, right. I pull up short, eyes flicking away from her lips. She laughs. I'm just messing with you. Now I'm thoroughly bewildered. Has she been shagging all over the place or not? Is sleeping with guests off the cards? God, I hope not. If it is, maybe I can just move to a nearby hotel, though that would look a little desperate. Addie's eyes are mischievous, I sip my drink and try to collect my thoughts. Most of the guests are, what would you say? Wrinkly. Dads and granddads and rich guys with hot girlfriends permanently attached to their arms. I manage. So I've spent the last 2 months doing my job. Right. Of course. And getting wasted on the wine they leave behind. And tanning. And stargazing on my back in that insane infinity pool. I think this means I'm all right to look at her legs again. She watches my gaze shift over her and her lip quirks. Penny for your thoughts. My heart beats faster. They are not suitable for public discussion. No? Her eyebrows lift, that smile grows, and my nerves settle a little. She shifts so her bare foot touches my leg. She's kicked off her sandals under the table. Maybe we should find somewhere more private, then. How long is the drive back to the villa? I ask. It comes out rather more quickly than I intended. She slides the car keys across the table. Depends who's driving, I'd say. I bet you €100 I can knock 15 minutes off your time here. Her eyes widen. Done, she says. But be warned. I'm not beneath dirty tactics. My imagination goes haywire. I take the straw out of my drink and down the rest in one while Addie laughs. I know what this beautiful village is for, now. It was built all those hundreds of years ago for this moment, the moment when Addie slips her sandals on and walks ahead of me to the car, hips swaying with promise. I defy anyone to drive better than me in these conditions. Addie slips her dress down one shoulder, then the other. I would say my eyes are on the road approximately 20% of the time, and I've just remembered about all the wine I drank at lunchtime, but, oh, no, I've forgotten about it again because Addie has dropped her dress to her waist and I'm fixated at the sight of all that creamy pale skin. Her bikini is dark orange, 2 minuscule triangles, a few strings tied at the back of her neck, and her eyes are wicked and wide, mouth open in a laughing smile. My throat is extremely dry. For a fleeting moment I wish Marcus could see this, a girl stripping in the passenger seat as I speed down a narrow French road with the sun in my eyes, then she touches my leg and I forget Marcus altogether. I am driving extremely dangerously, but quite frankly this would be the best possible way to go. By the time we pull into the entrance to Villa Cerise I am so turned on I'm shaking. I turn to Addie and meet the heat of her gaze square on, and there's that teasing edge there, like a challenge, but there's a little vulnerability too. Her creamy skin has goosebumped in the cool breeze of the aircon. I can see her nipples beneath the thin fabric of her bikini top. My breath is coming fast. I hardly know where to start. Her eyes move to my lips, then, at a sound outside the car, she glances to the window. I'm just mustering the courage to place a hand on the bare skin of her thigh when she says, "That's not Deb's car." I pause with my hand over the gear stick and follow her gaze to the rental car now parked under the plane trees outside the villa. I stare at it blankly. It's not registering. Car, yes, I see that, but why could it possibly matter more than kissing Addie right this very moment? Are you expecting someone? She asks. I let out an involuntary little moan of despair as she reaches to pull her dress back up, then try to disguise it as a manly clearing of the throat. No, reluctantly I return my gaze to the other car and try to slow my breathing. Is it? My stomach drops, blood pounding, but no, it's not my father. I recognize the jacket slung over the back of the bench at the front of the house, facing out towards the fountains and the valley beyond. It's brown leather, Gucci, and my Uncle Terence has worn it almost every day for all 22 years of my life. For fuck's sake. I kill the engine and press my forehead against the steering wheel. What? Uncle Terry. Your uncle is here? He was supposed to come. Before the familial dispute. I straighten up, close my eyes for a moment, and then open the car door. Dylan, my boy, roars a voice from the terrace. I was beginning to think you'd absconded. Oh ho, who's this beautiful young lady? Where did you find her? Well, that's done the trick. There is no greater turn-off in this world than my Uncle Terence. Hello, Terry, I say wearily. This is Addie. She works at Villa Cerise. Hi, Addie says, waving up at Terry. Anything I can get you, sir? I look askance at her. She's wearing a new expression, a strange, plastic smile. This is her speaking to client's face. I'm pleased to see how different it is from the slow, wicked grin she gave me within moments of us meeting. Dinner. Do you do dinner? Terry asks. I cringe. Addie isn't. Absolutely, Addie says smoothly. She adjusts her dress a little higher at the neck. I can request a chef for you. There are some fantastic local ones. I'll fetch you the list. I watch her go. Her hips aren't swaying now. I am desperate with longing. Pretty, that one, Terry calls down to me. But I expect you're still smitten with the blonde from Atlanta? I cringe again as Addie pauses in the doorway to the kitchen for a moment, one hand on the stone wall. Terry is out of date in all senses. That jacket of his hasn't looked good since the 90s, and Michelle from Atlanta hasn't been on the scene since Michaelmas term of third year, for Christ's sake. What are you doing here, Uncle Terry? I heard on the grapevine that you decided to go ahead with the family holiday. He grins down at me. 3 weeks of sun and wine with my favorite nephew. And none of the rest of the rabble. How could I pass that up? Come on up here, boy, let's open a bottle to celebrate. I drag my feet up the steps and across to the terrace. The pool lies at one edge, glinting pale blue. Beyond the water, the vineyards look hyperreal under the sun's glare. Terry slaps me on the back. His receding hairline has retreated so far now that he just sports a small patch above the forehead and one of those around the ears styles that monks used to favor in medieval times. Good to see you, Dylan. I grit my teeth. You too, Terry. My family. They're like a bad cold I can't shake, a dreadful pop song I can't stop singing. How do I get rid of them? And, more immediately, how do I get rid of Uncle Terry? Now. Addie. The sun's properly up now, starbursting on the windscreen, making me squint even with my sunglasses on. The road ahead looks kind of dusty through it, like everything needs a wipe. Dylan hasn't said a word for over half an hour. We are 300 miles away from Ettrick and having him in this car is making it hard to breathe. He still wears the same aftershave. Light and woody, a hint of orange. I'm actually a very modern man, thank you very much, Marcus is telling Deb. She just called him a caveman. He said something sexist that I didn't catch, which is probably for the best. Oh, yes. You know what I did the other day? What? I moisturized. I have to bite back a smile. I forgot this about Marcus. How charming he is, when he wants to be. And do you know what Dylan's talked me into? What has Dylan talked you into? Rodney says, when Deb doesn't answer. She's on her phone, that'll be annoying Marcus. He likes undivided attention. He's got me going to his therapist, Marcus says, in a scandalized whisper. I blink, processing. Marcus is in therapy. Dylan's in therapy? That's so weird. Like one of them taking up knitting or something. I bet their therapist is having a field day with these boys, though. Years of material. How have you found therapy? I ask Dylan, trying to keep my voice light. I look at him for just long enough to catch the bob of his Adam's apple as he swallows. Good, thanks, he says. Right. Well then. We drive on in silence for a while. I'm dying to ask why he went. When did he start? Was it because of me? But that's so self-absorbed. I realized I was a little, that some of the relationships in my life weren't entirely healthy. He swallows again. Everyone in the back of the car is very, very quiet. I thought I could do with some help sorting that. You know. From a professional. My cheeks are hot again. That'll teach me for being self-absorbed. Let's play a game, says Marcus. I'm bored. Only boring people get bored, Deb says. Only boring people say that, Marcus corrects her. 5 questions. I'll go first. Ask me anything. Go on. What's the worst thing you've ever done? Deb asks promptly. Marcus snorts. Which particular social construct would you like me to measure worst by? I don't really subscribe to a standard system of morality. How very exciting of you, Deb says flatly. Marcus looks put out. I caught and cooked one of our neighbor's pet ducks, once, he says after a moment. Will that do? There is a collective gasp. That's awful, exclaims Rodney. Why? Marcus shrugs. No food in, shops were closed. You ate it? Rodney says, and I can hear him shrinking back into his seat. With hoisin sauce. Next question. Have you ever been in love? Deb asks. Or does that not fit into your non-standard system of morality? The silence stretches too tight. I don't look at Dylan. I fall in love 100 times a month, darling, Marcus says lightly. The next song is playing, Taylor Swift, I Did Something Bad. Nobody falls in love 100 times, I say, before I can stop myself. You couldn't. It would kill you. Marcus snorts so quietly I almost don't catch it. I feel myself flush. The only time I've ever fallen in love was when the midwife handed me my son, Deb says. I shoot her a grateful look for the change of subject. I can feel Marcus's gaze on the back of my neck. He'd look away if I met his eyes in the mirror, I know he would, but I don't quite have the nerve. He's the only man I've ever met who struck me as worth the effort, frankly, Deb continues, with a quick smile for me. Next question for Marcus. What's the nicest thing you've ever done for someone else? Rodney asks. We all look at him, surprised. Is that okay? He asks, cringing. Christ, man, you're a walking apology, aren't you? Marcus says. What, I? He's polite, Marcus, I say. It's a good thing. Most people appreciate it. Marcus waggles his eyebrows and I catch something in his expression in the mirror. A challenge, maybe. Ooh. Dylan, watch out. You've got some competition, he says. Shut up, Marcus, I snap. You know it's not like that. Come on, guys, Dylan says, reaching to turn the radio up. Leave it, please. Not like that. Marcus says. Well. Heard that before, haven't we? The anger rises all at once and I feel my cheeks flare red. I hate him. I hate him, I hate him, and God, I'm still not brave enough to tell him to fuck right off like I want to. Marcus. Dylan's voice turns sharp. Don't say something you're going to regret. The car feels like it's shrinking, its grimy windows leaning in. What I'll regret is sitting here while you pine for her all over again and I say nothing. That woman broke you, Dylan. I thought you'd realize that now. You'd be better off jumping out of this car into the fast lane than you are letting her work her way under your skin again. What the hell? I'm hot, heart pounding, I'm raging. I open my mouth to yell at him, but Deb's already there. Where do you get off talking about Addie like you know a thing about my sister, you? Oh, I know about your sister. Marcus, shut the fuck up, Dylan shouts, and I jump. I'm holding the steering wheel so tight it hurts. I will not shut up. I'm sick of you treating me like some fucking basket case you need to fix when. Addie. Rodney interrupts in a small voice. You're lucky to have Dylan, Deb tells Marcus. You're lucky to have anyone, frankly. And what's your problem? Marcus yells at her. Addie, says Rodney, with rising urgency. Addie. I know, I gasp. Oh my God. What's my problem? Deb snaps, as Dylan says. Marcus, you said you'd try, you said. And Rodney keeps saying my name, louder and louder, Anne. Everyone, shut up, I scream. The car is drifting. I thought it was me at first, my head's all over the place, but it's definitely the car. What does it mean if the car's pulling left? My first thought is ice, and something about steering into the swerve, but it's hot enough that the sun is shimmering above the tarmac. It's definitely not ice. I move into the left lane. I'm swerving, pulling the wheel too far right to compensate, crossing the white lines. I try to slow down. For a mad second I think my foot is on the wrong pedal. The car doesn't react properly when I brake. It feels like trying to shout but not getting any sound out. I push down harder and the car slows a bit, still dragging me left, and I let out a sound, a frustrated, frightened "gah." There's a hard shoulder, Addie, get on it, says Deb behind me. Everyone else is quiet. I can hear them breathing. I work my way down the gears, third, second, first. I hope this hard shoulder isn't going to end. There's a ringing in my ears like the world's muffled. My neck still hurts from the whiplash, I notice absently. From the last time we crashed. Hold on, I say grimly. We're not going faster than 10 miles an hour, now, but as I ease the parking brake on, everyone still jolts forward. The car groans. We sit in silence, and then, very slowly, I lower my forehead against the steering wheel. As I wait for my heart to stop trying to claw its way up my throat, Dylan slowly reaches across and hits the button to put our hazards on. We all unfreeze. Fuck, Marcus says behind me. Goodness me, says Rodney. Everyone all right? Deb asks. I twist, forehead still on the steering wheel, and look at Dylan. His face is slack with shock. For a sharp second it reminds me of his expression when he stood in the doorway to our flat as I beat his chest with my fists and told him no, he couldn't leave me. Marcus gives a shrill laugh from the back seat. Fuck me, Addie Gilbert, you just saved our lives. My breathing still isn't slowing. I wonder if near-death experiences get more or less scary each time. Like, should I be calmer because I've already had one car crash today? Or panicking more, because I've still got all that leftover terror in my system? There is a knock at the car window, passenger side. I shriek. My hand flies to my chest. Behind me, everyone screams. But Dylan's reaction is the most surprising. He throws an arm out in front of me, as though we're still moving and we're about to hit something. Hello? You all right in there? I squint. The sun's behind the man at the window, I can only just make him out. He's big and tough looking, in his 50s maybe. He has peppery stubble across his sagging jaw. Beneath the white vest he's wearing I can just see half the text of a tattoo, on conditio. Do you need help? He asks. Dylan drops his arm and winds down the window. Hi, he says, clearing his throat. We've broken down. I suppose you gathered that much. The man makes a sympathetic sort of grimace. I saw you, he says, gesturing upwards. We've stopped just shy of a big concrete bridge running over the motorway. There's a set of steps running down the bank to our left. He must have come down when he saw us. What a nice man. Assuming he's not an opportunistic murderer. Do we need to, call the AA? Rodney asks. We should get out. Right? I direct this at the stocky Good Samaritan currently eyeing us through the car window. Oh, yeah, he says, nodding. Yeah, but get out this way. He points behind him. Dylan clambers out first, then Deb, Rodney and Marcus. I climb out last, over the gear stick, which is a pretty technical maneuver. By the time I emerge from the car, our burly Good Samaritan's eyes have settled on Deb and widened with delight. Hello, gorgeous, he says. Deb gives him a cursory look and I suppress the urge to eye roll. We don't have time for this shit. I need to call our breakdown cover, I say, looking down at my phone. Can someone walk to the nearest one of those post thingies that tells them where we are? I'll go, Dylan says. He clears his throat, embarrassed, his voice came out all squeaky. Deb already has the car bonnet open and is rummaging around in there. Rodney sidles over to the Good Samaritan. So, he says to him, in the bright tone of someone who does not have a natural gift for small talk. What do you do? I close my eyes. This is not how this weekend was meant to go. Why aren't I speeding down the motorway singing Dolly Parton at the top of my voice, with Deb eating minstrels in the passenger seat? That was the plan. And that sounds so good right now. Dylan calls the number out to me as he walks back to the car. His t-shirt billows in the breeze and his hands are tucked in his jean pockets. He looks too good, it hurts. I turn away, staring out at the traffic as I ring our breakdown cover. This is dangerous. Not the car troubles, I mean, but Dylan. For a split second there, as I watched him strolling across the tarmac with his hair blowing in the wind, I didn't mind missing out on Dolly Parton and minstrels with my sister. I wanted to be here. With him. 2 hours. 2 hours. My breakdown cover guarantees roadside attendance within 30 minutes, Marcus says as we spread a blanket out on the verge. God, I hate him. And he still unsettles me. If anyone else had said what he said before the car broke down, that shit about how I broke Dylan, I would have left them on the side of the road. But with Marcus, even now, I have to fight not to slip into old Addy. Little Addy, forgettable Addy, Addy who's always second place. He brings out the worst in me in pretty much every way. Yes, well, I say, trying to keep my voice steady. I bet my breakdown cover is a lot more affordable than yours. That'll be your mistake, he says. You get what you pay for. He's still not quite meeting my gaze, I notice. Dylan, Rodney and Deb have all set off in different directions for a wee, and right now, stuck setting up the picnic with Marcus, I wish I had a weaker bladder. I just have to rise above. Be an adult. Me and Dylan can put the past behind us for one day, Marcus. Maybe you should try and do the same. He snorts. You'd like that, wouldn't you? The Good Samaritan says from behind me. I'll just be getting on, then, eh? Oh, God, sorry. I blush, swiveling to look at him. Thanks so much for your help. I just don't have the headspace to be polite to guests right now. Rodney's bad enough. He gives off this vibe of total ineptitude. As if he needs constant looking after, like a toddler, or my dad at a party. I didn't catch your name, sorry. I say. Kevin, the Good Samaritan says. The rush of traffic creates a constant wind. We're all raising our voices a bit, like we're in a noisy pub. I drive lorries. Kevin who drives lorries, Marcus says, you look like a man with stories to share. Why don't you sit yourself down with us and tell us some tales? I double take. Somehow while I've been facing the other way, Marcus has found my bag of top-up snacks. He's already snapped off half the fruit and nut bar, which he is now gnawing. I narrow my eyes and then look back at Kevin. He isn't smiling, not technically, but is kind of smiling without smiling. Like how dogs do. Now that I'm calming and the sun's not behind him, I take a moment to look at him properly. He's short and stocky and weathered. I don't reckon Kevin spends much time on self-care. His body is dotted with tattoos, a Union Jack on the front of his leg, just above the knee, a date, the 5th of September 16, at the side of his neck, a small and surprisingly cute dog on his forearm, labeled Cookie, R.I.P. Kevin's eyes drift to Deb as she walks back towards us. Why not? This job's only a favor for a friend. I'm not really on duty, he says. And so Kevin, who drives lorries, comes and joins us on the picnic blanket. It's a fairly tight fit. We're in a circle around a mound of snacks. The sun is high enough to burn me, and I slather on sun cream while Deb lifts the bottom of her t-shirt to tan her stomach. We're almost 2 hours behind schedule, Deb says, squinting as she checks her phone screen. We'll never make it in time to help set up for the barbecue now. We're still in, where are we? Just past Banbury, Kevin supplies, swigging from the large bottle of lemonade he and Deb have been passing back and forth. Bloody hell, Deb says, lying back on the blanket again. We've barely got anywhere. Shouldn't someone call Cherry to give her a heads up? Dylan and I exchange glances. Cherry is not going to be happy if we're late for the start of the wedding celebrations. Let's wait a bit, I say. The breakdown recovery guys could be early. They said 2 hours at the worst. Plus we budgeted loads of time for stops, Deb. What's your story then, all of you? Kevin asks, eyes on Deb. Seems like a lot of people to fit in a mini. Dylan coughs. A lorry shoots past in the left lane and Deb's hair flies up in response. Should I not ask? Kevin says. Marcus points at me. Addie broke Dylan's heart. He turns to point to Dylan, about 1.5 years ago, and then totaled his car this morning. She feels guilty for ruining his life, so she's giving us a lift because we're all going to the wedding of Cherry, the only person in the world who has ever liked both Dylan and Addie. My heart beats faster, the rage bubbling again. Addie broke Dylan's heart. Like he didn't fucking eviscerate mine. I fight to hold my tongue, because I shouldn't rise to it, I mustn't. Deb sits up on her elbows. That's bullshit, she says. Better version, Dylan walked out on Addie in December 2017. Biggest mistake of his life, obviously, and he knows it. Dylan looks down at the grass. Then Dylan drove into the back of our car and destroyed his. We said we'd give them a lift to Cherry's wedding like the very good people we are. And I liked both Dylan and Addie, she adds. For a while. Kevin looks between us all. You can see the gears working. And him? He asks, pointing to Rodney. Oh, Rodney's just along for the ride, Deb says, lying back down again. Sorry, says Rodney. Marcus rolls his eyes. Dylan is still staring down at the grass. I wish I could see his face properly. Aren't you going to tell her? Marcus demands, nodding to Deb. Dylan, Christ, have some balls. Tell her it wasn't like that. The motorway roars through the silence. Fuck's sake, Marcus says, getting up and brushing down his jeans. Anyone getting flashbacks to 2017, or just me? Marcus, Dylan says quietly. Just leave it, okay? Leave it? Leave it? Marcus. Sharper this time. Rodney's head swivels back and forth between Marcus and Dylan as if he's watching table tennis. I clench my fists in my lap. I want to leave. My muscles are tensed, ready. What about it, Yen, Dylan? My nails cut into my palm. My heart rate soars. I really didn't think Marcus would say it. Don't talk about what you don't understand, Deb snaps. Kevin looks between us all, forehead creased. Bloody hell. It's like an episode of Jeremy Kyle out here. What's not to understand? Marcus asks. He sounds genuinely exasperated, and I can't look at him. I can't sit here any longer. My body aches with tension. I get up so abruptly I spill Rodney's little plastic cup of orange juice. He yelps and rights it, but the juice is already spreading across the blanket. I walk away. Up the bank, towards the steps Kevin came down when he found us. My heart's pounding. I hear Deb call for me. I don't look back. It takes me a while to realize someone's following me, and another few seconds to clock that it's Dylan. Go back to the others, I say, glancing over my shoulder at him. No, he says. Dylan, just go. He says nothing this time, but I can still hear him above the rush of traffic. I walk faster and reach the road that crosses the motorway bridge. There's a path here, narrow enough for one person to walk along. To either side are fields separated from the road by grassy banks dotted with white flowers. If it wasn't for the roar of the cars beneath me, I'd feel like I'd stepped into the countryside. Addy, come on, slow down. He jogs to catch me up. Are you okay? I stop and spin on my heels so fast he stumbles and almost collides with me. Am I okay? Marcus is so. I look away. It's hard, standing this close to Dylan and meeting his gaze. He's such a dick. I know. I'll talk to him. No, don't. Just give me a minute. I know it's hard to do, but the best thing is just to ignore him. Oh, and that's what you're doing, is it? This is so familiar. It's like slipping into an old pair of shoes. I'm angry because I'm ashamed, I know that, but I still say the words that'll hurt him. Because to me it looks like you're still his trusty sidekick. Following him around like a puppy. Dylan opens his mouth to snap back at me and then closes it again. He looks at the ground. My heart hurts. I remember this sense of self-loathing so well. Is this still who I am? Just because it's familiar, does that mean it's me? Maybe those old shoes don't fit me anymore. The anger's gone as quickly as it came. Sorry, I say. Sorry. I didn't. I'm just upset. He looks up. It's not like that with Marcus, he says. Not anymore. He's changing. No. I tear my gaze aside, turning to keep walking away from the motorway. He hasn't changed a bit. You can't change a man like Marcus. I understand why you'd think that. Dylan's voice is calm and level. But I do believe he's getting somewhere. He's different. Dylan's walking beside me now, on the roadside. His arm brushes mine, snagging a little against the sticky sun cream on my skin. For a moment I can smell him again. The scent makes me dizzy, as if the world's going warped, like when someone gets pulled back in time on the telly. Doesn't seem to be different when it comes to me. You know he doesn't know the whole story, Dylan says quietly. I know. I take a road left into a new-build estate lined with parked cars and squint as the sun hits a window. He's still a dick, though. Dylan doesn't dispute it. We walk on for a while in silence. This feels weird, like we're suddenly improvising a scene we've run through 1,000 times before. Dylan's expression is serious. I can't seem to recover that anger that went out of me when I saw how I'd hurt him. Suddenly all I want to do is make him smile. It's such a forceful sensation that I press a hand to my stomach to stem it. While we're here, just the two of us, I want to say I'm sorry for what I said about your decision to stop talking to me, Dylan says into the silence. That was your choice. In fairness, he's always respected that choice. Even though I've ached so many times to take it back. I thought it would make it easier. I trail off. Yeah. Did it? No. Nothing made it easier. I was unmade when Dylan left me, and there was no simple way to rebuild myself. Only piece by piece. It's not been the easiest couple of years, I say, in the end. No, his arm brushes mine again, on purpose, I think. I wish I could've. Don't do that. It comes out strangled. Don't wish things. He stays quiet. Marcus has changed. Is changing. Just look out for it, please. For me. Don't do that either. Don't say for me like. I'm sorry. But I want you to know I wouldn't be in a car with Marcus if he was still the man you knew when we were together. I glance at him. He wouldn't have said something like that a year and a half ago. I spot the difference again, the shorter hair, a little line between his eyebrows, and now when Marcus is being a prick to me, Dylan snaps at him. That's new too. The frown, the hair, the snapping, it all adds up to make him seem kind of worldlier. A bit damaged, a bit stronger. More self-possessed. We should probably. He sighs and looks behind him. We've left a very weird combination of people by the side of the motorway. I rub my face and laugh shakily into my hands. Oh, God. Kevin the trucker has probably killed them all. Or Rodney. It's always the quiet ones. We smile at one another. I turn back first, my arm brushing his again. I was wrong, I say on impulse. About the not talking. It was worse. I wish I hadn't asked you to leave me alone. I watch the corners of his mouth turn up. There was a time when I would have done anything to make him smile like that. Thank you for telling me, he says simply. We walk back towards the Mini in silence. It's hard to know what to say after that. I'm walking slower than I should be. I like the feeling of him beside me. We both stop as we reach the steps down to the motorway. Oh, Christ, Dylan says. Can't leave them alone for 5 minutes, can we? Dylan. Beneath us, on the motorway verge, Rodney, Kevin, and Marcus form a bizarre tableau. They seem to be conducting some sort of amateur Olympic games. Rodney has an empty bottle held like a javelin, his other arm sighting the throw. Thankfully he is aiming away from the busy motorway. He is sporting an expression of comical concentration on his face. Meanwhile Marcus and Kevin are squatting down to lift 2 suitcases. It's all in the legs, Marcus is saying as he grabs hold of my luggage. You don't need upper arm strength. Addie's sister watches over proceedings from the picnic blanket, where, from my limited understanding of such things, she seems to be expressing breast milk into a Hoover-like contraption attached to her chest. Kevin hefts the suitcase with practiced ease. Upper arm strength helps, though. He proceeds to bicep curl the suitcase while Marcus, who's never had the patience or dedication required to regularly go to the gym, or in fact regularly do anything, attempts to lift the suitcase above his head like a weightlifting champion. He gets halfway and then sets it down again, looking rather red in the face. Just getting a good grip, he says. Kevin chortles, doing a few casual squats. Addie sighs beside me. I do not like the way Deb is looking at that trucker. Kevin? Really? She's not had sex since having Riley. She said something about wanting to get back in the saddle this weekend. Her expression mirrors mine. Is Rodney actually taking part? I ask, watching him practice the throw before going in for the real thing. He looks a little like an animated stick figure with his knobbly knees jutting and his feet turned out. The bottle sails up the bank, not quite reaching the line of trees at the top, and then topples gracelessly down again. Just joining in, I guess, in his own way, Addie says, with something that sounds a lot like fondness. He doesn't seem to have fallen for Deb like the other two, does he? Kevin's certainly smitten, but I would say Marcus is. I pause carefully. Doing what Marcus does whenever there's a woman in proximity. Not that Deb would ever go anywhere near him, all things considered. Oh, bloody hell, there he goes, I say as Marcus topples over below, suitcase thudding to the ground beside him. He had to pick my suitcase, didn't he? Kevin carefully sets Marcus's suitcase down. Rodney stretches a hand out. It takes Kevin a moment to realize he's asking for a high five. Rodney's delighted expression when their palms clap suggests that Rodney is accustomed to people leaving him hanging. You lot are right, laugh, Kevin says, bouncing on his toes, seemingly energized by all the bicep curling. Really? Even Rodney? Marcus says, brushing himself down as he stands. Kevin, you need to broaden your horizons. You know, I once met a woman who could fellate her own toes. Now she was fun. Gosh, says Rodney, as Kevin roars with laughter and slaps Marcus on the back. Deb spots us and waves, then removes her breast pump. It's only my extremely quick thinking that saves me from the sight of Addie's sister's nipple. If you lot want anything else to eat or drink, it's not a long walk to Tesco from here, Kevin says, and there's a huskiness to his tone that makes me wonder if he might have seen rather more of Deb's breast than I did. Deb pushes herself to standing. Why don't you show me, she says briskly to Kevin. Called it, Addie says. What? You don't mean, they're not going to have sex on the way to Tesco, are they? You really have changed, Addie says dryly, then her cheeks flare as she registers what she's said. She's right to blush. I'm gone the moment she says it, thinking of all the nights we couldn't wait until we got home, sex against walls, in the backs of cars, on the dry chalky soil of the vineyard next to Villa Cerise. Off to the shops, Kevin says, with a cheery wave. His broad grin looks more like a grimace. I get the impression he's not especially accustomed to smiling. Looking at Kevin is proving very helpful with the sexual thoughts, so I watch him make his way up the bank and try to concentrate on his grisly balding head. It doesn't work. All I can think about is Addie's soft, curved hip, Addie's bare thighs, Addie's long dark hair splayed across my chest as she presses her lips to the band of my boxers. It seems almost unbelievable now that holding her body against mine wasn't always a fantasy, that once upon a time I could reach out and touch her. Then, Addie, can't the girl find us another bottle of vino? She'll have a naughty secret stash somewhere, I'll bet. The girl. There's been plenty of knobbish visitors in the last 6 weeks at Villa Cerise, but Dylan's Uncle Terry is getting under my skin like none of the others have. Him and Dylan have been up on the terrace ever since we got back from La Rocaulric. I've been getting on with jobs down here and in the house, but I can still hear them. Terry's the fun guy of the boys you'd see at a pub quiz machine. The one who never gets laid but talks like he's screwed every girl in the bar. That guy, but 20 years on. Still fun, still not getting any. I frown at my reflection in the mirror on the living room wall of the flat. That was bitchy. I'm better than that. I just need to take a breather. I examine myself more closely. The mirror's a bit convex, or maybe the other one, concave. Anyway, it makes my nose look tiny and my eyes bug-like and huge. I turn my head a little to and fro, wondering what Dylan sees. Whether he'll still see it tomorrow. I've always felt like I have a forgettable sort of face. Deb has these beautiful thick eyebrows that she's never plucked. They make her face look iconic, like she's a model. My eyebrows just look like, I don't know. I can't even think of anything to say about them. Ah. I look away from the mirror and reach for the bottle of wine I just fetched from mine and Deb's naughty secret stash, because, as irritating as it is to prove Terry right, we totally have won. My heart thumps too fast as I make my way up to the terrace. It's ridiculous, the way my body reacts to Dylan. I've not fancied anyone like this for ages. Here you go, I say as I approach them. My mood improves a bit at Dylan's expression. That cool, practiced stare he was doing earlier has gone, and his sort of gazing, as if his longing for me, as if he wants to undress me slowly. My stomach tightens. I kind of assumed that Terry arriving would put an end to the staring. Like having an extra onlooker would make Dylan realize, oh, she's not that special after all. Good girl, says Terry, reaching for the bottle. I knew I liked you. I give a tinkling laugh that sounds nothing like my real one. Anything else I can get you? Won't you join us? Terry asks, pointing to an empty chair. It must get lonely down there in the bowels of the building. Dylan frowns, shifting in his seat. He doesn't have to worry. I'm not about to sit through an evening of family banter with pervy Uncle Terry. I think I'll just go to bed, actually, I say. Long day. They let me go with minimal protest, and when I close the door to the flat behind me, I lean against it, eyes closed. I remember that look of Dylan's. The longing look. My breath catches. I try to go to bed. I've been so low on sleep all summer, but I'm too restless. It's so hot. I kick one leg out from under the sheet, then the other, then give up on it altogether and leave it crumpled in the bottom corner of the bed. I'm lying there hoping for a knock on the door, if I'm honest. I've finally started to drift off when it comes, and for a moment I think I've dreamt it. But there it is again, a soft double tap. I sit up sharply in bed. My mouth tastes stale and my lips are dry. God knows what my hair looks like. I dash to the bathroom to run a toothbrush around my mouth and scrape my knotted hair up into a messy bun. It looks too done, I redo it. By the time I get to the door, the sleepy eyes I'm blinking Dylan's way are totally fake. I'm wide awake now. The night air is still warm, and as Dylan steps inside the flat he brings the smell of sun-baked vines with him. I wasn't sure you'd wake, he whispers as I click the door shut behind us. You strike me as a heavy sleeper. I am, actually. My ex always complained that I snore way too loudly for such a small person, but that doesn't feel like the sexiest of admissions, so I shake my head. I was not exactly waiting, but I flush, already wishing I'd said something that sounded more assertive. More like Summer Addy. A slow smile grows on his lips. His eyes turn cocky again. He's wearing that put-on confidence he had when he first turned up on my doorstep. He reaches one hand out and takes mine, tugging me gently towards him. I feel we left a few things unsaid, he tells me, voice low. I step close enough that I have to tilt my chin up to look at him. Just his hand in mine is enough to start my pulse racing again. His floppy brown hair is all styled now, falling artfully over his forehead. Somehow it makes him look even scruffier. Oh? I breathe. Unsaid? Perhaps I mean undone, he says, dropping my hand to undo the buttons on the cami I wore in bed. His fingers move slowly, starting at the top, his knuckle brushing against my breast as he unbuttons. He doesn't shift the fabric until every button is done. I'm already breathing hard when he finally pushes the straps back over my shoulders and lets the cami pull to the floor behind me. We're still in the kitchen, we've barely moved a few paces from the front door. For a moment he just looks down at me. His eyes are wide, lips parted. My breath hitches. Then he moves, backing me up, his hands shifting down to my waist, his lips closing in on mine. My back hits the door hard just as our tongues touch. This kiss isn't a first kiss, it's foreplay. I lose track of time, of everything, drowsy with wanting, hearing myself moan, grabbing fistfuls of his shirt until he breaks away from me to yank it over his head. When my bare skin touches his, we both gasp. "Christ," he says, pushing my hair back with one hand as he lowers his lips to mine. "You're killing me already." I writhe against him, one leg lifting, pajama shorts ruching. I'm unbuckling his belt when the knock comes at the door behind me. I jump so much my teeth knock into Dylan's with a jolt. We stumble away from the door, tangled together. Dylan spins just in time to shield me from view as Uncle Terry pokes his head around the door. For God's sake. Terry is absolutely the sort of man who knocks right at the same time as he turns the door handle, isn't he? "Yoo-hoo," he calls. "Maddie?" "Oh, well, hello, you too." He chuckles. Am I interrupting? I cringe back into Dylan, burying my face in his chest. His arms close around me. Maddie. I get called that one a lot, and Ali, and Annie. "Go away, Terry," Dylan says. "Go outside until the lady's decent, for God's sake." "Whatever you say, Dylan," Terry says, chortling, and I hear the door click shut again. "Oh, God," I say into Dylan's chest. "Fuckety bollocking asshole Uncle Terry," he says, moving to fetch my camisole and his shirt off the kitchen floor. He's breathing so heavily his chest is heaving. I'm not much better. "I can still hear you, my boy," Terry calls. "What are you doing knocking on her door at 2 in the morning?" Dylan yells so loudly I jump. "What are you doing knocking on her door at 2 in the morning, that's what I'd like to know," Terry calls back. "I think it's pretty obvious what I was doing," Dylan says, running an exasperated hand through his hair. "And her name is Addie. Not Maddie." I snort with laughter. This is obviously horrifying and not at all funny, but also. It is a bit funny. That yoo-hoo as Terry stuck his head around the door. "I heard a commotion," Terry says. "When I came down for a snack. Thought I'd better check the lady was all right." "I'm fine, thanks, Mr. Abbott," I call, then cover my face with my hands. "Oh God," I whisper. "I'm so sorry," Dylan says beseechingly. His hair is sticking up all over the place and his lips are swollen. The bravado is gone. He's even sexier this way. A little lost looking. I stand on tiptoes to press a slow kiss against his neck. I feel his Adam's apple bob as he swallows back a groan. "Another time," I whisper. "You know where to find me, now." Dylan. She's mesmerized me. I'm Odysseus at Circe's island, I'm Shakespeare's Romeo, I'm nursing an almost permanent erection. It's been 4 hours since Addie pressed that single, burning kiss to my throat in the clutter of her little kitchen, and I've barely slept an hour since. My brain is rammed with rushed, heated poems, borderline erotica. They look even worse when I write them down. In a moment of insanity at around 6 in the morning I decide to fold them and post them under her bedroom door, but thankfully I stop myself just as I head out of my room, realizing that this will almost certainly make me look creepy, or, perhaps worse, desperate. Instead I return to my bed and imagine reading them to her here, naked, then I have to take a cold shower. It's 10 in the morning before I see her again. She arrives on the terrace where Terry and I are taking our coffees. She's fresh-faced, wearing a patterned little dress that flirts around her upper thighs with each step. In her hand is a paper bag dappled with buttery stains, fresh croissants from the nearby village. Her fingers graze mine as I take the pastries. Never has patisserie been so sexually charged. "Thank you," I murmur. "You look a little peaky," she says, and that mole on her upper lip shifts as she tries not to smile. "Didn't sleep so well." "I owe you an apology," my nephew tells me. Terry calls. "I'm sorry for barging in, it was very ungentlemanly of me." When she turns from me to Terry, I want her gaze back immediately. I want her all to myself. I've forgotten it all, Terry says, waving his arm. Don't remember a thing. All right? Addie pauses for a beat. Thank you, she says, with a small smile. I appreciate that. Then she turns and walks away. Where are you going? I blurt. She looks over her shoulder at me. Jobs to do, she says, smiling. You'll see me around. She returns while we take lunch on the terrace. She's wearing a red swimming costume and proceeds to clean the leaves out of the swimming pool. I think I am going to cry. The task involves an excruciating amount of bending over. I get drunk mid-afternoon, thinking it might help, or at least make Uncle Terence seem more interesting. All it does is loosen my tongue. I think she might be the one, I tell Terry, flopping back on the sofa. It's too hot to sit outside now. We've retreated to the cool of the enormous living room with its silk tapestries and endless cushions. Terry chuckles. See if you still feel that way once you've. He gives a crude gesture that makes me want to throw the bottle of wine at his head. It's not like that, I insist, topping up my glass. She's so wonderful. I've never fancied someone this hard. I meant to say this much, but what I've said is more accurate. I'm pained with wanting her. Ah, the impulsivity of youth, Terry says benevolently. Wait until you've seen her gain 20 pounds and develop a fascination with the shopping channels. Uncle Terry. Literally everything you say is totally unacceptable. Your generation, so sensitive, he says, sitting back and balancing his wine glass on his beer belly. I knock back my drink. No day has ever passed as slowly as this day. Terry invites Addie to have supper with us when we pass her in the hall, but she declines, her eyes on me. I'm not sure what it means. Is she turning down more than just that invite, after a day to think? The idea that she might not want me to come to her flat tonight makes me positively lightheaded with despair. Over dinner, Uncle Terry doesn't stop talking about Uncle Rupee and how poorly he invested his money in the 1990s. This could not be less interesting to me. I despise talking about money, it makes me uncomfortable, and all the ranting means Terry eats so slowly I want to reach across and stab the rest of his steak with my own fork to steal it off his plate. He's not quite finished mopping up the juices with his bread when I get up to clear away the plates, and he squawks as I whisk it out from under him. I know why you're so keen to get rid of me, he says as I carry the plates through to the kitchen and leave them on the side. You want to sneak down to the servants' quarters, don't you? I grit my teeth. I want to see Addie, yeah. She's already got you wrapped around her little finger, I see. Swanning around in swimwear and teasing you all day long. I walk back into the dining room as he shakes his head and laughs. You're going to have your hands full with that one. Terry is always obnoxious, but hearing him talk about Addie like this is intolerable. I bunch my fists. He isn't as bad as Dad, at least. For a moment I imagine what it would have been like if the whole family had come on this holiday, as my father had intended. Uncle Rupee and his wilting American wife, the trio of sharp-nosed cousins from Notting Hill, my brother, Luke, without his partner, Javier, because Javier is never invited. Luke would endure the sly homophobia of my family in quiet, stifled agony, and I would want to punch somebody, and Dad would tell us how disappointing we are, and Mum would spend the holiday desperately trying to fix everything, as she always does. No, this holiday is a gift, despite Terry's presence. I slowly unclench my fists. Look, I say. I must try not to sound desperate, though, of course, I absolutely am. If you can just spend tonight on your own, you and I can go on a tour of the local vineyards tomorrow. All day. Just us. I won't even drink, so I can drive you. Terry looks torn. Always the self-described life of the party, he is absolutely frantic about being left alone for even a moment. But wine tasting is one of his favorite occupations, and I know the promise of my undivided attention for a whole day will have some sway. All right, he concedes. Perhaps I could read a book. He looks around in a lost sort of way. There's a TV in the living room, I tell him. And they've got all the Fast and Furious films on DVD. All of them. He brightens somewhat. Well, enjoy yourself, boy. He winks. I'll sleep with earplugs. I suppress a shudder. That's right. Thanks. Have a good night, Terry. Addie. Dylan's out of breath when he gets to the door of the flat. He must have sprinted down from the dining room. It's been adorable, watching his hangdog eyes following me all day. Yesterday he seemed sexy, interesting, today he seems sweet. Earlier I caught him writing in a leather-bound notebook by the pool and his tongue was sticking out between his front teeth. Hi, he says breathlessly. I am here in the hope that even after a day of overhearing my uncle's objectionable views, you might still be interested in kissing me. I laugh, leaning on one hip. I'm wearing a pair of dungarees cut off above the knee, with my red swimsuit underneath. I always feel most meish in dungarees. I was annoyed with myself this morning for changing into that short dress for Dylan when I got back from the bakery. It had worked, his jaw had literally dropped, but it had felt a bit cheap. How did you manage to get rid of him? Dylan's hands clench and unclench like he's itching to reach for me. The heat builds in my stomach. I promised him a whole day of undivided attention visiting vineyards tomorrow. Dylan brushes his hair out of his eyes. May I come in? I pause as if deliberating, but the tortured misery of his expression makes it too hard to keep up. I laugh, stepping aside. Go on then. Oh, thank Christ for that, he says, and then he closes the door behind him and, taking me gently but firmly by the shoulders, pushes me up against it. Where were we? Round about here, I'd say. I tug him closer. He's at least a foot taller than me, and I'm already standing on tiptoes and tilting my head to meet his gaze. His eyes are all smoldery. I think you're going to be the death of me, Addie. I've spent the last 18 hours dizzy with wanting you. I've never met a man who speaks as well as Dylan. Not his accent, I don't mean that, but the actual words. Everything he says sounds like it ought to be written down. Nobody ever died of wanting, I tell him, molding my body to his. And maybe a little patience would be good for you. In my experience, patience is awfully dull. He kisses me. He's a great kisser, but that's not why my body flames the moment his tongue touches mine. It's the intention behind the kiss that's done that. This kiss says, this time, I'm here all night. Our first time is frantic. All shaking hands and gasping breath. We don't make it out of the kitchen, and when we untangle ourselves, weak-limbed and laughing, he turns me around and brushes away flakes of bread crust from the skin of my bum and thighs. God, you're stunning, he says, voice hushed. He's behind me, and he holds me in place when I move as if to turn. His hand is still brushing over my thighs, more deliberate now. Gentling. I glance over my shoulder. He's looking at my body like he's learning it, almost reverent. He meets my gaze and his eyes catch me up and I want him again, already. So much my pulse starts racing. My legs are shaky, I stumble as we make our way to the bed. When I collapse face down on the mattress he's just seconds behind me, pulling my body flush against his. He traces soft kisses up the back of my neck and I feel that quiet heat unfurl in the pit of my stomach again. This, he says throatily, pressing a single finger to the spot where my waist becomes my hip. This place might be the sexiest half an inch I've ever seen. There? I say, turning in his arms. Seriously. He shifts down the bed a little. Maybe here, he says, and presses a string of hot, slow kisses to the skin of my throat. I tip my head back with a moan. Or here. The slope of my breast. Here. The dip of my hip bone. Here. The soft, sensitive skin of my thigh. He's like no one I've ever slept with. We take our time now. Minutes slip by in a haze, like I'm dreaming. He's fierce, then teasingly slow, then so gentle and sweet I'm shocked to find myself moved, eyes pricking as he leans his forehead against mine and shifts back and forth just a little, not enough, not yet, until I'm jelly-like and wild with wanting him. We fall asleep tangled and sweaty. I wake in the dark, totally disorientated. His chest hair is tickling my cheek. I sit up sharply and look down at the mess of clothes and bedsheets, the book I kicked off the nightstand at some point after midnight. Dylan's naked form, long and tanned, coming into focus as my eyes adjust to the dark. I smile into the gloom, pressing my hands to my face. This feels like more than a summer romance. It feels epic. The sun's up when I wake again, and Terry is banging on the door to the flat. I fell asleep with my head on Dylan's arm. It spasms abruptly as he wakes and I dodge, just about avoiding a sharp smack in the face. Oi! I yelp. He says, turning absent eyes my way. He does a comedy double take, hair falling into his eyes. Oh, hello. I can't help smiling. Hi. You nearly decked me. Did I? Dylan shuffles up to sit against the pillow, brushing his hair back. He rubs his cheeks like he's trying to bring his face back to life. Oh, Christ, sorry. I'm a flailer. So sorry. At least you're a snorer, so we're even. Hello? Terry calls from outside the flat. Dylan? I groan, turning my face into the pillow. We can't have got more than 3 hours sleep. I'd like to stay in bed for another 9 or so. Bloody Uncle Terry, Dylan announces to the ceiling. I laugh into the pillow. Are all your family this weird? Oh, definitely. But different weird. Varied. He rolls over and plants a kiss on my shoulder. Morning, he says, resting his forehead against me. Please stay exactly like this, in this attire, in this bed, until I return from booze cruising with my uncle. I'm not wearing any attire, I say, twisting to look at him. Precisely. Dylan. We should be setting off. Terry calls. Dylan leans forward and kisses me gently on the lips. All right. You can dress and move around, if absolutely necessary. But don't disappear. Please? I'm here all summer, I say. I'm not going anywhere. He smiles then. Laid back, a little disheveled, hair already falling back into his eyes. Perfect, he says. He kisses me softly. Last night was unforgettable. You're extraordinary. I blush so fiercely he chuckles, I'm sure he can feel the heat radiating from my skin. I want to tell him he always says the perfect thing, but it feels too much. I don't want to give him that. I don't want him to know how completely he has me already. If he knows that, he has all the power. Then the joy of yesterday, his hand-dog eyes following me around the pool, will be gone. Now. Dylan. The accidental breakdown cover men are here, fixing Deb's car. I really do try to listen to the explanation about what happened with the brakes and the steering, but there's something about car talk that just makes me switch off entirely. A similar thing occurs whenever my father talks to me about rugby. I could learn the whole of 12th Night Off by heart aged 16, but I am still unclear on what exactly they're all doing when they get in a scrum. While Kevin launches into an in-depth chat with Deb about brake fluid, with Rodney at his shoulder, nodding eagerly, I watch Eddie. And Marcus watches me. You keep staring at her like that, you're going to give her the creeps, Marcus says, sidling over with his hands in his pockets. We're still on the verge. I've already got so accustomed to the roar of traffic I don't hear it now. And the realization makes me think of the crickets in France, how I tune out their endless chirrups and only know they'd been singing when they suddenly hushed. The car guy laughs at something Addie says, and I feel a shock of almost pain as I watch her smile back at him. He's handsome, Spanish, perhaps, with a short beard and striking eyes. I know you don't want to hear this, Marcus says quietly as he follows me down the bank towards the others. I'm not trying to be a dick. I lost my head in the car, fine, but the point still stands, DYL, I wouldn't be your friend if I didn't say it. You can't go back there. You need to move on. Christ, I would have thought you had already. It's been almost 2 years, hasn't it? I want to hit him. Maybe I could hit him, just once. I've wanted to so many times and I never have. Perhaps one punch would get it out of my system, and then I could go back to being a mature, supportive friend. Addie, Deb calls, waving her phone. Addie. Cherry's ringing. Deb returned from her trip to Tesco looking very happy and disheveled. When I asked the obvious questions, sorry, but how? As in, where? She announced with great glee that Kevin had a shipment of chairs in the back of his lorry, and that she'd been able to fulfill 2 of her favorite activities simultaneously, having sex and having a nice sit down. Don't answer, I call, just as Addie says. Don't pick up. Everyone watches the phone ringing out in Deb's hand. We're going to have to tell her eventually, Deb says as the call goes to voicemail. We'll never make it there to set up for the barbecue now. She opens maps on her phone. We've traveled 120 miles in 5.5 hours. There's still 300 miles to go. Addie throws her head back and groans up at the sky. How has this gone so wrong? Let's just drive faster, Marcus says. It's 5 hours of solid driving, Deb says. And it's almost 11 right now. What time did we say we'd be there? 3 o'clock, Addie says, pulling a face. And I'm not speeding. I've already got 3 points on my license. I stare at her, mouth open. She scrupulously avoids my gaze. Me neither, Deb says. I have a son. I'm not allowed to die these days. I'll text her, Addie says, chewing her lip. That'll be fine. Everyone makes supportive noises, as though this is an ingenious idea, when we all know it's a cop-out. Right, back in the car, everyone. Oh. Kevin, Addie says, stopping short. Sorry. I forgot you weren't part of the gang. This seems to please Kevin. Then his grimace smile wavers. You're going? Already? Car's fixed, Addie says, gesturing to the breakdown guys and shooting them a smile. The Spanish one definitely just checked out her ass. I absolutely must not look like I mind. But I do, a lot. God, she's so beautiful. I catch Marcus watching me again, his eyebrows raised, and I try to studiously look at something other than Addie. You don't want to stick around, have lunch? See the inside of the lorry cab? Eh? Kevin says. All of this is directed at Deb, who is busy packing food into plastic bags and seems to have written Kevin out of her reality altogether. Since their return from Tesco, she's regarded him with the same absent-minded blankness with which Addie looks at Rodney. The Gilbert family's ability to focus on what matters to them and ignore everything else is truly remarkable. Well, Kevin says, grimace smile fading. He rubs his chin. Goodbye. So long, Kevin, Marcus says, climbing into the front seat of the car. His friendliness has ebbed since Deb went to Tesco with Kevin. Marcus doesn't like to lose, even if he didn't particularly care about winning. The rest of us say our goodbyes, which just leaves Deb. She finishes tidying the litter and half-eaten food we've all discarded on the verge side, touching her hand to her lower back as she straightens up. "Oh. Bye, Kevin." "Thanks," she says, focusing on him at last. "Perhaps we'll cross paths again." Kevin tries. "Seems unlikely," Deb says, opening the car boot and chucking in the rubbish bag. "Call me," he yells as she slams the car door. It takes a while for Deb to pull out into the slow lane. The traffic shoots by, gleaming bonnets catching the sun, and Kevin waits on the verge to wave us off. I watch him shrinking away in the mirror and feel Addie's leg pressed against mine in the back seat, and I wonder why we all find it so very hard to let the Gilbert women go. We drive for an hour or so without any incident. Well, technically speaking, without incident. As far as I'm concerned, every slight shift of Addie's leg against mine is worth a whole poem. Having her so close is making me dizzy. I've thought about seeing her again more times than I could possibly count, but it's nothing like I expected. In my mind she'd looked exactly as she had when I left her, tired, sad eyes and dark hair to her waist, but she's different now. She's warmer, less guarded, oddly enough, she knows herself better. The edges of her nails aren't bitten down raw, and there's a stillness to her that's completely new. And then there's the hair, of course, and the glasses, both of which I'm finding impossibly sexy. "So, Rodney," Deb says over her shoulder, as she moves the car out into the fast lane. "What's your story?" "Oh, I don't have a story," Rodney says. Marcus huffs a laugh. He's been gazing out the window from the front seat, suspiciously quiet. It's too hot in the car. There's a nasty sort of stickiness to the air, like the stale fug of a room that's not been aired since somebody slept there. "Everyone has a story," Addie says. She glances at me, but it brings our faces so close, a kiss away from one another, that she turns to the front again within half a second, a blush coloring her cheeks. "Rodney," she prompts. Rodney squirms. "Oh, really, nothing to tell?" I look at him with a pang of pity, then realize, as Addie just did, how close our faces are now we're turned towards one another. I can see every pore on his nose. "Come on, Rodney, what is it you do, for instance?" I say, quickly returning my gaze to the road ahead. The middle seat is unequivocally the worst. There's nowhere to put my feet, for starters, and my arms feel very inconvenient, like a couple of extra limbs I really should have had the decency to leave in the boot. "I work with Cherry," Rodney says. "I'm in the sales team." I can tell without looking that Addie is as surprised as I am. I don't know why none of us had thought to ask how exactly Rodney knew Cherry, but this wasn't the answer I'd been expecting. Since moving to live with Krishna in Chichester, Cherry works for a luxury travel company, selling £10,000 holidays to people who are far too busy to organize them for themselves. Not one of those hideous package sites that's always shouting at you to book things before somebody else does, but a boutique travel agency with a cozy office and staff who are astonishingly nice to you. The niceness only applies to the right sort of person, of course. It's very exclusive. Rodney doesn't exactly scream exclusivity. "I should say something, I've left it too long." "That's great," I say, much too enthusiastically. Addie shoots me an amused glance and I make a quick face, like, "What would you have done?" I feel rather than see her smile. "What's the most embarrassing thing you've ever done, Rodney?" Marcus asks, without turning around. "Marcus," Addie begins. "What? 5 questions. I did it earlier, didn't I?" He turns then, and smiles. "Come on, Rodney, it'll be fun. We're all friends here, aren't we?" This is a wildly inaccurate statement. Rodney clears his throat. Most embarrassing. Oh, let's see. I once wet myself in bed. There is a long silence. With a girl there, he says. What? Everyone choruses. What, like, as an adult? Well, yeah, Rodney says. Ha ha. I cringe as Marcus laughs to himself. I suspect Rodney has not heard the end of this story and will sincerely regret sharing it. Next question. Rodney says hopefully. Like, full bladder wet yourself? Deb asks, with curiosity. Or just a dribble? Oh, gosh, Rodney says. Ha ha. Let's not go into the details. I think you're misunderstanding, Rodney, Marcus says. The details are the only interesting part. Addie leans into me for a moment as she adjusts her seat belt. I wonder if she feels that heat between us two, if the left side of her body is blazing like the right side of mine, hypersensitive to touch. Let's allow Rodney to retain some dignity, Addie says. When did you and Cherry become friends, Rodney? What a waste of a question, Marcus says. Christmas party, year before last, Rodney says, with pride. I remember Cherry telling me about that Christmas party. She always has excellent anecdotes, largely because she's so ridiculous, she's always in one scrape or another. For a while I used to hope for them, because when she needed rescuing it would usually be Addie who turned up to save her. Cherry always caved eventually and gave me the details of exactly how Addie was, what she was doing, whether she was dating, and all the other questions I would insist on torturing myself by asking. That particular Christmas party had been 1 month before the night out with me in Chichester when Cherry had first met Krishna, her now fiancé. That Christmas she'd had one ill-fated sexual encounter with a man who had subsequently spent a year sending her very poorly written poems, a story that had always made me feel deeply uncomfortable. Embarrassingly bad poets always hit a nerve. If I remember the tale correctly, she also bought shots for everybody in the business and kissed 7 colleagues at that party. This was an entirely standard Cherry anecdote. I remember her telling it at the pub in a fit of giggles, and when Grace had said to her, "Darling, have you no shame?" Cherry had said, "What's shame good for, except keeping people down?" She's fun, isn't she, Cherry? I ask Rodney. He beams. She's brilliant. Helped me through all sorts. Ah, so here's a Cherry charity case. Cherry collects waifs and strays like a benevolent 19th century widow. She once put up 15 homeless teenagers in a large marquee in her parents' garden. She owns 8 rescue animals, who have about 6 limbs remaining between them. Even Addie and Deb's stint as caretakers was a byproduct of Cherry's boundless goodwill. Deb was between jobs, and Addie was planning on spending the summer working in her local old man pub before Cherry swooped in and got them for months in Provence. I swallow. Thinking of that summer brings an ache to the back of my throat. I can't cast my mind back to the heat and dust and sexual tension without feeling sure that I rolled the dice, then, and came up with the wrong numbers. We were both so unformed. So sure of ourselves and so utterly lost. If we'd met now, as adults, would we have been able to make it work? The music shifts. Taylor Swift, "We are never ever getting back together." A timely reminder from the universe. Or Marcus, rather, who I now realize is manning the Spotify playlist. Addie. Bloody hell, it's hot in this car. The aircon can't contend with 5 adults and, I check my phone, 30-degree heat. The forecast says it's going to be 36 by mid-afternoon. Wish I'd not bothered putting makeup on now. It'll probably be puddling on my chin by the time we get to Scotland. Dylan shifts beside me. He's being a gentleman and not complaining about being in the middle seat, but his knees are jutting up towards his chest and he's pulling both elbows in. Kind of a T-Rex pose. We'd save a lot of space if I sat in his lap. I blink. That thought was inappropriate. Dylan's body is pressed against the side of mine. He's radiating heat, and as Taylor Swift sings out from the speaker, Marcus is on a Taylor thing, probably trying to make some sort of point. I think about how easy it would be to put my hand on Dylan's knee. Instead, I press both palms together between my legs and try to get a bloody grip on myself. This is Dylan. He left me. I don't love him anymore. But God, that orangewood scent of him. My body's forgotten the misery and the heartbreak, and it only remembers my face pressed to the hot skin of his neck as he moves inside me. The gasps, the euphoria. The joy of falling asleep naked and hot in his arms. "Flapjack, anyone," says Rodney. I swallow and press my legs closer together. My heart is beating a bit too fast. I feel as if Dylan can tell somehow. He's holding himself still, like he doesn't trust himself to move. The radio, playing something hot and pulsing, Lover, maybe, is not helping. I've forgotten what it's like to want someone like this. Has anyone else ever made me feel this way? Will anyone else ever make me feel this way again? God, what an awful thought. I lean forward so I can see Rodney past Dylan. He's holding a large Tupperware of homemade flapjack. No idea where he conjured that up from. As I examine the contents of the plastic container in Rodney's lap, I can feel Dylan's eyes moving over the bare skin of my shoulders. The hairs rise on the back of my neck. Sweat prickles between my shoulder blades. I want him to touch me. Run his finger down my spine. I lean back quickly, looking straight ahead. I'm fine, I say. Thanks. Just me, then, Rodney says cheerfully, tucking in. Next time we stop, I'm going to make sure I'm sat between Marcus and Rodney. That'll sort me out. Then. Dylan. I'm giddy with her. Intoxicated. We've had a week of bare skin and syrupy heat, the sun setting behind the vines like an egg yolk dropping into a bowl. The nights are languid, long hours. Terry has come to tolerate Addie being around for some of the day, but really I only have her once he's gone to bed. She's not herself when Terry's there, but once she's closed the door to the flat and kicked off her flip-flops, she's pure, undiluted Addie. Tonight we've arranged to meet on the terrace once Terry's gone to sleep. She's dressed in her pajamas, the silky peach-colored ones with the little shorts, and her long dark hair is loose around her shoulders. She holds out a hand to stop me as I approach her, and she's smiling the sort of smile that promises new, delicious things. She strips off slowly. Her pale skin looks almost silver in the starlight, and a line comes to me, silver slip of a starlit girl, but I shake it gone as she approaches the water and dives in, her slim white form a shooting star in the dark. She breaches the surface smoothly, barely a ripple. The pool alarm sounds. Christ, it's so loud. Addie yelps and covers her ears, wading over to hit the right buttons. I'd help if I weren't bent double laughing, but I'm hard, still hard, quite honestly always hard when Addie's around. We spin in unison as soon as the alarm ceases its roaring, and there it is, the telltale light on in Uncle Terry's window. Fuckety bollocking Uncle Terry, I groan under my breath, still laughing. Addie just lies back on the water, arms spread, star-shaped. He'll just think the wind set it off. Come on. Come in. I watch the light warily. All your talk about living every moment, finding meaning and seeking pure, undiluted joy, and you won't join your naked lover in the pool. Lover. The word has made its way into the poems I've scrawled in my notebook after leaving her bed, and already it's begun to shift, losing its languid fast becoming love. I have no doubt about whether this feeling is really love. How can it be anything else? It's excruciating, euphoric, so big I can't seem to write it down. After a moment's indecision, I strip off and jump in the pool. A very elegant dive, Addie tells me, smiling, swimming over and pulling my body against hers. She's cold, her skin pimpling, miniature diamond droplets catching on the tips of her eyelashes. The villa door creaks open. We freeze. Addie puts a finger to my lips. Hello? Terry calls. Addie presses her face against my neck, trying not to laugh. There are no lights out here, just the stars, but if he comes onto the terrace, Terry will see the shape of us, pale against the dark blue water. The door closes again. He's gone back inside. See? Addie says. Told you. We circle in the water, holding each other, unhurried. A few days ago I couldn't have managed this. I'd have hitched her up onto the edge of the pool and begun kissing my way up the inside of her thighs. But 7 long nights of holding her like this, naked against me, and I can just about manage the luxury of savoring her. Addie, I whisper. Millimeter? You're amazing. Do you know that? She presses wet lips to my collarbone. I shiver. Savor, I remind myself, though it's becoming a less tempting option by the moment. Here I am. I tell her, then steal a quick, deep kiss. Spending my summer flopping like a fish, shape-shifting, trying to figure myself out. I swallow. Even talking about it brings that shuddering panic back to my throat, the weight like a heavy hand pushing at my chest, my father's voice in my ears. I concentrate on Addie, her slicked back hair glossy in the dark. Addie, my answer to everything. And here you are, I say. Already perfect. She huffs, a little laugh against my neck. That's nonsense. Nobody's perfect. Definitely not me. Don't do that. Do what? Make me your manic pixie dream girl. I drift back so I can see her face, indistinct in the darkness. What's that? You know, in films. The girl who's there to help the hero find himself. She never has her own story. I frown. She often does this, turning a compliment into something uncomfortable. I didn't mean anything like that. Just because I know what I want to be, and where I want to live, and all that, it doesn't mean I'm done. I'm figuring things out too. I mean, God knows if I'm going to survive teaching direct when the summer ends. I shake my head, pulling her in again, no longer treading water. You'll be brilliant. You'll be a wonderful teacher. A natural. I dip my head to kiss her. You're always teaching me new things. She smiles reluctantly, and I move closer, shifting her up so her legs wrap around my waist. I worry nobody will take me seriously. Why wouldn't they? She chews her bottom lip, stroking my wet hair back from my face. I don't know. People just don't. There's that rare, raw vulnerability in her eyes again. She's watching me closely, and I have a creeping sense that this is some sort of test. Maybe I give off a vibe. A low potential vibe. Low potential. I pull back, genuinely aghast. You? She laughs, low and throaty, and turns her gaze aside. I've always been kind of middle-ish. Middle sets in school. Average grades. The only thing about me that isn't average is my height. She is pint-sized. I love it, how I can almost span her back with one hand, how she has to tilt her head right back to kiss me. Addie Gilbert, I say, in a serious voice. This is very important. What is? I lean forward so our lips are barely a centimeter apart. You are extraordinary, I whisper. Oh, shush, she says, breaking away from me and swimming backwards. I lunge for her. No, I say, as imperiously as I can manage. Enough of this absurdity. You're going to take this compliment if it kills you. She's laughing now. No, God, don't start, she says, as she eludes me again, ripples slipping between my fingers. You're absolutely extraordinary. Do you know what people would do to be as together as you are, aged 21? You don't take shit from anybody, not even me, and I'm very charming. I lunge again, catching her ankle until she kicks away, giggling and spluttering. You care about people, don't think I haven't noticed you trying to curb Uncle Terry's excessive drinking, and helping Victor with the weeding since he hurt his back. Oh, please, Addie says, treading water in the deep end. You'd have to be an idiot not to see Terry's a liver problem waiting to happen. And I ought to have helped Victor with the weeding before he hurt his back. That would have been the above-average thing to do. I roll my eyes. You care about doing your job properly. Even though it's just me and Terry here, you're still on top of everything, noticing every detail. So I got you a fresh towel this morning and sorted the dodgy fridge door. Big whoop. Addie ducks under the water to dart away from me, dolphin style. Addie, I say, getting exasperated. It's not about that on-paper nonsense, not really. It's about all this. You're just good at life. All of the important bits. I mean, you say I'm always talking about finding joy and meaning and living in the moment, and I am, we all bloody well are. Well, Addie says, those of us who have the luxury of time for musing on life's meaning. Right, but I mean, you're just so good at taking life as it is. Nobody I know does that. Everyone you know goes to Oxford University, Addie points out. And, by definition, thinks too hard. Are you ever going to accept a single nice thing I say about you? She swims towards me, at last. You can tell me I look beautiful tonight. You look beautiful tonight. Ah, now you're just saying that. I grab her and tickle her as best I can in the water. She flails and splashes and laughs, her head thrown back, eyes shining with glee. I chase her to the end of the swimming pool. As she twists, she spreads her arms against the pool's edge, dreamlike in the darkness, and locks her legs around me again. We slow, chests heaving, then still. She rakes her fingers through my hair again, a little harder this time. I like you, Dylan, she whispers. More than I ought to. My pulse quickens. There's no ought. Course there is. Give it a few months, you'll be off chasing the next blonde from Atlanta. You with your romantic notions and your beautiful speeches and your notebook full of poetry. She leans her head back and looks up at the stars. You're going to break my heart, Dylan Abbott. I can feel it. I frown and reach to tilt her chin downwards again. No. We're not like that. We're different, me and you. I'll never break your heart, Addie. She smiles wryly. And so said every gentleman to the girl who lived in the servants' quarters, eh? Addie. All right, I'm freaking out. We're moving way too fast. Anyone can see that. It's only been 8 days. Of course he still looks at me like I'm a queen. We're sleeping together every night and he doesn't actually know me well enough to have anything to dislike. I wish I hadn't said all that stuff about being middle-ish last night. I should be playing it cool, keeping him chasing. That's what Deb would do, and men never fall out of love with her. She actually finds it quite annoying. The problem is, Dylan's just so sweet. His sleepy green-yellow eyes. The way he seems to see me. It's all making me fall in love with him, and that is absolutely the stupidest thing any woman can do after 1 week of sleeping with a bloke on holiday. I spend the morning away from the villa. We needed some food in, and I take way longer than I have to in the intermarch. Afterwards I drive into the village and chat to the cafe owner in broken French while I munch my way through a huge pain au chocolat. I make him laugh and stand up a little straighter. I don't need Dylan. This was my summer before he came, and look, it's beautiful. I mean to head straight to the flat when I get back, but Dylan sat reading poetry aloud on the stone balustrade around the terrace. He's 30 feet up from me down here in the courtyard. His legs are dangling over and he says something to himself about silver slips of starlight. I can't resist stopping to look up at him, holding my forearm up to block the sun. The feeling hits me in the chest, a huge gust of it. "Oh, good," he calls down. "Someone to serenade." Ever so embarrassing to be serenading without an object. An object. Purely a figure of grammar, he says hastily, and I laugh. Subject, verb, object and all that. "Is it one of your poems?" I ask. He never shows me his own work, though he's always happy reading me bits of 16th century stuff. It doesn't make sense to me. Where Dylan hears something incredibly profound, I just hear something you could say in way fewer words. It was, but only because I'd got distracted. "I'm reading Philip Sidney," Dylan says, waving a battered paperback down at me. Sir Philip Sidney, actually. Courtier, diplomat, poet. Old guy. I guess. He smiles. Yeah. Died 1586. Very old guy. Dylan's battered brown Havanas dangle from his feet over the edge of the balustrade. "Read me something," I call. I want to get it, the poetry thing. It's just so foreign to me. "My true loveth my heart," he begins, and I have his. His? It's a woman speaking, not Philip himself, Dylan says. He's not saying he's in love with a man. He was almost certainly a homophobic bigot, what with being a rich chap in the 16th century. "Come up here, would you? I want to hold you." I grin despite myself. "Philip," I say, making my way towards the steps up to the terrace. "First name terms, are you?" Phil man. "Philster," Dylan says, poker-faced. I'm giggling now. "Go on. Your true love's got your heart, you've got his." I climb up beside him on the balustrade and he wraps an arm around my waist, tucking me in close. I snag his beer and take a swig. "My true loveth my heart and I have his. By just exchange one to the other given. I hold his dear and mine he cannot miss. There never was a better bargain driven." I kind of get that, actually. I think. Love as a bargain. Like, giving up your heart is scary, but doable if the other person does it at the exact same moment, like two soldiers lowering their weapons. The rest of the poem is a muddle of words in the wrong order, for as from me on him his hurt did light and that sort of stuff. When he finishes reading I swap him his beer for the book. "Yeah?" Dylan says. He looks so excited as I take the book. It's adorable, but it kind of scares me too, because of all the times he's read me something and I've not got it. "If I like this one," I say, "will you show me one of yours?" He pulls a face. "Oh, God, it'd be like showing you my teenage journal. Or your internet search history." Dylan grins. "Why, what's in yours?" "Is that what you need?" I ask, arching one eyebrow. Tit for tat. "You're calling my poetry tat, are you?" Dylan says, then feigns thoughtfulness. "Though, tit would be a." "Shut up. You know what I meant. You need me to tell you something embarrassing too." "It'd help, certainly." Dylan sips his beer, and I can tell he's trying not to grin. I hesitate for a moment and then swing my legs around, leaving the book on the ledge. The morning away from the villa has made me feel in control again. There's no harm in giving him a little more of myself, is there? "Come on." I lead him back to the flat, through to the cupboard where me and Deb are storing our suitcases. Dylan leans on the door frame and watches as I pull out my suitcase and unzip it. He laughs when he sees what's inside and my cheeks instantly flush. I'm already clumsily rezipping the case by the time his arms close around me from behind. No, don't. I love this. Please tell me you build model trains for fun." I squirm in his arms. Why did I do this? I love it, Addie, he says, more gently. I wasn't laughing at you. It was a delighted laugh. A surprised one. He presses a kiss to my cheek. After a long, painful moment, I lift out the Flying Scotsman. It's tucked at the base of the suitcase where it won't get squashed. There's a wheel missing, but otherwise it survived the journey to France pretty well. It's my dad's thing, I say. Dylan tries to turn me in his arms, but I stay put. It's easier this way, not looking at him. He's always loved it. We used to do it together, with Deb, when I was a kid. She went through this phase where she was train mad, and that's how it started, and then Dad just never stopped. I usually do a project with him whenever I go home. This is the one we did before I came to France. It must take ages, Dylan says. May I? I let him take it and step away. I glance up from under my eyelashes. He's not laughing now. He's examining the model train like it's totally fascinating. It's like he's just dropped the last coin into the slots machine. It all comes rushing down and I'm falling in love with him. I can't stop myself. It's amazing, he says, inspecting the joins. Is it hard? I shake my head. I'm feeling so much, I'm sure he must be able to see it all radiating off me. It just takes patience, I manage. I'd be dreadful at it. I laugh. Yeah, you'd be crap. He kisses me on the cheek again. They're still burning hot. So? Where's my tat? I say, moving away. It's that or burrow into his chest. The emotions are getting too big. Really? He grimaces, rubbing one hand up and down his arm. Do I have to? I showed you my train. Your train is adorable. My poems are pompous self-indulgence. I bet they're brilliant. He shakes his head. Nope. Drivel. Really, Addie, they're tripe. Come on. I know you've got your notebook in your pocket. That. I'm just pleased to see you. I lunge for him. He runs, darting through into the kitchen, down to the courtyard, through to the gardens. I catch up with him on the lawn and tackle him. He shrieks as we go barreling into a rosemary bush. Christ, he says, laughing, breathless. Are you secretly a rugby player, too? Built for it, I say, fumbling for the pocket of his jeans. Are you going to let me steal the whole book, or read me one? Read you one, he says, rolling out of the bush and brushing himself down. He holds out a hand to help me up, then pulls me over to the bench set on the edge of the lawn. The view's amazing from here. The vines are so perfectly spaced on the hills, like green pinstripes. Dylan leafs through his notebook. I set my legs across his lap and nestle close. A short one, he says in a small voice. Okay. A short one. He clears his throat and begins. Before I heard her name. All that time, poised. In the dark, waiting. Questless, undone, unmade. And it wasn't a guiding star at all. It was a heart, mine. She had it even then. Before I heard her name. My eyes prick. I don't get what it means, not really, but I don't think that matters. I know he wrote it for me. Addie? Ads? I swallow. I hide my face in his neck. I love it, I whisper. I love it. Dylan. For the first time, we spend the night in my suite instead of Addie's flat. The grand house makes her look smaller than ever, her fine-boned hands trailing up the oak banister, her tiny shoes left at the bottom of the stairs. She seems a little skittish, dancing out of my grip and treading so lightly you can hardly hear she's there at all. Once we're in bed, though, she's herself again, fierce and beautiful, heavy-eyed, plaintive when I make her wait. Tonight, I plan to tell her I love her. It's risky, certainly, there's a very real chance I'll scare her away. She's always retreating then returning, disappearing to the village for hours and then curling up cat-like beside me when she comes back, unzipping that suitcase and then trying to zip it closed again like she wishes she'd never given me that glimpse of herself. She ebbs and flows, my river sprite. Addie lies with her head on my chest, her legs tangled in the dark blue coverlets, her hair spilling across my arm. I stare at her, aching with it, loving her, loving every freckle that leaves its tiny kiss on her cheek, and I have to tell her, it's burning on my tongue. Addie, Holy shit. She moves so fast she's up and flattened against the bedroom wall before I've even processed what she said. Addie? What? What is it? There. Out there. A face. Outside? We're 2 floors up. My heart starts to beat faster. I'm not good at this sort of thing. I'm not the man who slips out of bed in the night to investigate the noise downstairs. I'm the one who says, it's probably nothing, and stays under the covers, quietly quivering. I 100% saw a face, Addie says. She's very pale. It was right up against the glass for a second, then it was gone. I edge off the bed and reach for my boxers, tossing Addie her dress. She slips it on with shaking hands. I swear I saw it, she says. I believe you. I don't want to believe her, particularly, but any hope that she's joking evaporates as soon as I see her terrified expression. Maybe it's Terry joshing around. It wasn't Terry. Addie rubs her arms. Where's the key? What? The key to the doors, she says impatiently. To the balcony. Oh, good God, no, you're not going out there, I say. Absolutely not. What if there's a murderer out there? She stares at me blankly. What's your plan, wait for him in here? Yes. No, I mean, it's safe in here. There are walls and locked doors between us and the murderers. Addie half laughs at that. Her jaw is set now and she lifts her chin. I'm not waiting, trapped in here. That's way worse. Dylan, sweetie, come on, give me the key. She's never called me sweetie before, and I'm not sure I like it. It feels like something she would say to a friend, or maybe to a rather frightened child. I straighten up and pull back my shoulders. I'll go. See who's out there. Addie raises her eyebrows slightly. Yeah? You sure? I'm surprised to discover that I am indeed sure. It's a humbling realization. This is love, then. That explains a great deal about many irrational acts throughout history. Every man who ever went to war must have really fancied somebody. I take the key from the bedside table and walk to the balcony doors, trying very hard to remember to breathe. Just as I fiddle around with the lock, there's a thump on the glass. 2 hands thrown flat against the windows. A chalky pale face. Eyes wide, the whites showing. Teeth bared. I jump so much I trip on the rug and go tumbling backwards, falling with a thud that sends a dull shock of pain up my back. Addie's screaming, a truly guttural, terrified scream, and for a horrifying moment I really think I might wet myself. The slam, the eyes, the teeth. I looked away when I fell. For an endless second I can't bear to look back. When I do, the face is still there, grinning, shaking the handles of the doors. It takes another moment, teetering, ice cold, to meet its gaze and realize exactly who is standing on my balcony. Oh, Jesus Christ. Addie. Don't worry. It's Marcus. I stand gingerly. Marcus is still cackling and slamming his hands on the balcony doors, and I shake my head as I try to unlock them. Stop messing with the handles, I tell him. You're making it worse. You know that man? Addie asks. I glance back at her. She's clutching at the neck of her dress, pale, her eyes wide and round. She reminds me of something wild, a tarsier, an owl. Her hair is ruffled and tangled from the night in bed, and for a strange second or two the adrenaline shifts to something more like desire, and I want her again. Marcus on the balcony forgotten. Well, hello, Marcus says, pressing his face to the glass, his eyes on Addie. Where did he find you? You're like a little doll, aren't you? Excuse me. Addie says, moving to stand beside me. Who is this guy, Dylan? As I finally manage to unlock the doors and Marcus barges his way into the room, I feel absurdly proud of Addie. Try not to get too bored without me, Marcus had said when I flew to Avignon, and now here I am with Addie, with her fierce blue eyes and her liquid dark hair, and I found her all on my own. Marcus stretches out a hand to her and gives her his most charming, leonine smile. He smells of booze, an acrid scent like rotting fruit. Forgiven, he says. Addie raises her eyebrow. On what grounds? Hey? Forgiveness is earned, typically, she says, reaching for her underwear at the foot of the bed and balling it up in the pocket of her dress. That balcony thing, it wasn't funny. She heads for the door. Hey, I say, rushing to her side. Hey, don't go. I thought you were going to sleep here. The day has slipped away, ripples through my fingers, and I still haven't said the words hanging heavy in the air. I want to say them now. Don't go, I love you, but I need some time to calm down, she says. Now I'm closer, I can see fine tremors running up and down her limbs, the flush on her cheek is too lurid. Are you okay? She gives me a short smile. Fine. She looks at Marcus. Nice to meet you, she says, with some irony if I'm not mistaken, and then she walks out the door. I want her. This is the first thing Marcus says to me. You. I'm still looking at the door, a little lost. Addie left so fast, and that one. I want her. She looks interesting. Suddenly that protective instinct that was so lacking when we heard the noise on the balcony kicks in full throttle. You can't have her, I want to say. There comes a rush of what must be aggression, or maybe adrenaline, something deep and instinctual, some distant relation of the impulse that sets my heart racing when Addie touches her lips to mine. Marcus looks at me appraisingly. He tucks a curl behind his ear and pouts. Oh, you like her, he says. I figured you were just fucking her. I recoil. Marcus laughs. Oh, you really like her. You won't even let me talk about fucking her. Just stop saying that, stop saying it, stop saying it. So is that girl the reason you didn't tell me your family hadn't turned up? We could have spent a fortnight here already. Marcus says, spinning on the spot, arms outstretched. He's dressed in a loose white shirt and shorts that would look absurdly short on me, but somehow work on him. His hair is long enough to be pulled back in a ponytail at the nape of his neck now, and even that looks good. I'm here with my Uncle Terry, I say. I didn't think you'd want to come. Marcus raises his eyebrows, clearly not buying the lie. You knew I'd take her off you, that's why, he says, leaning forward to punch me on the arm. It hurts. I turn aside, half laughing so he can't tell it's made my eyes prick. My whole body aches to go after Addie. I should be downstairs with her, not here with Marcus. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a little plastic bag with a round plug of weed inside. He waggles it at me. Here, or outside, he says. I haven't smoked since getting here. It's been a pleasant change to have a clear head, and I consider saying no, but even as I have the thought, I know I won't do it. Outside, I say, thinking of Addie having to clean the smell out of the curtains and bedsheets. Come on. I'll take you down to the pool. As we talk about Marcus's week down on the terrace, our feet trailing in the water, I think of Addie and Deb. From what Addie's told me, she and her sister are just the same as me and Marcus, joined at the hip, always a pair. I wonder if sometimes Addie resents it, always being Deb's little sister, her partner in crime. You sure I can't have that pretty one with the blue eyes? Marcus says abruptly, kicking up a splash with one foot. It takes me a moment to realize he's talking about Addie. You're such a caveman. What? I'm asking. I'm being polite. He stretches his hands out, like, look at me, aren't I evolved? You can't have her. I'm surprised to hear how steady my voice sounds. It's not often I say no to Marcus, not often anyone does. Oh, she's yours, is she? My, aren't we getting territorial? Now who's the caveman? She's. Addie is bigger than that sort of talk. She is wild and clever, sharp and bright, always twisting out of my reach. She isn't mine. I'm hers. She's different, I settle for. Addie's different. Addie. It takes me ages to calm down. What a wanker. Who does that? Who arrives at someone else's house and climbs up onto the balcony and tries to break in instead of just knocking on the bloody door? I throw laundry into the washing machine. Is this Dylan's life away from here? People like his Uncle Terry and that prick who called me a little doll. It's midnight, not my usual laundry hour, but I can't sleep and I want to do something. I wish Deb was here to make me laugh about it all. It wouldn't seem like a big deal to her. Marcus is clearly a bit of a dick, but yeah, that's all there is to it. Whereas to me, it seems like the bubble bursting. I should have known things with Dylan were too good to be true. The next morning I stick to the routine and head down to the village to fetch us all croissants. When I get back, Terry and Marcus are lying on either side of Dylan on the terrace. They're quiet, sunglasses on. The stone is already hot under my bare feet. Ooh, for me? Marcus says, raising his sunglasses as I approach. Dylan gets up quickly, meeting me halfway. Hey, he breathes. For a moment as our fingers touch it feels like it's just the two of us in the heat. Come on, Dylan. Have you forgotten how to share? Marcus calls. I let go of the bag. There's plenty of croissants in there, I say, already backing away. I bought enough. I stay away for the rest of the day. Marcus puts me on edge. He's built like a Topshop model, skinny and pale and cool with this half-styled shock of curly hair. So yeah, he's attractive, in an icing in a band kind of way. But he's kind of cold behind the eyes, somehow. Dylan knocks on my door at midnight. I smile up at the ceiling. I'm in bed, but I'd hoped he'd come. I like that he gave me space today, but I like it even more that he's come to see me once everyone's gone to bed. I answer the door in my pajamas, crop t-shirt, cotton shorts. It's not Dylan. It's Marcus. Evening, he says. I think we got off on the wrong foot. He half smiles at me, head tilted. Want to come have a drink on the terrace? Make peace. For Dylan's sake. He's all chilled and casual, but he holds my gaze just a little bit too steadily. It makes everything feel off. Like there's another conversation going on under this one, but I can't quite translate it. Where is Dylan? I ask. Oh, don't blame him for not being here, Marcus says. I insisted on seeing you alone. I wanted to apologize. Well, he hasn't, has he? He's not actually said sorry. Come on, he says, leaning on the doorframe. His t-shirt rides up, showing a white triangle of toned, bare midriff. Let's get wasted and see if you like me by the morning. It usually works, I find. Dylan is sat waiting for us on the terrace, feet dangling in the pool. He beams when he sees me, pushing his hair out of his eyes and patting the stone beside him. I'm almost by Dylan's side when Marcus dive bombs into the water. I stumble back, surprised and, bloody hell, half drenched. Dylan laughs. Christ, Marcus, you're such a child. His tone is fond. Marcus surfaces, his curls flatten to his head. Let's get pissed, shall we? He says, lunging for the bottle of red beside Dylan. As Marcus swims off with the wine, Dylan looks at me. He's worried. Good, he should be. You okay? He whispers, passing me his glass. Millimeter, I say. I take a long gulp of wine. Thought it would be you knocking on the door, that's all. Dylan bites his lip. Oh, no, was that wrong? Should I have come around first? I didn't know whether to. Marcus was sure you'd want him to apologize himself, and that did seem. Can you get up on the roof? Marcus asks. He's lying on his back now, open bottle bobbing in his hand. He's carefully keeping it upright, I notice. Dylan and I turn to look at the villa. There's a loft, I say after a moment. You can get to it from the bedroom next to Dylan's. But I don't think there's a way onto the actual roof. Marcus swims to the edge and heaves himself up out of the pool. The water sluices from him, plastering his t-shirt to his skin. He doesn't bother drying off, just heads straight for the house, leaving a small river behind him. Let me guess, I say. We're going onto the roof. What Marcus wants. Dylan spreads his hands. He tends to get. There's a trapdoor from the loft to the roof. I don't know how I never spotted it. I guess it never occurred to me to climb onto the slanted roof of a 3-story villa. By the time we've explored the whole upstairs, located the trapdoor, found a ladder and got the trapdoor wedged open, we're all drunk. I'm dizzy as I climb up the rungs, but aware enough to know this is massively dangerous. Marcus is already up there. I can hear him scrabbling around on the tiles. I look down at Dylan. He looks different from this angle, sort of younger. Dylan? You coming up? Marcus calls from the roof. I take another step, my head and shoulders emerging above the trapdoor. It's hard to read Marcus's expression in the darkness as he looks over and sees me instead of his best friend. Are you going to help me out? I say eventually. He stretches out a hand. The roof is only gently sloped here, and Marcus has his feet lodged in the guttering so he can't slide off, but still, it's mad, this. We could really die. I take his hand and let him help me up. His skin's cool. He smells of the pool, and an aftershave a bit like Dylan's, but sharper. I shuffle on my bum, carefully twisting so I can lie back and look at the night sky. Wow. There are so many stars, more than I've ever seen before. They're everywhere, stretching out all around us, sliding into the edges of my vision. The sky is so big, I think. I've drunk too much wine too fast, I'd never normally have a thought like that. Sublime, isn't it? Marcus says. In the Edmund Burke sense. I've no idea what that means. If it were Dylan, I'd ask, but there's no way I'm asking Marcus. Dylan coughs from beneath us. Shit, Terry's up, he hisses. Let me go fob him off, hang on. Marcus laughs lightly. It's so dark, just the light from the loft bulb shining up through the trapdoor. Marcus's hand brushes the back of mine for a moment as he shifts on the tiles. He's scared to come up, Marcus says. Who, Dylan? He doesn't like heights. But he tends to forget until he gets there. I can hear the smile in Marcus's voice. I can hardly look at all the stars above us, like my brain just won't take it all in. You weren't scared, Marcus says. I was. But you're up here anyway, Sure. Are you the sort of woman who always does the dangerous thing? I smile at that. Not at all. I'm not that exciting. I think you are, Marcus says. He shifts. I think his turn to look at me, though it's hard to be sure in the darkness. And I'm excellent at reading people. Right, I say, humoring him. Sure you are. Your school reports always said you had lots of potential. You've worn those bracelets on your wrists since you were 13, maybe earlier. You feel naked without them. You love to dance, and you love to be seen, and you hate to be forgotten. And when you stand at the edge of a sheer drop with somebody else, you think for just a moment about pushing them off. My foot slips a little and I gasp. Marcus chuckles. Am I right? You're a cliché, I tell him, resettling, pulse slowing. You're even trying to mansplain me to myself. Ah, but I'm right, though. I shake my head, but I've found as the evening's gone on that it's hard to be pissed off with Marcus. You get the sense he doesn't take a single thing seriously. Telling him off would be like trying to discipline a cat. I do love dancing, I concede. I'll give you that. I'd dance with you now if the roof were a little flatter, Marcus says. I frown. He's flirting. I don't really know what to do about it, and the silence stretches, awkward, until he laughs into the dark. You really like Dylan, don't you? He says. Yeah, I really like him. He told you about Grace? The woman he was looking for when he got here? Yeah, he told me. We've not talked about her much. Just enough to make me feel pretty confident he's not actually that bothered. So he told you she was with me when they started sleeping together? What? Oh, he didn't betray me, or anything as prosaic as that. I can feel the judgment coming off you in waves. I knew, he knew, that's just how we roll. I can hear Dylan coming back into the loft below us. Is it very high? He calls up at us. I mean, of course it is, but... Is it very high? You know, does it feel high? Marcus laughs. He's kidding himself if he thinks he'll really do it, he says, and this time when his hand brushes mine I can't write it off as an accident. He'll do it, I say sharply, and shift away. You can't even tell there's a drop. I call down. It's too dark. It's just stars and stars and stars. Come on. It's amazing, you'll love it. Just climb up the ladder and stick your head out so you can see. Dylan emerges eventually, lit from below. His face is frozen in an expression I've not seen before. I can't help smiling. He looks absolutely adorable, his sleepy green eyes almost clenched shut, his hair all mussed. Look up, I tell him. Just look up. He tilts his head back. I hear him breathe out. Marcus is silent behind me. Good God, Dylan says. It's like. He trails off. There's not much that leaves Dylan unable to find a simile, Marcus says wryly. Dylan looks back towards us. His eyes aren't clenched quite so tightly now, but I can't tell who is looking at, me or Marcus. Well, Marcus says, as the moment stretches out. Are you in or out, my friend? Up or down? Dylan takes a tentative step up the ladder and pauses again. Oh, God, he says in a strangled voice. I shuffle closer. You don't have to, I say. You can see it fine from there. His mouth takes on this fixed look, like he's gritting his teeth, and he takes another step up the ladder, then crawls himself up onto the roof. His chest is heaving by the time he's next to me, but he lies back beside me without a word. I reach for his hand and squeeze it tight. Dylan Abbott, Marcus says, sounding mildly impressed. Aren't you just full of surprises? Now. Dylan. Deb is driving, Dolly Parton is playing, and Marcus is hungry. The result of these three things in combination is almost certain to be bad, so I am very much on edge. You just have to wait, Deb tells Marcus, voice raised over Dolly. Addie's still sitting next to me, still so distracting I have to close my eyes whenever she moves. Thank goodness for Rodney, squashed to the other side of me, intermittently singing along to Here You Come Again with infuriatingly incorrect lyrics. There! Marcus yells, so suddenly everyone jumps. Burger van! Pull over! Fucking hell! Deb says. Stop shouting at me. Pull in, then. Marcus says urgently. I need food. I lean forward. He is much easier to manage when he has been fed, just to flag. Deb makes a noise somewhere between a growl and a fucksake and pulls over just in time, braking so hard we're all thrown forward. Addie rubs the back of her neck, wincing. Are you okay? I ask her, as Deb parks up by the burger van. For a second I want Addie to say no so that I can do something, check her shoulder, her neck, just touch her. It's such a bizarre, torturous thing to be pressed up against the one person whose body I know almost as well as my own, to have my thigh sliding against hers, and not even be able to place my hand on her arm. Fine, yeah, just the whiplash from earlier, she says. She turns her face away from me, examining the sun-streaked trees through the window as her fingers test at the muscles of her neck. My hands twitch with the urge to cover her fingers with mine. Bacon butties. Marcus says, climbing out of the front passenger seat and slamming his door. Addie opens her door and I climb out behind her. My legs are so stiff that when I stand, I make that OOF sound men like my Uncle Terry do when they sit down on a sofa. We weren't meant to stop for lunch until we got to Stoke-on-Trent, Deb grumbles, dropping into step with us. You're the one who had to fit in a quickie with a trucker, Marcus says over his shoulder. There's a couple of blokes in sweat-dampened t-shirts eating bacon sandwiches at their cars, squinting against the fierce sun, but there's no queue, and Marcus all but runs to the van. Was Marcus being judgmental there, do you think? Deb asks, turning to me and Addie. Do I need to ball-lock him? Definitely, Addie says, just as I say. Definitely not. They both turn to me and, in perfect unison, raise their eyebrows. Marcus doesn't really do judgment, honestly, I say, spreading my hands. The twin gazes of the Gilbert sisters are somewhat terrifying, and my heart skips a little. I just mean, there's almost no life choice that Marcus would find unacceptable. I give no shits for whether he likes my life choices, Deb says. I personally couldn't be happier with them, trucker quickie included. But if he has opinions on my decisions, I'd like to inform him that he should keep them to himself. This is one thing that does not seem to have changed about Deb. She may now be a mother, something I never thought I'd say about Deb Gilbert, but she still has that unbelievable ability to genuinely not care what other people think. I've never met anyone else with that skill, plenty of people who feign it, or aspire to it, but none who embody it quite like Deb. I can still hear you, Marcus calls, having placed his order at the van. And can confirm that I have absolutely no opinions about your life decisions. I myself am very partial to a quickie with a randomer. He walks back to us, taking a large bite from his bacon butty, as behind him Rodney places his order. Bacon butty with egg, mushroom and burger sauce, please, sir, he says. His life choices, on the other hand, Marcus says, pointing to Rodney, those I have opinions about. What would you like? I say to Addie as Marcus and Deb start squabbling again. Oh, I'll get mine, she says quickly, reaching for the pocket of her dungarees. This is just the sort of moment that would once have made me freeze up. Any conversation about money with Addie felt like a trap, because I never handled it right. I'd insist on paying, which was wrong. I'd make a big fuss of letting her pay, also wrong. I'd say something stupid like, why does it even matter who gets this, it's only a $5. When Addie used to say I was weird about money, I found it infuriating, but I get it now. These days I am well acquainted with the stomach-writhing terror of a declined card, the genuine joy of finding something you want for dinner in the reduced section at the supermarket. I've had a friend insist on paying for me many times, now, and I know precisely what that feels like. Sure, I say, stepping aside slightly so Addie can order first. Easy and casual is what I'm aiming for, and I think I come pretty close, or at least, as close as one can get when making a huge effort to make no effort at all. Addie double takes before giving her order. It's just a tiny blink and a turn of the head, but I love it. I love that I've surprised her. See, I've changed. I want to shout. I'm different, I'm better, you were right, I was a tit about all those things, but look how much less of a tit I have become. Bacon and egg butty, please, I say instead, to the woman inside the van. No sauce. Addie. Dylan didn't try to stop me paying for something just now, I hissed to Deb. She's leaning against the car, working her way through a hot dog. Deb eats at serious speed. She claims it's all about focus, but I'm pretty sure she just doesn't chew. What, he didn't even go all blustery and awkward and drop something first? Deb asks, mouth full. I shush her, glancing at Dylan. He's stood with Marcus and Rodney, looking painfully sexy, even while eating a bacon and egg butty, which is very hard to do attractively. He was just totally normal about it. Astonishing. Do you think now he's Addie? Ads? There's something in my throat. I cough but it stays there, and it's hard to breathe. I can feel it sitting there right in the top of my throat. Whatever it is feels enormous, like a golf ball, and my breath's coming too fast. I'm starting to panic. Someone hits me on the back, right between my shoulder blades. Hard. A small lump goes flying out of my mouth and I can breathe again. I double over, gasping for air. I retch and taste acid in my throat. My neck hurts again, a nasty hot pain like when you twist it the wrong way too fast. All right now? I straighten slowly and turn. It's Marcus. He's looking at me properly, as if he's actually trying to see me. So far today he's looked at me like he's really trying not to. It was him who slapped me on the back. I don't know how he got over here so fast. Dylan and Rodney are coming but they're still a good few seconds behind him. Fine, I croak. Marcus is frowning. His eyes move over my face. The feel of his gaze on me is suddenly so familiar, and I flush, remembering how he used to look at me, once. Addie, are you all right? Dylan says, appearing behind Marcus with Rodney in tow. I swallow and wipe my eyes. I can still feel where it was, that lump in my throat. All fine, just a bit of bacon rind. Marcus has backed off now, but I know his eyes are tracking me. I look at Dylan, he's glancing at Marcus, but he turns back when he feels my gaze, and as he meets my eyes his expression is so tender. It makes my heart ache. He shouldn't be looking at me like that, not now. The sun beats down. Marcus watches me, I watch Dylan. Dylan keeps his eyes on both of us. There's a plop, and suddenly everyone's gaze turns down, following the sound. Rodney has just dropped the whole fried egg out of the end of his butty. It lies there, flaccid and pale, right next to the lump of bacon rind I just spat out. I'd imagined this road trip being a bit more glamorous than it's turning out to be, Deb says to me after a moment. Hadn't you? Careful, Rodders, Marcus says, nodding to Rodney's butty. You're about to lose the bacon, too. Then. Dylan. I wake the next morning to a crushing headache and a tall blonde straddling me, one hand firmly gripping my face. If it weren't for the headache and the fact that the blonde is extremely familiar, I would assume this were a particularly exciting dream, but alas, it's just Cherry. OOF, I say, pushing her off me. What are you doing, woman? Just finishing up, she says. There. She has a pen in her other hand, an ominous sign. I wipe the back of my hand across my face and it remains clean, which is even more alarming, since it indicates permanent marker. What have you done to me? And why are you even here? Everyone's here, Cherry says, hopping off me. What do you mean, everyone? I sit up, rubbing my eyes. Cherry, true to form, is bounding about my suite like a puppy exploring new terrain, which feels particularly ridiculous given that this villa not only belongs to her parents but is in fact named in her honor. Marcus messaged yesterday saying you were holed up here on your own with my Addie. Cherry says, blonde ponytail flicking as she disappears into the bathroom. Why didn't you tell me? I am such a fan of you and her as a couple. I predict huge things, huge. Wow, that's a lot of condoms, DYL. Ambitious much. I shove back the covers and climb out of bed, following Cherry into the bathroom and steering her away from where she's rifling through my toiletries. Boundaries, I say. Remember we talked about those. The door to my bedroom bursts open before she can respond. In they all tumble, my brother, Luke, his boyfriend, Javier, with Marcus riding piggyback on his back, plus Marta and Connie, two of the girls from our third-year house at university. And Grace. I'm only wearing my boxers, but that doesn't stop them all piling into me. I manage to stagger back so that when we fall, we land on a chaise long in a tangle of limbs. Connie kisses one of my eyes. I think she's aiming for my forehead. Luke ruffles my hair like Dad used to do when he was in a good mood. Marcus grins down at me, his face no more than an inch from mine. Cherry has given him the artistic treatment too. One of his eyes has been covered with a drawn-on eye patch, like a pirate, and he is sporting a very detailed goatee. Morning, he says. I thought things were getting boring. Didn't you? We're going hiking, DYL, Cherry calls, disappearing out of the bedroom door. I'm getting Addie. Wait. I yell, but she's already gone, and there are far too many exuberant bodies piled above for me to follow her. Shit, I say. Marcus. You didn't think to tell me you were going on the family holiday solo, my brother says, heaving himself off me and settling on the floor, arms loosely braced on his knees. He lifts his eyebrows inquiringly as Javier collapses down beside him, his waist-length hair falling across Luke's arm as he tips his head onto my brother's shoulder. Luke is sulking, Javier informs me. Connie, stop it, I say, swatting at her. She's picking something out of my hair. She shows me what's in her hand, and it's a large dead bug. I make a face. I'm not entirely sure what we all got up to last night. Luke, I'm sorry, I just wanted to do my own thing for a while. Wanted some time to be me. Wanted Addie. I don't know, really, I finish weakly. Luke's eyebrows stay high, but Javier tugs on his arm, and he lets it go with a sigh. My brother has my dad's looks, his all broad and stern, his hair a tone lighter than mine and cropped short. Dad's furious about this, you know, Luke says. So that's some consolation, I say, and his grin matches mine. And you? I turn on Grace. Where have you been? She throws her head back to laugh. Her hair is dyed blue, and she's dressed like she's stepped right out of the 1960s, psychedelically patterned dress, white sandals that tie up the leg, and one of those headbands that instantly makes you look slightly stoned. It's a testament to how beautiful she is that she does not look utterly ridiculous. Instead, as always, she's iconic. Grace has this air of drama to her, all long languid limbs and glamour, like a starlet on the brink of her big break. Ah, sweet Dylan, she says, offering a hand to help me out of the human pile-up beneath which I am currently attempting to handle this hangover. Mark told me you got bored of chasing me. She flashes me a wicked smile. I simply had to see this other woman for myself. Here she is, Cherry shouts from the doorway. They all turn at once to look at Addie. She's wearing a cropped sports top and shorts, ready for the hike Cherry has promised. Her dark hair is pulled back, showing off the delicate curves of her cheekbones, and beside Cherry she looks tinier than ever. I watch her shrink under the force of the combined attention of Luke, Javier, Marcus, Grace, Connie and Marta. Grace moves first. She reaches out and takes both of Addie's hands, spreading their arms wide, holding Addie back so she can look at her properly. Grace, she says. In Chanti. I can see precisely why you've got my boys all aflutter. You're absolutely fascinating. I can tell just by looking at you. Would you mind ever so if I wrote you down? I close my eyes for a moment. Pardon? Addie says in a small voice. Oh, I'm writing a book, Grace says expansively. It's all about this time in our lives, when we're just swirling through life, finding ourselves, getting lost, getting high. It's terribly pretentious, as all coming-of-age stories are, really, but I can't seem to help myself. She throws her head back for another long, leisurely laugh. That ought to be the title, I Can't Seem to Help Myself, by Grace Percy. Grace, Marcus says, and he hooks a finger through the belt loop on her dress and tugs her back towards the rest of us. You're terrifying her. Oh, am I? She says earnestly to Addie. I'm sorry. I just can't ever be bothered with small talk. We're clearly going to be friends. I thought we might as well launch in. Did I terrify you? Do tell me. Connie says I need to be told or I'll never improve, don't you, Connie, darling? Addie pulls herself up, half laughing. It's hard not to laugh when Grace is in full flow. You didn't terrify me at all, she says. It's lovely to meet you. All of you. Dylan? It's Uncle Terry. He marches into the room in his swim shorts, hairy belly overhanging the elasticated waist, then comes to a sudden stop. He looks at everyone in turn, finally settling his gaze on me. Dylan, my boy, he says, are you aware that you have a rather large penis drawn on your forehead? Addie. Okay. I've got this. I'm shaking a little. I'm sure Marcus clocks it as I help Marta pour out the first round of the champagne one of them turned up here with. Meeting Dylan's brother, his brother's partner, Dylan's housemates, and Grace, all at once. It's a lot. I've texted Deb asking her to come back. I need backup. Thank God Cherry is here, at least. She shoots me a reassuring smile across the kitchen and I feel a little better. Here, let me help you take those outside, says Luke. You have to look hard to see the resemblance between Dylan and his brother. Luke is bulkier and looks like the sort of guy who'd play rugby and call it ruggers. But when he smiles his face changes completely. He falls into step beside me as we each take 2 glasses through to the lunch table set up on the terrace. I thought I'd have to go to the Intermarch again to stock up, but it turns out Grace went on her way here. The table's now laden with cheeses and olives and fresh bread. Grace isn't at all what I expected. She seems very genuine to me, which is kind of surprising in a woman who dyes her hair blue and says enchanté without irony. She's currently sunning by the pool and looking totally gorgeous beside the pasty form of Uncle Terry. I should feel threatened, probably, but Grace just hasn't really let me. You doing okay? Luke says, looking at me sideways. Yes. Yeah, I say, swallowing. Just. It's a lot, he says. This is classic Marcus. Of course he didn't bother warning you and DYL that he'd invited us all. He rolls his eyes affectionately as we set the glasses down. He's acting out, he's probably pissed Dylan's preoccupied with someone other than him, for once. I've never seen Dylan look at any woman the way he looks at you. I think you're going to be really good for him, you know. He needs someone to ground him. Like I ground Javier. I smile at his expression when he mentions his boyfriend. Javier seems great, I say, straightening the knives and forks. Habit, I guess. It's a bit weird being here as Dylan's, whatever I am, as well as the villa's caretaker. He is. I want that for DYL. And for Marcus, he adds. Of course. Dylan said you and him were friends with Marcus when you were kids. Millimeter. We sort of adopted Marcus, really. Or he adopted us, maybe. Never been big on functional families, this group, he says, indicating the collection of beautiful people sprawled around Terry, by the pool, and me. DYL and Marcus are no different. You make your own family, don't you? I think of my family. My dad, solid and reliable. My mum, always quietly one step ahead. Deb, whose last text to me read "You need me, I'm there." Stop hogging the new girl, Luke. Marcus calls across the terrace at us. Addie, come on, I want to show you something. I hesitate for a moment. Marcus is stood on the steps down to the courtyard. His hair is pulled back in a ponytail now, and with the drawn-on eye patch and goatee he should look ridiculous, but it's actually all quite, I don't know, villainous. He's not all bad, you know, Luke says beside me. There's a good guy in there somewhere. He's just got a bit lost. I make a dubious face. Luke laughs. Though by all means, tell him no. He doesn't hear it very often. Might be good for him. After another moment's pause, I roll my eyes slightly. Oh, go on, I'll humor him. I leave Luke at the table and head over towards Marcus. He trots off before I've caught him up, leading me down the lawn to the scrubby area near the villa's boundary. He stops so suddenly I nearly pile into him, and have to put a hand on his shoulder to steady myself. Sure, he says, beckoning me to stand next to him. Look. I follow his gaze down to the shaded grass. It takes a moment for me to see what he sees, a snake. I breathe in sharply as I meet its slitted gaze. I've not seen a single snake all summer, but this one's enormous. Coiled, all muscle. Its scales are almost black and pale yellow. I crouch down. I don't know why, it just feels like the right thing to do. Marcus kneels beside me, and for a while we just stay like that. Watching it watch us. It's beautiful. Pure power, Marcus says. Is it poisonous? Or venomous, or whatever? I ask in a whisper. No idea. That should probably scare me, but it doesn't. The snake isn't moving, just waiting. He loves you, you know, Marcus says. For a weird second I think he means the snake. Dylan's easily hurt, Marcus goes on. His voice is level. By the people he loves. I'm not going to hurt him, I say. Course you are, Marcus says, tone still light, eyes still on the snake. You're too complicated for someone like Dylan. Far too interesting. He turns his head to look at me then. This summer's when you wake up, isn't it, and you're only just getting started. You're just beginning to play around, and he's nearly ready to give up and settle down and say, this is who I am, I'm done. There's something indecent about his gaze. It feels hot. I keep my eyes on the snake, but I know my cheeks are starting to blush pink. I should have stayed up with Luke on the terrace. Nice Luke, who said I'd be good for Dylan. I'm not playing around, I say. I don't know where you got that idea from. His gaze burns. Maybe you should be. This conversation feels like it's sliding away from me. You act like you know me. You don't know anything about me. I try to keep my voice as steady as his. I told you, I'm an excellent judge of character. I like the look of the dark, messy parts of you, the fun parts. But Dylan wants a good girl. I frown, heart thudding. That's so inappropriate. I don't want to be here. As I move to stand, the snake recoils and slithers away from us. I'm not Grace, I say shortly, brushing down my knees. You don't get a part of me just because I'm Dylan's. He stands and I almost step back when I see his expression. His eyes are dark and angry. It's disorientating how quickly he's changed, or maybe he looked like that before, but I couldn't hear it in his voice. Well, you might be all Dylan's, he says as I turn to walk away from him. But he's not all yours. Dylan. Getting this lot off on a hike is akin to herding cats, but if I let them all lounge around the pool as they're requesting, then I will have an under-exercised and petulant Cherry to deal with, which on balance will likely be worse. Marcus is in a foul mood, which isn't helping matters, and Addie is. I don't know quite where Addie is. Never with me, that's where. At least Marcus has lost interest in her now. Predictably, no woman has ever retained his genuine attention for more than a day or two, and it seems the danger time has passed, thank God. Come on, DYL. Cherry wheedles, bouncing on the spot. You said wait until it cools down, and it's cooler now, so can we just go? Marta. Connie. I yell. Trainers on. All right, Dad, says Marta, pouting. Connie laughs as I scowl at the pair of them. Where's Addie? I ask. Marcus, are you wearing those shoes? Evidently, Marcus says, shoving past me on his way to the kitchen. Grace, are you ready? Not at all, she says, lying back on a sun lounger. Could you try? I snap. Grace's charm is a lot less charming now that I'm not interested in sleeping with her, I must say. She lowers her sunglasses and gives me a look that says she knows precisely what I'm thinking. I redden, she smiles slowly. Isn't it a good thing that I'm not the sensitive type, she says. I'll be ready before Marta and you know it, darling. Go take your frustration out elsewhere, please, you're in my light, or better yet, go and find the beautiful woman we've all rudely ripped from your arms. That's really what's got you so grumpy, isn't it? That we've ruined your romantic tryst by arriving en masse, as if we're all in a terribly comical scene from The Marriage of Figaro. Damn Grace, I always forget how perceptive she is behind the glamour and indolence and illusions. She gives me another beautiful smile and pushes her sunglasses up her nose again as I stomp off the terrace and down the steps to the courtyard. There's a new car parked rather haphazardly behind Grace's rental car. I step a little further, and there's Addie, in the shade of a plane tree, speaking to a woman who I immediately realize must be Deb. She has black, wavy hair and light brown skin, and she's standing on the edges of her feet, tipping them in and out as she talks, her t-shirt sliding off her shoulder. There's an air of careless confidence to her even from here, as if she is in possession of the genuine no-fucks-given attitude the rest of us are feigning when we pose for Instagram. I catch sight of Addie's expression as I approach them and pause, watching, because this is my Addie. Wide, open smile, no tension, easy laughter. That glint of sharp humor in her eyes, like she's poised to surprise us all. The one with the bald patch? Deb's saying. She's peering towards the terrace. I'm hidden here, I realize, behind the bulk of Grace's car. What? No, you mongoose, that's his uncle, Terry, Addie says, laughing. Oh, yeah, the one with the ponytail and the eye patch? No, Addie says, more sharply this time. That's Marcus. Dylan's mate. I step forward. Staying here any longer feels like lurking. Addie's face lights up when she sees me and something explosive happens in my chest, a chain reaction, a Catherine wheel sent spinning. Here's Dylan, she says, coming towards me. DYL, meet my sister. Deb turns and looks me up and down so openly I almost laugh. She looks nothing like Addie, but there's an Addiness to her all the same, the way she tilts her head, the sharp narrowing of her eyes as she takes me in. Interesting, she says eventually. You went for the one with the cock on his face. Now, Addie. It is so hot and everyone in this car is so annoying. I'm driving, with Dylan beside me. We're somewhere outside Stoke-on-Trent. That's about 200 miles south of where we should be right now. Is there anything to eat? Marcus asks. I'm hungry again. I don't need to check my mirror to know that Rodney has just offered him a flapjack. Not that, Marcus says. There's only so much glorified porridge one man can take. No offense, Rodney. He twists to look in the boot. For God's sake, Deb says. Would you boys please watch your extremities? Addie, I need to brake soon to pump again. That boob contraption you were using when we broke down. You have to do it again. Why? Marcus asks. I glance at him in the mirror. He's managed to get some fruit pastels from the back of the car and is staring at Deb's chest while he tries to open the sweets with absolutely no elbow room. I lactate, Deb says, deadpan. Next service is in 21 miles, I say, nodding to the sign on the roadside. That okay, Deb. It would have been if someone hadn't poked me in the nipple. Did I? Marcus says. What a waste, I didn't even notice. I can probably pump in the car, Deb says. Rodney, can you reach that bag? There is a short spell of what looks like Twister in the back of the car. Rodney eventually produces the bag with Deb's breast pump in it. Deb fiddles around with her top. Rodney contorts himself so that he is facing the other way, closing his eyes and covering his face with his hands. I stifle a grin. Meanwhile, Marcus opens the fruit pastels and scatters them absolutely everywhere. One hits me in the ear. Fuck's sake, he says. Pass that red one over there, would you, Rodders? I've never been with a woman who's breastfeeding. What happens when you have sex, Deb? Marcus. Dylan snaps. No? I can't ask that. Christ. Being well behaved is exhausting. I hear the whir of the battery-powered breast pump starting up. It sounds a bit like there's a washing machine in the back of the car. All right. 5 questions for Dylan, Marcus says after a while. He sounds more subdued now. Worrying. At least when he's pissing around he's not up to anything evil. I'll start, Marcus says. Why haven't you tried to get your poems published yet? I dial down the volume on the music and glance at Dylan. I want to hear the answer to this one. I don't think they're ready, Dylan says eventually. Interesting. It's the only answer I'd accept, and one he never gave when we were together. It was always, oh, they're just drivel, or, nobody wants to read that. Well, all right, Marcus says. He shifts in his seat. When will they be ready? Is that another question from my 5? Yes, it's another question, Marcus says testily. They'll be ready when? I don't know. When I can read them without wincing. I frown. What if they're meant to make you wince? Hey? I don't know a lot about this stuff, you know I don't, but your best poems were always the ones you let me read last. Quiet descends again. The music's a whisper now, and I can feel sweat trickling down the inside of my upper arms. You never told me that, Dylan says. Didn't I? No. I could never tell when you liked a poem. This genuinely surprises me. I always like them. Next question, says Marcus. Why did you suggest we drive to the wedding together? I look at Dylan and catch his reaction. He's startled. I guess I thought we were ready for that, he says. Why? You cut me out for almost a year, and then, what, I did something good. What was it? I'm jumping through hoops in the dark, here, DYL. Dylan cut Marcus out for almost a year. I shoot him another look, but he's turned his face towards the window. It was Luke, actually, Dylan says. He told me about your apology thing. Another long silence, just the sound of Deb's breast pump, the low music and the wheels on the road. The traffic is beginning to slow again. Cars close in around us. I suppose I thought I'd give you an opportunity to get around to apologizing to me, too. I keep glancing in the mirror. Marcus catches me looking at him and I quickly turn my eyes back to the road. I assume it was your therapist's suggestion, Dylan goes on. And that there was a reason you'd managed to apologize to Luke, Javier, Marta, your stepmother, your father, and my mother for your various indiscretions and misbehaviors, but not yet got around to me. His voice is rising, he's hurt, maybe, or angry, but he's keeping it in check. I know that tone well. I catch Deb's eye in the mirror. I widen my eyes, like, don't ask me what all this is about. Whenever you're ready, Marcus, Dylan says lightly. I'm listening. Dylan. A phone rings in the long, stifling silence. Deb fumbles around and swears as she tries to find her mobile without letting go of the breast pump. Saved by the bell, Marcus says under his breath, just loud enough that I can hear him. My heart is thudding unsteadily. I really thought we were getting somewhere there, but of course Marcus wouldn't perform his apology on cue. I'll likely never get one now I've asked for it. And besides, he hardly knows the depth of what he ought to be apologizing for. No wonder he feels like he's jumping through hoops in the dark. I clench my fists in my lap. He's trying, I remind myself, and I think of what Luke said when we last spoke. Write Marcus off if you want to. I won't judge, believe me, but don't pretend you're giving him a chance when you're clearly just not. Hello? Is Riley okay? Deb says. Addie's on alert immediately. Her eyes dart towards Deb in the mirror as the traffic crawls around us, hunched cars inching along like beetles, sunlight glinting on their backs. Okay. Oh, yeah, of course, now's good, Deb says, and Addie relaxes. They've always had that bond, the Gilbert sisters. I've envied Deb more than once for the way she slots in with Addie so instinctively, as if the two of them were made to come as a pair. Is it Dad? Addie cocks her head, listening, then gives a quick grin. Put him on speaker, Deb. The voice of Addie's father cuts through the stuffy heat of the car, and it's like catching the scent of Addie's shampoo in the street, like hearing the rattle of beaded bracelets. It's like stepping back for half a second into the life where she was mine. Told your mother it wasn't meant to be that color, but she says it's perfectly fine, and not to mention it to you, he's saying. Oh, bugger, probably shouldn't have told you that. But it was so yellow. I'm sure babies didn't poo yellow in my day. What shade of yellow? Deb asks. I look back. Marcus is gazing out the window moodily, but he pulls a disgusted face at that. I find myself smiling. Losing Addie was so all-eclipsing I rarely thought of the other people I lost with her, but hearing Neil's voice makes me miss him in a way I can honestly say I have never missed my own father. I'd go for mustard. English mustard, that is, the powdered kind. Ooh, says Rodney, that is quite yellow. Oh, hello, Neil says cheerfully. Who's that, then? We've got company, Deb says. That's Rodney, and... She trails off. Addie is furiously shaking her head at her. The joy at hearing Neil again seeps away, because of course Addie doesn't want her father to know I'm here in the car with them. I walked out on his daughter, he must despise me. And... Rodney made flapjack, Deb finishes. She pulls a face at Addie. Flapjack? Neil says, sounding genuinely enthused. Lovely. Dad, the yellow poo, Deb says, with the air of a woman getting back down to business. Talk to me about texture. Loose. Firm. Peanut butter? Your dad's such a nice guy, I say into the silence that follows once Neil finally hangs up. He's all right, Deb says, with unmistakable fondness. Why, what's yours like? She pauses. Oh, sorry, he's a bit of a shit, isn't he? Marcus laughs at that. He seems to be cheering up a little, and frankly it would have been impossible to stay angry for the duration of Neil's very serious, very earnest discussion of Riley's fecal matter. Deb's finished pumping, and there's a lengthy pause while she rummages around for the cool bag to store the bottle of milk. Rodney, who is ostensibly trying to help, seems to have more limbs than an octopus. Addie winces as one of his knees shoves into the back of the driver's seat. Yeah, my dad's difficult, I say, when the commotion has died down. I can't blame him entirely for that, though. I have consistently disappointed him. I've made something of an art of it, actually. I feel Addie glance at me but keep my eyes on the road ahead. The heat is hovering on the tarmac, blurring the car in front and turning it into an oil painting, perhaps, or a live stream on poor Wi-Fi. This whole day has an air of surrealness to it, and the blur, the heat, the fierce sun, they make it feel even stranger. We've reached an understanding, I say. He keeps out of my life, and I keep out of his. We've not spoken since December 2017. Addie startles as I say the date. I look down at my hands in my lap. For a wild second I imagine reaching across and covering her hand on the steering wheel with mine. I found out something rather unpleasant, I say. About my father. Or, more precisely, about my father's girlfriend, who, it turns out, lives a very nice life in a townhouse in Little Venice that he pays for out of the family business. In the long, shocked silence, Rodney unclicks his Tupperware of flapjack again. And you found that out in December of 2 years ago? Addie says slowly. I nod, still looking down at my hands. No, Marcus says. That day. I glance up at Addie, anxious. The color rises slowly up her chest, her neck, to dapple her cheeks. That's what you'd been talking to Luke about when I texted you? Marcus says. Millimeter. He'd been home. Confronting your dad? Talking to my mother, I correct him. Confronting my dad would be. That's something Luke and I have never had the courage to do, not even for this. You know your dad's going to be at Cherry's wedding, right? Marcus says, and I can hear his expression, eyebrows raised in incredulity. I take a slow, wobbly breath, because there it is again, the moment I think about seeing my father, a weight against my chest like the heel of a hand pushed against my ribs. The power he has is mine given, and now I choose to take it back. It's my most popular poem on Instagram, just 3 lines long, titled Simple. It's one of my least favorite poems now. I wrote it in the months after I'd lost Addie and cut off contact with Dad, and now its oversimplicity seems faintly pathetic. As though freezing out my father would flick the switch, and here I'd be, perfectly healed and happy, my own master. DYL? Marcus prompts. You know your mum and dad are invited, right? Yes, I say. I know. And you've not seen your dad for over 1.5 years? No. I've not. And you're just going to see him at the wedding? Yes. There's a long silence. Is there a game plan beyond that point? Marcus asks dryly. Addie keeps glancing at me, her gaze like sunshine on my cheek. Not yet, I say rather helplessly. I'm hoping I'll know what to say when I get there. Luke will be there too. It'll be all right with Luke there. Okay. Marcus says, and I hear him stretch, and Deb say OOF as he presumably elbows her somewhere. Well, luckily we've got about 200 or so miles to work on that shitshow of a strategy. Then. Addy. Marcus changes completely after our trip to see the snake. No more flirting, no charm, he pretty much ignores me. But I sometimes feel his gaze on me when I'm not looking. It takes me a couple of days to notice that when Marcus is watching me, Grace is watching Marcus. You're looking at him again, I tease her as we wash up the breakfast things side by side. She's washing, I'm drying and surreptitiously picking off the bits of scrambled egg she's missed. Who, Mark? She's been idly staring at Marcus on the terrace, through the window above the kitchen sink. Oh, I'm a lost cause, aren't I? I just find him so fascinating. We get on well, me and Grace. She can be a little much sometimes, but I've lived with Cherry, I have pretty good tolerance for intense posh people. Plus she's incredibly smart, and like Dylan she's not patronizing about it. And, crucially, she's never looked at Dylan the way she's always staring at Marcus. If you find him so fascinating, then why did you sleep with his best friend, too? Grace laughs, getting the subtext. Darling, I'm the queen of self-sabotage, don't ask me why I do anything. Besides, Mark isn't the sort of guy you go steady with, is he? If we'd been exclusive, he would have lost interest even more quickly than he did. He wanted free spirit Grace, sexual adventurer Grace, always out of reach Grace. He wants games and scandal. You deserve someone who wants you for who you really are, I tell her. And doesn't try to turn you into somebody else. She laughs, throwing her head back. I've yet to find a man like that, she says. I wince, and she clocks it straight away. She presses one soapy hand to mine, stilling it for a moment to catch my eye. I'm sorry, she says. That wasn't about Dylan. He's not a bad man, nothing like that, he and I just weren't. Oh, it wasn't real. Was it a game? To Dylan? I force myself to ask. The whole thing with you. Grace sobers, pressing her lips together. Yes, she says. I'm sorry, darling, I know you'll probably find that terribly distasteful, but I don't think he ever liked me, and honestly, I didn't like him that way either. Mark was losing interest, and, sleeping with Dylan, it got Mark's attention in a way I never could with any other man. And I think Dylan liked having something that was Mark's for once. I flinch at that. Grace sends me a sympathetic glance but keeps going. Leaving for Europe was a masterstroke on my part, frankly, because if those boys need one thing, it's a sense of purpose, and so they chased me far longer than they would have if we'd all stayed in Oxford. I think they liked the idea of sleeping with the same woman more than they ever liked me. My teeth are gritted tight. I'm sorry, I manage. That's horrible. Oh, I gave as good as I got, darling, Grace says, passing me a plate. And I've done plenty worse to others. If you run with this lot, she nods to the figures draped around the pool, things are always going to get a little messy. The difference is, with Mark. She sighs. I can't seem to shake him the way I've always shaken everybody else. I get it, I say, stacking the plate. Grace smiles slowly at me. Dylan's really got under your skin, hey? I blush. Grace smiles. Well. May he prove to be a man who deserves you, she says, handing me another plate with a flourish. They break stuff, a lamp in the ballroom, a door on the second floor. Connie's finger, which means she spends a night in a French emergency room with Uncle Terry, who was the only person sober enough to drive her, since his hangovers are worse than everyone else's and he can't keep up. They drink and laugh and get high and the days turn blurry under the sun. Meanwhile I fix everything. Except the finger, that's outside my expertise. In fairness to them all, they do treat me and Deb like part of the gang. Not like the caretakers. It's just when something goes wrong and they yell for me or my sister that I'm reminded we're not quite on a level here. I'm not really one of them. They're like overgrown children, Deb observes one day, looking down at them all on the lawn. Connie has her head on Marta's stomach, Grace is sitting up against Marcus's legs, Luke and Javier are intertwined. Dylan's off with Uncle Terry somewhere, I think, trying to keep him amused. Deb and I have been clearing insects out of the pool. Marta swam right into a giant hornet earlier and nobody's heard the end of it. Do you like them? I ask Deb. Oh, how can you not, she says, leaning on the terrace balustrade. But I'd keep them at a bit of a distance, personally. I don't see how you can get in the middle of that, she points to the tangle of limbs below, and not end up in a mess. I tilt my head to her shoulder, not quite letting it touch. I'm so grateful she's here, my sister. Sometimes this week I've felt like I'm getting kind of lost. Or maybe losing the confidence to be Summer Addie. But with Deb, I'm always myself. The proper Addie, the real one. I love you, I tell her. Thanks for coming back when they arrived. Of course, she says, surprised. You only ever have to ask, and I'm here. Always. Isn't that how this sister thing works? Dylan's a bit different with his friends. He laughs more and says less. His poetry isn't something he gushes about, it's the punchline to someone else's joke. He's still charming and lost boyish. But he's quieter. Sometimes even I lose track of where he is in the crowd. At night, though, he's mine. We've given Deb the bed in the flat and once the partying is over for the evening, I collapse beside him in that enormous four-poster. We have sex a lot, but we talk a lot too. All night, on our last night. Nose to nose, hands linked. The sound of teeth against a spoon when someone's eating soup, insects that scuttle, people who don't listen, he whispers. It's 5 a.m, and his voice is hoarse. We're talking about pet peeves, I've no idea how we got here. And yours? Yes to people who don't listen, I say, and press a light kiss to his lips. That's a good one. And rats. I hate those too. And it drives me nuts when your Uncle Terry says women. Like he can instantly win a debate with that. You know, when one of us has said something he doesn't agree with. Oh, Uncle Terry is a pet peeve all on his own, Dylan says, grimacing, and I laugh. I'm sorry. He's awful. What am I allowed to say here? He is Dylan's uncle, after all. I change tack. Is your dad like him? Terry's his brother, right? There's a long, still silence. No, Dad's different, Dylan says eventually, and his tone has changed. He's tougher than Terry. I frown. What does tougher mean? He's just not much fun, Dylan says. What's your dad like? That was quick. Given that we just spent 45 minutes talking about Pokemon and Ninja Turtles, I really thought Dylan's dad would take more than 10 seconds to discuss. I try to make out Dylan's expression in the darkness. You guys don't get along? I ask quietly. Let's just say he's one of those people who doesn't listen, Dylan says. He leans in and kisses me then, slowly. I feel the kiss moving through me like I've swallowed something hot. He's trying to distract me. It works. So? What about you? What's your dad like? Dylan asks again, resettling his head against the pillow. He's just Dad, really, I've never thought about what he's like, I say, but I can feel myself starting to smile just at the thought of him. My heart aches for home, and I tighten my fingers around Dylan's. I'm as close to him as I am to my mum. He's really good at advice, and he's funny, but you know, Dad funny. Dylan chuckles at that. I can feel him relaxing again. Do you miss them? He asks. Your parents? Yeah, I do. That feels like a bit of an embarrassing thing to say when you're 21, and I blush in the dark. At uni I always went home loads midterm, so this is the longest I've ever not seen them, actually. But I've got Deb. And it's been amazing, this summer. Amazing, hey? Dylan whispers. I swallow. My heart rate picks up. I don't want it to end, I say. My voice is so quiet Dylan shifts even closer to hear me. I can feel his breath on my lips like a feather. Who said anything about ending, he whispers. He's shadowy in the dark, but I can see his eyes flicking back and forth as he looks at me. I sort of knew. I didn't think he'd say he was leaving the villa and that was it, summer romance done. But even so, my heart is thundering now. I want this conversation so much it scares me. I shift away a little, turning my face into the pillow. Dylan runs his hand up my back, making me shiver. Can I tell you something? He says quietly. I wriggle, pushing the sheet down away from my face, suddenly breathless. I think he's going to say it, and once he has, that's it, like he's putting a timestamp on our lives. Creating a before and after. I feel it coming like I'm speeding towards something, and for one panicked moment I think I ought to slam on the brakes. I love you, he says. I love you, Addie. It sends a shock zinging through me. Like someone pressed refresh. My heart beats in my ears. I think of that poem, about how scary it is handing over your heart, like a soldier lowering his weapon. But I do love Dylan. I love him when his friends are taking the piss out of his poetry, and I love him when he's just woken up, sleepy-eyed and grumbling. I love him so much I sometimes genuinely find it hard to have a conversation with anyone else, because all I'm thinking about is him. Us. I love you too, I whisper. I've never said it before. When my ex tried to bring up the love thing I would usually find a reason to slip away, an empty drink, a friend across the room, a passing spider. And before him, there was nobody serious. I wonder whether Dylan's ever said it before. I sense some thoughts are occurring, Dylan says, nuzzling into my neck. Are you about to head off to the Intermarch? I laugh at that, though I hadn't realized he noticed me slipping off when things felt too intense. No supermarket necessary, I say. I guess it's just. I mean, you're going traveling now, so. What does this even mean? I kiss him then, because I can hear the need in my voice. I don't like it. I don't want to think about how much I'll miss him. It means we'll talk all the time on the phone, and on Skype. I'll send you poems on postcards. I'll come find you the moment I'm back in England, Dylan says. He smooths back my hair. But I could stay here for the rest of the summer instead. Should I stay? He pulls back slightly. I could say yes. Miss out on your summer plans, don't go to Thailand and Vietnam, stay here with me. I could tell him what to do. He'd do it. If there's one thing I've seen this week, it's that Dylan is easily led. For a moment the temptation tugs at me. It would be such a small thing to do it. Like a foot slipping, the brush of a hand. No, I say, pressing my lips to his. You go. Don't let me mess up your plans. This summer's about figuring out what you want, right? So go figure. And then come find me when you're done. Dylan. For the rest of the summer, we travel, Marcus and I. My shoulders become accustomed to the stinging ache of the backpack's weight. I lose count of the number of wonders I try to comprehend. Beaches so white they look like snow. Jungles so lush the path you took yesterday has to be recut with a machete the next day. Boat rides and cramped trains and the yells of marketplaces, bartering and sweating and drinking and wondering what the hell I'm doing with my life and always missing Addie. I should be having the summer of my life, but wherever we are, I'm lost. With Addie, for those beautiful, sun-soaked weeks in Provence, I felt myself take shape. Falling in love with Addie took the whole of me, and for once I felt completely happy with where and who I was. I thought I'd leave France and take that with me, but I left it there with her. Some days, once again, to my disgust, I struggle to even get out of bed. I'm as formless and fretful as ever, always one line away from a finished poem, always a step behind Marcus. Always disappointing my father. He rings me when I'm at Phnom Penh Airport. Addie will be going home to Chichester in 3 days. Marcus has gone off somewhere in search of bottled water, and I'm staring at the departures board. We're due to leave for Pre-Sihanouk for our last week before heading home, but perhaps I could just leave now. Be waiting for Addie at the airport when she returns, see the joy on her face when she catches sight of me in the waiting crowd and sets off at a run to throw herself into my arms. You better be coming home, Dad says, when I pick up. It's late August. According to our original plan, we should have been home weeks ago, but what was the point of going back to the UK while Addie was still in France? Nice to hear from you, Dad, I say. The tone is less sharp than I'd intended. I cop out at the last minute and end up sounding quite pleasant. Enough nonsense. This trip to Europe has escalated ridiculously. I scowl. I only stayed a few extra weeks. You've missed all the deadlines for graduate schemes. What are you doing, Dylan? When are you going to grow up? I lift my gaze to the ceiling. The crisscrossed strip lights leave a garish tartan pattern on the inside of my eyelids. There's no need for me to say anything. Dad will say what he wants to say, irrespective of my responses, or lack thereof. You're planning on living at home, I presume. As much as you're planning anything. Your mother says it's no use buying you a flat in London yet, and I'm inclined to agree with her. You haven't earned it, frankly. Mum wants me to decide for myself if London is where I want to be. In some ways, her quiet faith that I'll figure my life out is almost worse than my father's absolute conviction that I won't. We'll talk it all through properly once you're back, but I'm sure I'll be able to find you something in the business, though you'll have to commute to London, which won't be easy. I feel the life eking out of me as the call goes on. I'm a toy version of a man, flopped in my seat, waiting for someone to lift my strings and jerk me into life. Marcus ambles back to me with 2 water bottles. His hair is longer than ever, dry and sun-streaked, and his clothes badly need washing. He grins at me and throws me a bottle from too far away. I can't catch it with the phone to my ear, and it hits me in the stomach. I do know, on some level, that this problem of mine is not real. I have a whole world of opportunities in front of me. I can do anything I want, more so than almost any other being on this planet, probably. But the dread doesn't seem to know it. The dread just knows that the future is enormous, and awful, because, inevitably, no matter what I do, I'll fail at it. I'm actually going to stay out here a while longer, I say, when there's a break in my father's monologue. I sit through the silence. It's a relief, like the moment when you scratch at a scab. From the second I saw Dad's name on my phone screen, I knew this silence was coming. Everything leading up to this has just been a horrible means of building suspense. Once it's done, once I've let him down, it's perversely easy. I don't know why I bother, Dad says, voice already rising into a shout. This is useless. You're useless. And so begins the usual diatribe. Waste of space features heavily, as does the question of what he ever did to deserve such disappointing sons, which I have heard enough times not to attempt to answer, tempting as it might be. I stay quiet, that miserable dreadful weight sitting heavy on my chest. Marcus taps his watch and nods at the departures board. The flight to Sihanouk International Airport is boarding. Dad hangs up when he's run out of unpleasantness to shout at me. The sharp beep makes my eyes prick. As I follow Marcus to the gate, I think suddenly of holding Addie, my hands splayed against the tight muscle of her back, and I physically falter, half stumbling for a step, as if my feet are trying to tell me I'm walking the wrong way. Marcus turns and looks at me, eyes measured. "Come on, man," he says. Fuck your dad, fuck all of them. Let's forget the real world for a few more days. Addy. Where is he, then, this Dylan? My mum asks, settling down on the sofa beside Deb. We're in the living room at my parents' house. At last. I hadn't realized how much I missed home until Deb and I walked through that door and I breathed it in. I'm still in the clothes I traveled in. It's weird to think that the dust stuck to the sun cream on my shins has come back with me all the way from Provence. He's not home from traveling yet, I say, sipping my tea. Proper, English tea, with chalky water from a kettle that needs descaling. You'll like him, Mum, Deb says as she tugs her socks off. Deb only really feels at home when she is no longer wearing her socks. He's sweet. And obsessed with Addy. Which is good because she is completely obsessed with him. I flush. No, I'm not, I say automatically. Deb rolls her eyes. Please. You pined after him all summer. I did not pine. I just missed him, that's all. Yeah, well, I miss being able to eat what I like without getting fat, but you don't see me crying about it, Deb says. She grins at me as I pull a face. Deb helped loads with the heartbreak, I tell Mum. Really understanding. I was excellent, Deb says placidly, crossing her ankles on the coffee table. I kept her fed and watered and didn't use the Wi-Fi when she was Skyping Dylan. I was saintly. My mum smiles at us both over her mug, eyes crinkling at the corners. I've missed her so much, it hits me right in the gut. And when will I be meeting this boy, she asks. Soon, I promise. I'm not sure when he's home, but he says it'll be soon. Hey, I can hear you. Hello? Can you hear me? Yep. Yep. Hi? Hello? I wave at the laptop screen. My grin is becoming more and more fixed. Hey? Dylan's face breaks into a smile. He's in a dark corner somewhere. All I can see is brown paneled walls and the fan in the ceiling. I think he might be in Cambodia, but it could be Vietnam. I'm a bit embarrassed to have lost track. How are you doing? Dylan and I say at the same time. We laugh. You go. Both of us, again. Okay, I'll start, I say, because this is going to stop being cute soon. I'm nervous. Yes, you are. Dylan says. You are going to be brilliant. That doesn't make total sense, but I reckon he got the gist. These training days have just been a lot, I say. My face stares back at me on Skype. I look so young. Way too young to be teaching teenagers anything. Teaching direct is famously tough, but so are you, Dylan says. I smile reluctantly. I wish you were here. He beams. You do? Of course I do. Well, you never say it, he says. Yes, I do. I totally do. Don't I? I feel like I must, right? Nope. Never. Well, I thought you'd be home by now. When are you coming home? His face goes sort of dark, like he's had a bad thought. I don't know. I need to figure out what I want to do before I come home, you know. That's the deal we made, right? Right, I say, and in the back of my head I'm thinking, what, you can just travel forever if you want to. Are you not going to run out of money? My dad has these plans for me, and I'm not sure how I'm going to. He chews his lip, staring off at something in the distance. I need to be able to present a different plan to him if I'm going to get out of living at home and working for the family business. Oh, okay. I know enough to know Dylan doesn't want to work for his dad, but I'm not really sure what he does want to do, other than write poetry, which he obviously can't make a living from right now. So what are you thinking? In terms of your different plan? His face is falling and falling. He looks morose, almost sulking. I frown slightly. Dylan? I prompt. I don't know, he says, brushing his hair out of his eyes irritably. I don't know. That's why I'm still here. You think you have to be, like, in Thailand to figure that out? Wouldn't it help to just come home and be looking at job ads and stuff? Don't push, Addy, he says, and I pull back from the screen, startled. God, sorry, he says immediately. I'm so sorry. I'm just worrying about all this a lot and feeling like a bit of a waste of space and just generally getting all up in my own head about it. And Dad's ringing me almost every day, threatening all sorts, and I just want to escape the world for a bit longer, you know? When I'm out here, I can press pause on everything. I can't mess anything up. I'm not sure that's true, to be honest. But I can at least see the logic. Well, take the time you need, I say. Of course. His face lightens a bit then. Thanks. I knew you'd get it. I push down the vague sense of unease. I don't get it, honestly. I'm pretending because I don't want to be that mean girlfriend who cramps his style. So tell me all about what you've been up to this week, Dylan says, settling back in. I want to hear it all, every single detail. I've been. But then he goes pixelated and his voice turns into a tut-tut-tut and he's gone. I slam the laptop closed in frustration. This is crap, this virtual relationship thing. It's not real. I want him holding me. I want him back. Starting my first term at Barwood School is totally brutal. I'm so lucky to have got a place on this scheme. If I didn't know that, I'd quit 100 times over. Kids are evil. By the first half term I've almost managed to salvage my year 8's respect after a catastrophic start. I got them to make rockets out of papier-mâché and they all made cocks. I cried, someone broke their toe. It was all very bad. Years 9, 10 and 11 have been all right from the beginning, and the year 7s are mostly quite cute. But year 8 is filled with preteen demons. Winning them over is up there as one of the most difficult things I've ever done, but hands down the most rewarding. And Dylan's still not here. We still Skype at least once a week and we message all the time, but I'm freaking out. How could I not be? He seems different. So distant. When I ask when he's coming home he says, soon. And I try to understand, and not be pushy or needy or whatever, but no matter how sweet he is to me, he's not here. He can say he loves me, but he's not really showing it, is he? We've had months apart now, and why? Because finding himself. If it was anyone else I'd be scornful. It's only because it's lovely, lost boy Dylan that I'm trying really hard to see that he's clearly not in a good place, and he seems to think coming home will make things worse. But God. It's not exactly complimentary, is it, your boyfriend staying away for months for no good reason? He's forgotten you, says the little voice in my head. Middle of the road, nothing special, Addy. Did I really think I'd be able to keep a guy like Dylan interested beyond one hot summer? It's fireworks night. Deb and I have big plans. She's been my rock these last few months. We're both living at home while we save up for our own places. Deb listens to all my tearful rants about work. She makes me tea every morning, bringing it in as I do my makeup and kissing me briskly on the top of the head. When I think about writing Dylan an angry email, why won't you just come home? She confiscates my phone and reminds me Gilbert women don't beg. So fireworks night is going to be a celebration of sisterhood. I've booked us a table at a fancy bar in town, for their fireworks extravaganza, which is a regular night out but more expensive, basically. We dress up, 5-inch heels, short dresses, no tights. After months of making myself look as dowdy as possible for school, I want to feel sexy. And maybe after all this time waiting for Dylan to come home, I kind of want someone to notice me. To my surprise, it doesn't take long. No, don't tell me. I'm going to guess your name, says the guy next to me in the scrum for the bar. He has to raise his voice over the music. He has a rugged sort of sexiness to him. Old acne scars on his cheeks, bright blue eyes, a short beard. Give it a pop, I say. You'll be here a while. He nods at the queue ahead of us. Conveniently, I'm not going anywhere. Hannah. Way off. By which I mean, Ella. Nope, sorry, meant to say Bethan. Emily. Cindy? Are you even trying? I ask. Well, what would you say if I told you this was a shameless gimmick to get you talking to me? I'd say I was shocked and appalled. He grins. Will you let me buy your drink, Emma? Much too soon to say. It'll be 20 minutes before we get to the bar. Hoping for a better offer in the meantime, Cassie, the blue-eyed guy says, looking around with his eyes narrowed comically, like he's scouting for the competition. Actually, I'm deciding. Is it crossing a line if I let him buy me a drink? Do I want to cross a line? Have I already crossed one, back when I wriggled into this dress that I used to wear when I wanted to pull on a uni night out? Addie! Deb yells from behind me. I turn. Aha, says the blue-eyed guy. Addie. My next guess. I got us a bottle for our table, Deb shouts. Around me, the crowd groans with envy. How? I mouth, already pushing my way back to her. See you later, Addie, the blue-eyed guy calls, but I've made my mind up, and I don't look back. Dylan. She's talking to some guy at the bar when I arrive. It's searing, the jealousy, a hot lick up the back of my neck, a cold hand on my nape, and suddenly I am sickeningly aware of what I really did as I wasted all those days lying on my back on interchangeable beaches and failing to write, failing to think, failing to anything. I left her, here, looking like this, astonishingly beautiful, fey-like, perfection in miniature. Her dress shows every curve. The desire hits me a few seconds after the envy, and as I watch her laugh, the lights catching the sheen of makeup on her cheekbones, I feel devastatingly out of her league. What kind of moron dosses around in Bali when he could be here with a woman like that? How could I be so stupid? Whatever misery has been gripping me over the past few months, the thick black dread, waiting for me every morning when I woke, feels more ridiculous than ever now that it's cleared and I'm here, watching her. What was I doing? I did warn you, Deb says, at my shoulder. I messaged Deb last week to say I wanted to surprise Addie on fireworks night. She'd mentioned that she and Deb were excited for a night out. Well, it'll definitely surprise her, Deb said. I think she's pretty much given up on you ever coming home, to be honest. I'm such a tit, I say, rubbing my face. I thought she'd wait for you forever? She's still waiting, right? I say, watching worriedly. She's not seeing someone else. We've never talked about being exclusive. We fast-forwarded past that, right through to I love you. I assumed it was unnecessary. Now I'm recapping every Skype call, scanning through every word I can remember for a male name, that hot lick of jealousy working its way down my spine. Of course she's not seeing someone else. Deb folds her arms. What were you doing? Hiding. Running away. Sinking. Drowning. Trying to figure things out, I say weakly. I thought. Addie said to come home to her when I knew what I wanted to do with my life. And then I kept staying, and kept not figuring it out, and coming home felt even harder. Deb frowns. That wasn't very sensible. Yeah. I'm getting that. The man beside Addie ducks his head to speak to her and I want to whimper. Can't we tell her I'm here now? Please? Deb looks at me in an evaluating sort of way. Do you really love her? I really do. Then why did you stay away for so long? I grind my teeth in frustration. I can't tell her about the dread, the lethargy, the terror, and even if I could bring myself to share the shame of that, deep down I don't believe it's an excuse. That thick dread has hit me before, once, when I was a teenager, and back then my father made it very clear that it was nothing but weakness. I don't know. Okay. I don't know. Marcus kept saying I should stay, and my dad was on at me to come back and start work at his business, and Addie has this whole new life here and I wasn't sure how I'd fit in it. So you opted out? So I waited. Until I was, the man she'd want. Deb looks me up and down. And you're that now? I sag. Well, not really, no. No. You look pretty much the same, aside from the tan. Please, Deb, I beg, as Addie laughs again, lifting a hand to her hair to smooth it back. I messed up. Let me fix it. All right, Deb says. Fine. But don't keep messing up, will you? You made her happy for a few days in France, I'll give you that, but since then you've made her bloody miserable. Now go hide and I'll lure her back to our table with alcohol so you can surprise her. If you're going to do this, you had better do it properly. I want to see my sister smiling again. Addie. Addie, he says. We're at the table, pouring out cava from the bottle Deb conjured up from somewhere. I look at my sister before I turn around. She grins at me. She knew he was coming. I missed that happy face, she says, as I turn in my seat, already beaming, and look at Dylan. He's swept me up out of my chair before I can say anything. Christ, he says, Addie Gilbert, do you have any idea how much I've missed you? I mean, I don't, really. He said I miss you plenty on Skype, but he always sounded so flat. If he missed me, why didn't he come back? But the thought evaporates the moment he presses his lips to mine. This is my Dylan. A flop of brown hair, startling green eyes. Ridiculous as it sounds, he seems to smell of sunshine and vineyards even here in this sticky club. We kiss for so long everything melts away, music pounding around us. We break apart eventually, and he laughs, smoothing his thumbs across my cheekbones. I'm so sorry I took so long to come home. I'm a fool. Forgive me. He apologizes so easily. I don't know any other guys who do that. It's like he's not got that male ego thing, the pride that's always getting wounded. I love that about him. But I'm not sure it fixes things. Can you get rid of a mistake with one easy apology like that? Oh, God, Addie, please, he says, pressing his lips to mine again. Don't be angry with me. I can't stand it. Where's Marcus? I ask. Dylan looks surprised by the question. It surprised me a bit too. Home, he says. In Hampshire. I told him I wanted to come straight here to see you, so he went back to stay with his dad. I nuzzle into Dylan's chest as my mind whirs. As the months have gone by, I've wondered about Marcus. Whether he's the reason Dylan didn't come home sooner. I can't imagine he was in any rush to get Dylan back to me. And you're here now? I ask him. I'm here now. For good. In full knowledge that I should never have left your side. I'm drinking your cava. Deb yells at me. You look busy. I laugh and give her a thumbs up, then drag Dylan to the dance floor as Deb knocks back my drink. Me and Dylan dance, pressed so close together every inch of us is touching. The strobes flash. My head's spinning. I'm giddy with having him back. You know, Dylan says, close to my ear so I can hear him over the music. I'm beginning to think my life thus far has been one long string of poorly made decisions and very foolish mistakes, except for the day I knocked on your door. He presses his lips to my hair and I hide my smile against his chest. I'm not leaving your side now. That's going to be a bit tricky, I say, pulling on his hands to get him dancing again. He's pretty good. I'm not sure why I assumed Dylan would be a bad dancer, but this is a nice surprise. Tricky? Your family live 2 hours away, don't they? He doesn't catch it. I repeat the words, my lips against his ear. I'm not moving home, he says. He sounds triumphant. I'm moving here. Here? That's the grand plan he's spent months coming up with. Here, like, Chichester. What are you going to do for work? I'll figure it out, he says, and there's that shadow on his face again. If Chichester will have me. The lights paint his hair yellow, green, yellow. The music's so loud it's more buzz than noise. What, you're going to rent a flat here? Or buy one? Dad's always on at me to get on the property ladder. I gawp at him for so long he laughs a bit uneasily, pulling me closer again. Or not, whatever. I just want to be here. I should have been here all along. Someone bashes into me, throwing me hard against his chest. I stay there, wrapping my arms around his waist. I've always believed everyone should get a second chance. And he's sorry, and was it that bad, anyway, him staying away a bit longer than he said he would while he figured stuff out? And I still love him. So there's that, too. I sneak him into my room. The moment we click my bedroom door closed, we're breathless, literally clawing each other's clothes off. Dylan tears the neckline of my dress and pauses, seeming surprised at himself, which makes me laugh so much I have to cover my mouth with a hand to keep quiet. His body is the same but different. The tan lines are clearer, the muscles a little firmer maybe, but it's him, Dylan, home, and the feel of him against me is enough to send me quivering. We kiss hungrily, open-mouthed. I'm desperate. Aching. I'm so frantic I mess up the condom, and Dylan laughs, breathless, stilling my hands with his own. We have time, he says, voice hoarse. I'm not going anywhere. He lays me down on the bed, moving on top of me. His arms bracket me. I lift my chin, demanding a kiss, and he presses his lips to mine, slow, soft. By the time he reaches for a second condom I've begged, literally begged him, and when at last he moves inside me we both cry out. I sort of go through tiredness and out the other side. The alcohol probably helps with that. Dylan's body clock is a mess anyway with all the traveling. So at 8 a.m., after 0 hours of sleep, sated and giddy and probably still drunk, I bring him downstairs to make bacon and egg sandwiches for breakfast. My mum arrives a few minutes after we put the rashers under the grill. She pauses in the doorway to the kitchen in her favorite dressing gown. It was purple originally, but it's a mushy sort of grey now. Well, she says. I don't know what I'm more surprised to see. A young man in my kitchen or my daughter making a fried breakfast at 8 o'clock in the morning. Dylan says, wiping his hands on the apron he insisted on wearing and stretching one out for Mum to shake. Pleasure to meet you. Oh. Dylan. Mum gives me one of those significant looks that only parents do. As if, as soon as you have a kid, you lose the power of subtlety. Yes, Mum, this is Dylan, I say, turning back to buttering bread and trying not to smile. And he's back now, is he? Absolutely, Dylan says. And not going anywhere. Ever again. Ever. My smile widens. Well. I'm pleased to hear that, Dylan, Mum says, and I can hear that she's smiling too. Now, brace yourself. If your father smells bacon he'll be out of bed like a Who's cooking bacon? Dad yells down the stairs. Is it for me? Now. Dylan. Charnock Richard Service Station, highlight of the M6, is resolutely grimy and grey beneath a deep blue sky. We all squeeze ourselves out of the Mini like a bad joke in reverse. Marcus stretches expansively, fists clenched, and with his hair blowing into his eyes he looks like the scrappy little boy he once was, swamped in a Winchester college blazer, small enough that the older kids thought he'd be easy to pick on, smart enough that he owned them all by the end of autumn term. He had 2 teachers he didn't like fired. He somehow got Peter Wu kicked off the cricket team so he could play in his place. He soon had a reputation as a young man who made things happen. I remember the day when a 6th former had thrown Luke into a wall and called him a dicksucker. Marcus was a head shorter than Daniel Withers and half as broad, but as he approached the older boy there was an energy to Marcus, a wildness, like he was vicious and held on a very thin leash. I won't fight you, Marcus told Daniel, as I cradled Luke's bruised head against my shoulder. But I'll end you. Slowly, piece by piece, until you're nothing but a punchline to people around here. You know I can. So are we going to try one of these aberrations, then? Marcus says, pointing to the sign advertising Greg's vegan sausage rolls. I thought they went against your philosophy, I say, falling into step beside him. He grins at me. You ought to know I never stick to one philosophy for long. His smile drops as we enter the service station doors. DYL. He glances behind him, the others are still crossing the car park, Addie's glasses glinting in the sun. She's unfastened the top of her dungarees to cool off, so the top part hangs down, flapping at her waist. Underneath she's wearing a tight white crop top that clings to her skin and the ruched fabric of her bra. You know your dad offered me a job? I turn back to Marcus, faltering mid-step. My dad? I watch him resist the urge to say something facetious. I can see the words on the tip of his tongue, then the thought that swallows them back. Doing what? I ask. Copywriting for the company's new site. It's just a 6-month thing, but, it's a job my father has offered me countless times, the best I can do for an English graduate who's got no work experience. I'm sure offering it to Marcus is intended as a jab for me. Why else would my father care to offer one of my friends a lifeline? I really need it, DYL. I've got no money coming in from Dad still, and a criminal record, Marcus says, pulling a face. Even Marcus, the man who makes things happen, could not get the police to drop the charges when he drunkenly smashed up the front of an estate agent's office. Well, then take it. I didn't realize you two weren't speaking. Luke has cut him out too. When he and Javier told Mum and Dad about their engagement, Dad said he wouldn't come to their wedding. So. Marcus winces. Fuck. I didn't know. Luke must be. Yeah. It's been tough. But he deserves more than half recognition from his father. For what it's worth, I think cutting Dad off has been much healthier for Luke than seeing him and never being able to bring Javier home. I should call Luke. I need to call him. We walk on in silence. Luke forgave Marcus long before me, but then, it's easier to forgive when it wasn't your life that was ruined, and living thousands of miles away in the States can't hurt, either. If you don't want me to take the job. Marcus's eyes are pleading. For a swift moment I'm tempted to say, no, don't take it, and see how much his loyalty to me will stretch, but I don't. I'm not that man. And I suspect he may well have already accepted. Of course you should take it. It's a good opportunity. We've wandered into Waitrose, drawn by the cool blast of the fridges. Marcus opens the door to the milk and makes a show of trying to climb in, and despite myself, I laugh. Remember when you made me down 4 pints of milk after a night out at Wahoo, he says, rubbing his back against the cool glass like a bear against a tree. Wahoo was one of the Oxford nightclubs, actually a sports bar that transformed itself for students at night. It always smelled of sweet corn and inexplicably played the shopping channel on its TV screens while the DJ blasted out something by Flo Rida. "I did not make you down 4 pints of milk," I say, glancing at the tills. A young woman in a Waitrose uniform gives us an uncertain look. She is presumably trying to work out which rule Marcus is breaking by attempting to insert himself into the milk fridge. "You definitely did," Marcus says. "Why else would I have done it?" He flashes me a grin that says he knows what I'm going to tell him. "Because you're a senseless hedonist," I say, and his grin widens. "Come on, get out of there. The woman behind the till is trying to work out if she needs to section you." I flinch at my choice of words, but Marcus doesn't clock it. He throws the woman at the till a look. She's harmless," he says. "Wouldn't call security even if I pinched a 2-pinter. "Which I won't," he says, rolling his eyes as my smile drops. "Christ, what will it take to convince you I don't do that sort of thing anymore?" Addie, Rodney and Deb come into the shop and pause as they catch sight of Marcus trying to pull the fridge door closed with him inside. I give him a pointed look as he registers their expressions. "Well, if you were hoping for a full personality transplant, you might as well give up on me now," he says, and he's not grinning any longer. "But I'm hoping you'll meet me halfway." "Excuse me," says the lady at the till. "Can I help you?" "Oh, would you?" Marcus calls back. "I just need a foot up and a few milk cartons shifted and I reckon I can wriggle into the second shelf." "I'm not. I don't think you're meant to be doing that," she says, perplexed. To my surprise, I can hear Deb and Addie laughing. I glance at them and the sight of Addie hiding her giggle behind a hand, her bracelet sliding down her arm, sets off something warm deep in my stomach, like the moment hot water hits tea. That laugh sounds like comfort, easy pleasure, the delight of somebody you love loving you back. I'd forgotten the way her eyes narrow when she laughs. Marcus is right, I think. I'm pushing him too hard, expecting too much, or perhaps expecting the wrong thing altogether. He's Marcus. That's not going to change. And, quite honestly, as I watch him reason with the bemused shop assistant, I realize I don't want it to. Then. Addie. From the moment Dylan gets home, he barely leaves my side. Even on Christmas Day he drops around in the evening, making the drive all the way from his parents' place in Wiltshire just to hand-deliver our presents and join us for microwaved mulled wine in front of Elf. Once term restarts in January, he's actually a really great support about work too, now he's around to listen. He always seems to get things from the kids' point of view. He was a delinquent at secondary school, apparently. Almost kicked out of the super posh private school his parents chose for him. Though he claims that was mostly Marcus's fault. I come home from work one night in January and find Dylan sprawled on the sofa, watching Dad's latest documentary. He's staying in an Airbnb while he flat hunts, but is here most nights. Already smiling, I kick my shoes off in the hall. "You must come and try fly fishing at ours," Dylan is saying as I come into the room. He sips from one of our most chipped mugs. Clearly Mum doesn't see him as a guest anymore. My family has fishing rights for a stretch of the Avon, and they go to waste. My brother and I proved disappointingly poor sportsmen. Luke could never be doing with it and I didn't have the patience, he says ruefully, scratching the back of his head. My dad blinks a few times. "Right," he says. "Golly. Thanks." I catch my mum's eye. She's tidying up around the living room. My mum is always bending down to pick up an errant sock or a used glass, and I watch as her lip twitches in amusement. "He's so posh," she mouths at me. I pull a face. "Don't pretend you don't love the idea of owning half a river one day," she whispers to me as she passes me to the kitchen. I laugh and follow her. "You like him though? Right?" "Why do you keep asking me that?" she says, loading the dishwasher. I move to help her. She bats me away for putting a cereal bowl in the bottom instead of the top. I want you to like him. Well, I do. She looks at me shrewdly. Do you want me to say he can stay here until he finds his own place, instead of hopping around all those short-term rentals? I blink, startled. Whoa. He's here all the time anyway, sweets, she says, straightening up and wiping her hands on the back of her jeans. They're mom jeans, made of thick old denim and turned up at the bottoms. Your dad and I talked about it last night. I say nothing. My heart flutters. Do I want that? Dylan living here? It feels big. Ads? Mum tilts her head. No? You two are so inseparable, and you seem so settled together. I lean against the counter, scraping at the skin on the edge of my thumbnail. Yeah. No, we are. She lowers her voice. But you're not feeling sure about him. No, I am. It's just, that time when he was away, I sort of started thinking he didn't actually like me much. Or he would have come home. He did come home, didn't he? Yeah, but not for ages. And I was starting work, and I kind of needed him here. Did you tell him you needed him? I wanted him to just know, I say, wincing at myself. Mum waves me out of the way so she can wipe the surface behind me. You should talk to him about it and clear the air, sweetie. I chew my lip. Trouble is, I really raised the bar for myself in those weeks in Provence. 3 weeks was just enough time to be sexy and interesting and a bit mysterious. Now Dylan's here, on our second-hand sofa, and I'm back late from work in my worn black trousers and dowdy blouse. I do worry that this just isn't very Dylan, all this. All my real-life stuff. He fell in love with Summer Addie. I'm definitely not the girl I was before the summer, but I'm not exactly Summer Addie now either, am I? How do you do it? I ask impulsively, watching my mum tuck her hair behind her ear as she scrubs at the surfaces. With Dad? I mean, you've been together for 25 years, Mum says, glancing over her shoulder with a smile. And it's all about compromise, I'd say. Like how you always let Dad watch the telly after dinner and you tidy up. I say, raising my eyebrows. Exactly. He cooks. But you do all the thinking about what to make, I point out. And the shop. She frowns. We each do our fair share. There is no point talking to my mother about mental load. For her, Dad is the ultimate modern man because he irons his own shirts. Will you at least let me wash up? I ask. Of course. Mum says, passing me the rubber gloves. You really are a changed woman these days. Gone is the Lehrbout student, in comes the responsible young lady who notices the pile of dirty pans by the sink. I stick my tongue out at her. Ugh, I don't know, I say, turning on the hot tap. I don't know why I'm holding back. I'll ask him about moving in for a bit. Only if you're absolutely sure, sweets, you've got a whole life ahead of you. There's no need to rush things. Oh, Addie, careful with that plate, it was your grandmother's. I let her step in and wash up the plate I am not qualified for. But I don't think you need to worry about him not being as interested as you are, Mum continues. He hardly leaves your side. Can I help? Dylan says from the doorway. Mum gives me a significant look, as if Dylan coming in to help with the dishes is a sign he can't bear to be parted from me. I'm home. Deb yells through the house, slamming the front door. Is the Addie shadow here? Oh, good, hi, Dylan. I need your help with a job application. Can you read it through for me and make it sound, you know? She chucks her bag down in the corner of the kitchen. More clever? The Addie shadow. Dylan repeats, half laughing. Deb waves that off, skiing as she finds no clean glasses in the cupboard. She heads for the dishwasher. Damn, is that running? You're welcome, Mum says mildly. Addie's shadow, like. I follow her around in a sinister fashion. Dylan asks. No, just like you're attached to her ankle, Deb says. I'll have to use a mug, Dad. Dad? Have you got my French bulldog mug through there? No, Dad roars from the living room. You left it under your desk, Mum says. I cleared it up this morning. It's in the dishwasher. Under the desk? I ask. Attached to her ankle. Dylan repeats, his brow furrowing. When's Cherry arriving? Deb asks. Tomorrow, Dad calls, in a loaded sort of way. Dad's sulking because when Cherry stays he has to clear out of his study, the box room at the front of the house that is filled with crap. Parts of train and aeroplane models, old issues of the Beano, laptops that died but for some reason must not be thrown away. Dad hates guests coming. It gives Mum the perfect excuse to tell him to clear out the junk. Do you think I'm clinging to your ankles? Dylan asks me, with a very sweet frown. My heart seems to open up for a moment, and everything suddenly feels simple. I loop my arms around his neck and kiss him on the lips. I think you should cancel the Airbnb. He pulls back. What do you mean? Mum says you can stay here while you wait to buy a flat. Ooh, says Deb, shoving past us. Dylan's moving in. My cheeks go red. Not moving in, I say, already regretting it a bit. He stays over most nights anyway. Dylan blinks his long eyelashes at me. Just as the worry starts to bloom in my belly, he wraps me up and presses kisses to my cheeks, my forehead, my neck. I laugh, wriggling in his arms. Thank you, he says, lifting his head to speak to my mum. That's so kind of you and Neil. He lowers his mouth to mine again, then presses his lips to my ear. And thank you, he whispers. Wait until you've stayed a few weeks, I say, pulling away, but smiling. You'll be so sick of Dad snoring through the wall and Deb banging around the kitchen at 5 a.m, you'll be out the door like a shot. Dylan collects Cherry from the station. I have no idea where he magicked the car up from. One day he just had one. Brand new and smelling of that flowery air freshener made by people who have clearly only heard about roses and lilies secondhand. Cherry turns up on my parents' doorstep looking like the perfect public school princess, as usual. Her hair is in a simple high ponytail and she looks like she isn't wearing any makeup, but I know how much time and effort, and how many products, go into giving that impression. Cherry and I shared a room in second year at uni. There isn't much we don't know about each other. Boundaries were blurred. Lines were crossed. Knickers were borrowed. She throws herself towards me over the threshold. As we hug, we do that squealing thing girls do in American high school films. That was a joke, once, but we definitely ditched the sense of irony a while back. Addie. God, I've missed you. Come in, I say, tugging her inside. Dad's decluttered your room again. Cherry's often here. Her parents are even more eccentric than she is. If she's home for more than a week or two, they usually rope her into doing something totally bizarre, like knitting a mile-long scarf for charity or helping to rehome a load of nuns. I hope Neil left me a model aeroplane to do again, Cherry says, heading for the study. She sits and bounces on the bed, looking around happily. Home, she says. Well, one of them. One of my favorite ones. Oh. Mr. and Mrs. Gilbert. Welcome back, sweet, Mum says as Cherry bounds towards them for hugs. My parents love Cherry. Everyone loves Cherry. Not loving Cherry is like hating puppies. I'll put the kettle on, shall I? Cherry says, shoving Dylan out of her way with her hip. We have so much to talk about. We all follow in her wake. I am such a good matchmaker, Cherry tells Mum as she fills the kettle. Didn't I tell you I'd find Addie someone? I frown. I didn't need. And it's a good job you spent your summer in France, she says, waggling a finger at me, because teaching. There's no men in teaching. There are. I say, laughing. Our head teacher is a man. Cherry rolls her eyes, flicking on the kettle. Oh, of course the head is a man. I bet he's old and dull. He's young and interesting, actually, I tell her, pointing her to the mug cupboard. And hot. Ooh. Set me up? Cherry says, digging around. Where's Deb's bulldog mug? Has she locked it away? Are you always this loud? Deb asks, appearing in the kitchen doorway. I don't remember you being this loud. Deb. Cherry runs in for a hug and then stops short, socks skidding on the lino. No hug. I remember. Hi. You look so pretty. Deb smiles. Hey, Cherry. You can have my mug. It's in the bottom drawer, inside the spare washing up bowl. Cherry spins on her heels with a quiet yes and a fist pump and heads for the drawer. What? Deb says, as we all stare at her. You try saying no to that woman.